Hello from Hollywood. You are looking at a live shot right now of the most famous red carpet in the world. And in just a few hours, the biggest stars on the planet will be right here in the spotlight.
It is Oscar Sunday, folks, and we are bringing you exclusive live coverage of every moment as we count down to the 96th Annual Academy Awards right here on ABC.
This is an ABC News special.
And the Oscar goes to...
Oscar Sunday has arrived.
This is it.
It's the most important day in Hollywood. After a long awards season,
She's aged by 8 years since you started doing interviews.
the biggest prizes in Hollywood are on the line.
We got 4 hours of material.
Who will take home gold on the Oscar stage?
I love Christopher Nolan.
And who will shine on the red carpet?
It's bedlam out there.
Right now, right here, the films,
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
What are we all thinking? Bomb.
the fashion, and the nominees who could make history in just a few hours. What was life like for those stars long before the Oscars? We uncover the long-lost clips of some of their earliest roles and hear from the people who knew them before they were famous. Come with us behind the scenes with backstage access you won't see anywhere else. The stars are out and going to be partying.
All night long. All night long. All night long. All night long.
This is your official countdown to the Oscars on ABC. Here now from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Lindsay Davis and Whit Johnson.
All night long, we are here with you, folks. Yeah, you see.
It's the perfect music to get us going.
We've had some
right?
serious dance moves during the break here. Greetings from the Dolby Theater and happy Oscar Sunday. News team assemble.
Yes.
So glad to be back with Whit Johnson, a.k.a. I'm Just Ken, once again on the red carpet.
Trying to channel some of the Kenergy if we can. By the way, you look stunning.
Thank you, as you dapper as
Setting
ever.
the red carpet on fire here today. I'm so excited to be back with you again for another year, and this is going to be an exciting one today. Our amazing ABC team is here in Hollywood once again. So much goes into mounting an event of this size, and it's not just about what's going to happen inside the theater later on tonight, but getting the red carpet ready for all the stars and the hundreds of media outlets from around the world here broadcasting to more than 200 countries. There's really nothing else quite like
You are
it.
exactly right. One exciting change to tell our viewers about. This year, the Academy is moving the awards telecast up by 1 hour, which means the red carpet will open earlier than ever in just a couple of hours, in fact, and we will, of course, be interviewing the stars as they arrive.
That means more buzz, more activity,
Yes.
more fun happening right here. And if you haven't had a chance to see all the nominated films or performances, don't worry. We will bring you up to speed. Our Oscars experts are here to help us break down all the races. As always, our Chris Connolly and Kelly Carter have been working hard to uncover what the Academy voters are thinking and what's going on inside that theater right now. Also joining us this year with some exclusive behind-the-scenes access that we've never had before. A lot of access this year. 2 of our ABC News colleagues from GMA3, DeMarco Morgan and Eva Pilgrim.
But first, we're going to kick things off with some details about tonight's broadcast. Inside the theater at this very hour, Oscars producers are still rehearsing, and presenters and performers. As for the show itself and how these 96 Academy Awards came together against a lot of odds, by the way, we have a preview of what you can expect. Let's take a look. The 96 Oscar nominations went out, and history making is in. From snubs to surprises to all around.
Oh, my God!
And new year, new bedtime. The Oscars may have a reputation for running a little bit long and late.
Y'all better cut me some slack. We're gonna be together a while.
So tonight, in a historic change, the Oscars will begin 1 hour earlier.
The first Oscar ceremony lasted, and this is true, 15 minutes from beginning to end. And people still complain.
Also, new year, same host.
To the Oscars, man.
Jimmy Kimmel will be back to host his 4th Academy Awards. But leading up to tonight, many wondered, would there even be a ceremony to celebrate? This past year, there are few things in Hollywood that were not affected by the Dual Writers Guild of America and Screen Actors Guild strikes. poised to be monumental. The only time this show ever took place amid a strike was back in 1960 for the 32nd Oscars.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome to Hollywood's most glamorous strike meeting.
But after months of negotiations, both guilds reached deals and the industry got back to work, including back to the business of congratulating each other. For the first time ever, 3 of the Best Picture nominees are directed by women. Celine Song's Past Lives, Justine Triet's Anatomy of a Fall.
Stop. I did not kill him.
And of course, the hot pink topic of awards season, Greta Gerwig's Barbie. But it's Oppenheimer, the explosive biographical thriller which had us on the edge of our seats.
What are we all thinking? A bomb.
That's this year's frontrunner with 13 nominations. Not far behind are Poor Things, a steampunk fantasy about forging real human connections with 11 nominations. And Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon, a true story of the 1920s Osage Indian tribe's murder by oil companies with 10 nominations. Other nominees like American Fiction, Maestro, and The Holdovers bring more diversity to the category than ever before, thanks to a new initiative.
Presto! The Academy rolling out the red carpet with new rules, announcing new requirements for representation and inclusion that could change the race for Best Picture for good.
As of this year, nominated Best Picture films must meet 2 of 4 standards.
One of the standards is on-screen representation, and that goes to diversity, equity, disabilities, and to make sure that more individuals are represented on screen. And I think that's a good thing, not only just for the Academy, for the Hollywood overall.
In 2023, all the acting awards went to first-timers. But this year, could any of the multi-timers who have yet to do so walk away with Gold Man in hand? Maybe third time's a charm for Robert Downey Jr., or is tonight the night for Mark Ruffalo on his 4th nomination? After 5 nods, is 2024 Annette Bening's year? And will Bradley Cooper finally prevail after a staggering 12 nominations, yet no wins? Meanwhile, many are curious which stone will go unturned. There are several strong contenders for Best Actress, but predictions say it's between Lily Gladstone, who, if she wins, would be the first Indigenous actor to do so,
Emma Stone.
and Emma Stone, who's been nominated for her role at every major award show this season. After the names in this category were called on nomination day, many noticed a glaring hole, and it was shaped like Barbie. However, Margot Robbie for Best Actress and Greta Gerwig for Best Director weren't the only ones the Academy's nearly 10,000 voting members seemingly snubbed. There was the oversight of heavy hitter Leonardo DiCaprio for Killers of the Flower Moon, the stunning omission of early hopeful Greta Lee in Past Lives, and even the total shutout of Saltburn that had Hollywood abuzz, just to name a few.
Watch me.
But as they say, one's loss is another's gain. And while we won't get to watch Dua Lipa dance the night away, we will get just enough from another nominated Barbie movie track to make us feel the Oscar Kenergy tonight. We are looking forward to that live performance tonight of I'm Just Ken. And joining us now, as they do every year, with more insight into our tonight's big show, our contributors on all things entertainment, Chris Connolly, Kelly Carter. You all are fixtures on the red carpet, just like the Oscars themselves. And looking stunning. That color is just gorgeous.
Oh, thank you guys. So
And the color on
everyone
Chris,
looks
too.
good.
Yes.
Chris is
killing it.
Yeah, I really Chris is killing it.
And look, we're just grateful to be here. I mean, 2023, with the strikes that happened, we weren't sure for a little while, but Hollywood's back in business. We're back in business today. Chris, let's start with you and talk about the presenters. We're going to have some familiar faces saying, welcome to the club today.
A pentangle of presenters in each of the acting categories. 5 previous winners standing up there to give out this year's Oscar. And each of the winners with a kind word for one of the nominees. And then after the name is announced, I hope a group hug.
And Kelly,
I love group hugs.
we're here for for it.
Yes.
Oppenheimer, Robert Downey Jr., Lily Gladstone, they certainly have a lot of momentum heading into tonight. You think they're all shoo-ins?
I do. I think that if you still have time to submit your votes in your Oscar Derby, this is how you bring
Smart
home the big money. Oppenheimer is slated to win. It's expected to win Best Picture. Robert Downey Jr. is expected to finally get up on that stage and deliver a speech that we all will be talking about on Monday morning. And I'm looking forward to seeing Lily Gladstone make some history tonight for that big win.
We will look forward to that.
Yeah.
And Chris, you're just Chris. I'm just Whit. Just Ken himself. Ryan Gosling, we actually have a photograph of him. This was him rehearsing here at the Dolby Theater. There he is. We don't have much in the way of details, but we heard Mark Ronson say he was hoping for 1,000 Kens, maybe a unicorn. What do we expect to see?
Well, I like that he looks just like Adele when she did Skyfall. It's gonna be amazing. This is gonna be a real highlight of the show. As you mentioned, Mark Ronson saying when he recorded this song, he was like the great Caruso, standing 5 feet from the microphone and booming it out. When he does it tonight, the place is gonna go nuts.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
You could imagine. Another person the place may go nuts for. Jimmy Kimmel back for a 4th time. What can we expect?
I think we can expect more of the same good stuff, like bringing on the funny, reading the room, too, because I think that's really important when you are hosting an event like this with the world's most famous people who are, going to be poked a little bit of fun at. But I think Jimmy's going to know how to do it respectfully and get everyone in on the laughter.
So thread that needle, but still get the birds.
Very carefully. You got to do it.
All right. Thanks to you both. And as we mentioned, the top of the show here, the Oscars red carpet is opening earlier this year, and our ABC News colleague DeMarco Morgan already has one of the best positions along the carpet. DeMarco, great to see you, looking sharp, my friend.
Sharp as a tack.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'll take that. You guys are looking good as well. Like you said it, this is the best seat in the house. It's the red carpet, so it's the first place that people will be judged based on their appearance. So you got to bring your A game. Let's take a closer look at the red carpet and how it works, starting with image. First things first, the fit has got to be together. I mean, everybody's watching, and when I say everybody, everybody. Now, once the stars make it through this tent right here, they're going to notice something for the first time, a double-sided step and repeat. This side is for celebrities and special guests. This side is for the presenters and the nominees. Take a walk with me. So, once you make it right here, you have one job and one job only, and that is to stand here and look good. Come with me. You're going to be talking to more than 100 countries, more than 100 representatives from the media around the world are going to be talking to our special guests, our nominees and presenters, asking them questions that, we love to hear. What do you think about this night? What are you wearing? Who are you wearing? And then you're going to love those answers there. This is the red carpet, the magical, magical place that we all love to see. Now, here's something that you need to know. Celebrities can spend up to 30 minutes to 2 hours right here just talking to people, talking to the media, catching up with old friends. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with it because it's the biggest night in Hollywood, right? Follow me one more time. Over here to the stands. This is where I would love to be if I didn't have any press credentials. This is special guests. It's going to be some, honorees right here, too. Also working with some of the programs with the Academy Awards organization there. But they get a chance to, do selfies, scream out names. Hey, Denzel, can I get a picture with you? Maybe Denzel will say yes. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he'll just keep moving and making his way down the red carpet. Either way, it is a special night to look good and have fun. Again, this is our team. What's up, ABC? ABC in the house. So, once you make it down this way, you're still taking pictures, but you're going to see the gold Oscar statue right there, the statuette. And when you make it through, it's going to be this turn. It takes a while to get through here. I told you, this is the largest red carpet in the world, by the way, the red carpet of red carpets. But look at this. I like to call this the final walk. The last mile of the way. This is where you got to stretch your stuff, and I mean, you got to look good doing it. A little cool little walk. Once you make it here, your job is to make it to those red steps, go up, and then you're going to enter the theater, and you will be in for a treat. I'm so excited, guys. Now, the doors will open for the celebrities to walk the red carpet a little earlier this year, 12:30 Pacific time, and we can't wait to bring it to you. We'll send things back to you.
DeMarco, I got to say, that bow tie, I love it. Go big or go home.
Okay, thank you.
It's got the velvet and everything.
Yes.
All
What is
right.
that, velvet?
Nobody works the red carpet like DeMarco Morgan. We'll chat with you more in just a little bit. Looking good. All right, coming up here, we have so much more live from Hollywood. Interviews with some of your favorite nominees ahead, like Coleman Domingo, whose breakthrough performance in Rustin has some people predicting he will snag his first Oscar.
We know you got a chance to talk to him. And will Lily Gladstone make history by becoming the first Native American to win a Best Actress Oscar? She joins us a little later. And of course, what would Oscar Sunday be without a preview of all the great fashion we'll see later today? Our style expert, Mr. Joe Z, is up ahead with that.
He's going to like that tie DeMarco was wearing for sure. Don't go anywhere. Our live coverage from the Oscars red carpet continues right after this break here on ABC.
Fiesta forever. Come on and sing my song.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bundchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carrying it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Little Usher as we welcome everyone back to the red carpet. I'm Lindsay Davis, along with my colleague, the dapper, the dashing Whit Johnson.
Please. Oh, start. Oh, start.
Here at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, counting down to tonight's big awards ceremony. So many of the stars in attendance tonight will make their way down this red carpet into the theater in just a few short hours.
I'm just trying to keep up with you. I'm just trying to keep lighting the red carpet on fire as we go through the day here. And win or lose, most people lucky to have a seat inside the Dolby tonight will attend the Governor's Ball. That's the exclusive after party where the stars will celebrate and really let loose. This year, the Academy has invited our ABC News colleague, Eva Pilgrim, to give us a first ever sneak preview inside the Governor's Ballroom and also a chance to see what that journey to the Governor's Ball is like for the Oscar winners. Eva, it's great to see you. Also looking gorgeous today.
Thanks, Whit. I'm not
actually sure how they let me up here, but I'm glad that I'm here. In just a few hours, this place is going to be crazy. It's going to be the place to be. The 65th year for the most exclusive after party in Hollywood. The who's who of Hollywood are going to be walking through those doors. And like you said, Whit, in just a few seconds, for the first time, we're actually going to give you a sneak peek. We're also going to show you how the winners get up here. When they walk off that stage with that Oscar in hand, each and every one of them goes down a very special corridor. It's called the Winner's Walk. But before the Winner's Walk, there is the road to get here. And right now, we're going to take a look back at the careers of the Best Actor nominees. Take a look. Bradley Cooper picks up his 5th Oscar nomination in an acting category for his transformative performance as Leonard Bernstein in Maestro.
Music is, I know this is going to sound strange, it's the most important thing that I can do.
In 2012, he received his first Oscar nom for his performance in Silver Linings Playbook, which also co-starred fellow nominee Robert De Niro. But in 1999, it was a young, inquisitive acting student who had the opportunity to pick the brain of one of his heroes and future co-star.
How you doing, Mr. De Niro? My name is Bradley Cooper. My question is regarding Awakenings.
He went from student of the Actors Studio to guest, and in this appearance, paying tribute to one of his mentors.
I just have to mention Andreas Menelakakis as well. I learned how to deconstruct a script from this man right here.
That professor saying he knew Cooper had it in him to go all the way from the moment he met him.
Bradley was one of those students who really stood out. We see it in his work. He's completely dedicated. I see him up there, and then I have these flashbacks in class, and that's a beautiful, beautiful feeling.
You need a light?
While in school, he got his very first break making a guest appearance in Sex and the City.
You want to go for a ride in my Porsche?
From driving Porsches on the streets of New York to whitewater rafting on the rivers of West Virginia, yes, that's a young Bradley Cooper who hosted just a handful of episodes of the Travel Channel show Globetrekkers.
It's the beginning of the Gully River. I'm placing my craft right there.
In 2001, he made his big screen debut in the star-studded indie comedy Wet Hot American Summer.
If you can't carry a tune, don't come into the audition environment and waste your time.
And like some of his fellow nominees, Cooper would make an appearance on the performance training ground that is Law and Order.
Gabriel's too smart for your tricks. He's not going to leave his DNA in a soda can.
Coleman Domingo shines in his transformative performance as the pioneering civil rights organizer Bayard Rustin, which earned him his first Oscar nomination.
On the day that I was born black, I was also born a homosexual. They either believe in freedom and justice for all, or they do not.
Early in his career, Domingo was cast in a role that he says shaped his life and career, the Broadway musical Passing Strange, which would later be filmed by Spike Lee.
I got that musical the day after my mother passed away. But that changed my life because suddenly I was performing in a very raw manner. This was a whole other level because it was untethered. Both my parents were gone, and all I had was art.
His Broadway success would continue in his 2011 Tony-nominated performance as Mr. Bones in The Scottsboro Boys.
Hey, I play all kinds of characters.
Like Bradley Cooper before him, Coleman Domingo made more than one appearance on Law and Order.
This knife might have been used to dismember the body.
We decided we weren't taking no
In 2012, he appeared briefly as Private Harold Green alongside Daniel Day-Lewis in Steven Spielberg's Lincoln.
How long have you been a soldier? 2 years, sir.
Paul Giamatti picks up his second Oscar nomination for his portrayal as the jaded and disillusioned classics teacher, Paul Hunnam, in The Holdovers.
I can't fail this class. Oh, don't sell yourself short, Mr. Coates. I truly believe that you can.
This year's Oscar nomination comes nearly 20 years after his first performance working with The Holdovers director, Alexander Payne, in the wine-soaked dramedy Sideways. Before Giamatti was educating us on the complexities of Pinot Noir, he was being educated at Yale's Repertory Theater, eventually landing on Broadway. In 1995, he was cast in his very first feature film, Woody Allen's Mighty Aphrodite.
There was a Leslie St. James, who was a member of the Screen Extras Guild.
In Saving Private Ryan, Giamatti appears in a single scene as Sergeant Hill under fire from a German sniper.
Most of the German fire now is concentrated to the westward.
Jeffrey Wright snags his first Oscar nomination in American Fiction for his portrayal of Thelonious Monk Ellison, a struggling, aging writer.
These books have nothing to do with African American studies. They're just literature. The blackest thing about this one is the ink.
Wright rose to prominence in the early 90s for his iconic performance in the Tony Kushner play Angels in America. His performance earned him a Tony Award.
To fight the good fight is all I ever really wanted to do as an actor, and to do that on Broadway and be honored for it is very heavy.
He would reprise that role a decade later in the acclaimed HBO miniseries, earning him an Emmy and a Golden Globe.
You don't talk to me like that, not when I'm holding something this sharp, or I might slip and stick it in your heart if you have a heart.
Blink, and you might miss him manning the phones in Harrison Ford's 1990 movie Presumed Innocent. And while the original Indiana Jones himself didn't star in the series, Jeffrey Wright landed one of his first gigs in the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles in 1993.
Not tonight, Jones. Tonight, we'll be playing the blues. My name's Jean-Michel Basquiat. Have you heard of me?
3 years later, he would star in his first major motion picture as the visionary artist Jean-Michel Basquiat, alongside David Bowie, Gary Oldman, and Dennis Hopper. The ever-versatile Cillian Murphy is up for his very first Oscar for his blockbuster performance as Robert J. Oppenheimer in Christopher Nolan's epic Oppenheimer.
My favorite response, Oppenheimer couldn't run a hamburger stand. I couldn't. But I can run the Manhattan Project.
Before he graced the silver screen, Cillian and his brother were aspiring musicians in the mid-90s, playing in their jazz rock band, A Son of Mr. Green Jeans.
Obviously it has its roots in jazz and 70s music, but it's now moving on. It's becoming popular now, really popular.
But it wasn't the music critics that noticed Murphy early on. It was those paying attention to the stage when they first caught his critically acclaimed performance of the play Disco Pigs in 1997, which he reprised on screen in 2001.
It's like a big rescue in here, right?
He quickly found himself performing alongside other up-and-coming A-listers like Scarlett Johansson in the 2003 film Girl with the Pearl Earring.
Don't walk away, listen to me. Don't get caught up in his world.
In 2005, he would land his first of 6 Christopher Nolan films in Batman Begins, playing the DC Comics villain, the Scarecrow.
I'm probably not very frightening to a guy like you, but these crazies can't stand it.
But in a role that would eventually go to Christian Bale,
She'll murder my parents.
Murphy was also a serious contender to be Batman, and even did several screen tests for Nolan.
Who was with Falcone at the docks?
Countless auditions, theater performances, and single-scene roles, all leading these 5 enormously talented actors to one of the biggest nights of their lives. And one of those men will be walking out with the Oscar tonight. Y'all, we are inside the Governor's Ball. I just want to show you around. Come with me. This is the main bar here in the room. I'm picking up my dress so I don't trip and fall. But check out what's in the middle here. This is a rotating, they call it a liquid Oscar because he's shiny, and not all the big Oscar statues are shiny like this one, so he's particularly special. Back here in this corner, behind those curtains, that's where Wolfgang Puck's kitchen is. This is the 30th time that he'll be cooking for this big event. We saw him walking in. He was totally chill, very ready. He gave the exclusive menu on GMA. Here it is: salmon, truffle chicken pot pie. There's a paella bar. You can't forget about those chocolate Oscars with the gold dust that covers them. All the big wig Hollywood executives have special tables up in this area. And then everyone else gets to mingle along here. We will show you more of this place in just a little bit, Whit and Lindsay, but it is so cool in here.
Love that. Save some snacks for us, by the way.
Yes, I am hungry already.
and Eva, for folks who don't know, she's from South Carolina, so when she drops a y'all, that means she's really excited.
Feeling right at home.
Exactly. We're feeling it too, Eva. We'll chat with you in just a bit. We've uncovered a lot more of those vintage clips of tonight's nominees before they were famous. Can you guess which one of the lead actress nominees was once credited as the voice of a dog?
We're going to hear about that also coming up. Why do there always seem to be some very high-profile snubs each year at the Oscars? Chris Connolly will be back to tell us about some of the most surprising oversights in Oscars history. All that and much more from the Oscars red carpet when we return live right here. We are happy on
and
the red
hungry
carpet.
now, apparently.
By the way, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a
Newscast in America.
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a carry in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know.
I love that. Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're gonna be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations and people are gonna be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow. How long do I have to wait?
What are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
Last week, my husband, he booked us on a cruise. I'm terrified.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'm looking for Captain Nash and his wife, but I can't find their cruise ship.
Dispatch all emergency rescue units. We're flying into a hurricane.
Go back, that's it.
911 comes to ABC Thursday, March 14th and stream on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I'm Britt Clennett on board a destroyer, the USS Gravely, on the Red Sea. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
A little Murder on the Dance Floor
You
for
got to
us
sing
there.
it. Sing it, Lindsay.
You guys should have heard Whit singing it just a little while ago. Welcome back to Hollywood, where in just a few hours, this famous carpet will be lined with the biggest stars in entertainment. Not just the nominees, but superstar presenters slated to be on stage tonight who have already been rehearsing inside the Dolby Theater. Stars like Dwayne Johnson, Jennifer Lawrence, and Chris Hemsworth.
Now we're getting those pictures just coming in as the day gets rolling here, and we are looking forward to seeing them here very soon. And as our own countdown continues to tonight's awards, we want to take a look at some of the most talked about races. Our experts will join us soon with their predictions. But first, let's remind everyone who's nominated in the Best Actress category.
Molly Burkhart, please send help. There's murder in Osage, and the police do nothing. I lost my mother and my sisters. So many Osage are killed for the oil money, please.
It's just so ironic. I would look at everyone, even my own children, with such pity because of their longing for his attention. It was sort of a banner I wore so proudly. I don't need. And look at me now.
I know that the world wants me to shut my mouth and sit down and wait to die, but I didn't think you did. Stop. I can't. I won't. I will not accept defeat.
Understand, me never lived outside God's house.
What?
So Bella's so much to discover. And your sad face makes me discover angry feelings for you.
You come here, okay, with maybe your opinion, and you tell me who Samuel was and what we were going through. But what you say is just, it is just a little part of the whole situation.
So many great performances there, and I'm sure Oscar voters likely had a very hard time choosing a winner. And for one of those talented actresses, Annette Bening, tonight has a chance to finally, she has a moment to walk home with an Oscar after being nominated 5 times. Now, recently I sat down with the versatile star nominated for her role as world record distance swimmer Diana Nyad in the film Nyad. So let's talk about the Oscars here. Your 5th nomination for an Academy Award. What's it like to be going back to the Oscars?
Oh, it's so exciting. I mean, I was first nominated in the supporting category, and before the show began, all of the actresses in our category, we all kind of got into this little huddle and we were all chatting. And we agreed that we would go to dinner the next week and whoever won would pay.
And the Oscar goes to Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi Goldberg won the award that year for Ghost. So we all gathered, and Whoopi threw us this beautiful dinner. We each got a chocolate Oscar and a gardenia, and we just hung out.
For this character, Diana Nyad, the distance swimmer who wouldn't take no for an answer, what was it about her that drew you to this character?
Oh, because she was so complex. She was funny and exasperating and brilliant and charismatic.
We have learned so much each time. I've learned about myself, too.
Okay, what did you learn?
I don't want to look back and feel like I could have fought harder. I hate that feeling.
And the idea of getting to play an athlete when I was in my 60s. I mean, when I actually did the film, I was 64, which is exactly how old she was when she did the swim.
Was there anything that you learned about her or in playing this role that was unexpected or surprised you?
Well, I think what surprised me most was as I got to know Diana and spent time with her alone, and as she began to trust me, just how much was going on inside of her. She's a really complex person, and I was honored that she let me in.
And you went swimming with her? Is that right? At some point, or she hopped in a pool with you? How did that play out?
She came to my house, yeah, and I wanted her to see me swim. And my coach was there.
No pressure.
Oh my God, I was so nervous. And I did swim for her. And then she got in the pool with me, and we swam a little bit together. And then when we were shooting, she actually got in the tank with me, and we swam a little bit.
What do you think people should take away from her and this movie?
I want people to take away that a queer woman in her 60s could go out and do something like this. And I want people to enjoy that they get to see this relationship between these two women.
You said I needed to do something to get out of my funk.
I meant you should sign up for speed dating or get a therapist. Not come out of a 30-year retirement for some dangerous, absurd fantasy.
I am doing it. I'm not done. I've more in me, and so do you.
When Diana knew she needed a coach, she needed a corner person, you know, she needed somebody there to get her through the entire experience, she asked Bonnie, who was her bestie, to do it with her. So I think that is something that is unusual, to see a real relationship between these two women that's really explored and has all kinds of imperfections, and they've known each other a long, long time. They've been through a lot together, and they are such good friends.
It looks like a solitary sport, but it takes a team. That's right.
She really transformed into Naiad. And you and Annette Bening actually have somebody in common.
Yeah, we both went to San Francisco State University. Go Gators. So we were bonding over our California roots. It was fun.
We will see if she's able to do it on her 5th nomination, bring that Oscar home. Here now to help us handicap this Oscar race is our friend, my longtime lost cousin, Clayton Davis, also joined by, a little further down the red carpet, Chris and Kelly. Okay, guys, we ask it this way every year: who will win Best Actress, who should win, and who has a chance of pulling off an upset tonight? We'll start with you, Clayton. Who do you think?
So you want to start off with the hardest category of the night.
Let's
get right to it. So listen, this is so tight between Lily Gladstone, Killers of the Flower Moon, and Emma Stone from Poor Things. So tight, in fact, and Chris Connolly will like this, 1968, the only time an actress category or any acting category had a tie. Barbra Streisand and Katharine Hepburn. That's how tight this race is.
Wow.
I'm predicting, though, Lily Gladstone's going to squeak it out by a hair. Should win, it should be Lily Gladstone.
But you think there's going to be a stone in the name, one way or another?
I think we're throwing rocks today. That's what I think's happening.
Like that.
And the possibility of a tie, too, thrown out there.
I mean, it's super. You flip a coin.
Kelly, who do you like?
I mean, Lily Gladstone, I've been saying this for months now. I think that she is going to pull off the big win and make history, and I think it's going to be one of the more touching moments of the evening.
All right, well, I'm just going to say Sandra Hüller, all right, German actress, acts in English, acts in French, acts with a dog, acts with a kid, has courtroom scenes, and you don't know if she did it or not. What does she have to do to get an Oscar? Two other great performances, though, among them, right? Emma Stone, she could do rom-coms and after-school specials the next 20 years and make bank. She didn't. She did a difficult film. She bonded with Yorgos Lanthimos, and they're making a really challenging movie, but good for her. But I think it's Lily, too. Yeah. Lily, as someone who really changed the script of Killers of the Flower Moon by the nature of her performance, representing in a major way for Native Americans in a Hollywood that has not always done very well in that era, and in an Oscar ceremony that hasn't always done that well in that era. So I think it's Lily.
Okay, Lily Gladstone, definitely a favorite heading
Sounds
into
like
the night. Thanks to all of you. We'll have much more Oscar predictions coming up here, as well as more interviews with some of your favorite nominees in just a few minutes. And after the break, we're going to talk about Oscars fashion. Our style expert joins us next. Stay with us.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream. Yeah. How are you? Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is the scene outside the Dolby Theater here in Hollywood, where hundreds of photographers are getting ready for the red carpet to officially open.
And it's not just those photographers who'll be trained on the nominees later today. Tonight's Oscar ceremony will be broadcast live in more than 200 countries and territories around the world. Actually, just walking down the carpet here past the media, you heard dozens of languages being spoken.
Yep, definitely the energy, the excitement already building for the day. No doubt many of those watching are as excited about the red carpet fashions as they are about the awards themselves. So who's likely to win the award for Best Dressed tonight? Joining us again this year is our friend, style expert, Mr. Joe Z.
Hello.
Great to see you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are the best prom couple I've ever seen.
Oh, please.
I love it.
Coordinated.
Of course. And you know what? It's great to be back again with you this year. And to recap what's been a stellar award season when it comes to red carpet style. Now, high fashion and big glam is back, baby. And here are just a few of the standout looks we've seen so far and what we hope to see on the red carpet in just a few hours. This award season, statement fashion has dominated the red carpet.
It goes back to the high-octane glam. Gloves and sleeves is really having a moment. I think the gloves takes it back old Hollywood. We've seen it on Taylor Swift. We've seen it on Margot Robbie.
It's not just gloves that are a throwback to old Hollywood style. As designers continue opening their fashion vaults, we've seen more and more museum pieces walk the red carpet. Best Actress nominee Carey Mulligan was in her archival era, in the era of her maestro character, wearing looks from 1949 at the Golden Globes and a 1951 Dior gown at the BAFTAs. And on the high fashion press tour for Dune Part 2, Zendaya stunned in this Mugler look from 1995, the year before she was born.
It was something that nobody expected. It is also a look that not many people can get their hands on. I think we were all like, oh wow, she's taking it.
Heading into tonight, the two front-runner actresses are also fashion favorites.
What's exciting about Lily Gladstone this season is that there are so many opportunities for cultural moments in the things that she wears to make a statement. She loves the glam, the old Hollywood glam that we've been seeing a lot, but then we've again seen her pay homage to her Native American heritage. So I'm looking forward to seeing what she does for the Oscars, because she is the standout right now and the front runner to win.
And in the supporting actress field,
Da'Vine Joy has not shied from the glam at all. This is really her moment. This is her season. There has been nothing understated about her looks, and we love it. We've seen a lot of the gloves. We've seen plunging necklines. We've seen bust. We've seen the sleeves. I would love to see her in red. I think it would be a moment that would truly be just chef's kiss.
Now we have to talk about Margot Robbie's Barbie core style that she's been rocking since the movie's premiere this past summer. Now, all of those recreation of specific dolls were made by very different high-end luxury designers that were clamoring to work with a red carpet darling like Margot, of course. And she had been off limits for so long because she was locked down in a contract with Chanel, and she became finally available to wear other designers as the movie was starting to open. And of course, designers also understood the effect of Barbie and how that could build their business. So it was a perfect storm of Margot, Greta, and the Barbie effect to make this the one opportunity for designers to depart from their usual style.
Any intel into who Margot might be wearing tonight?
Well, I can tell you, I don't, but I can tell you that there has been huge Reddit threads where people are debating which doll she'll be wearing tonight.
Okay.
And I think one of the leads was a doll called Peaches and Cream. So let's wait and see.
All right.
Dig into the archives on
Bated
that.
breath.
Yeah. Thank you,
Anyways,
Joe.
yes.
Okay. All right, Joe, thank you so much. We have a lot more coming up on our countdown to the 96 Oscars. Up next, can you identify the Best Actress nominee who got down into the sand for one of her earliest roles on the stage long before she was up for an Oscar? Stay tuned for the answer and a whole lot more from the red carpet right here on ABC. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine,
Close to the front line.
from the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
Along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu. What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
GMA 3. What you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
National forests are good places to get away, but sometimes bad things happen in good places.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
All I could see was their feet sticking up. My knees went weak.
This is a human skull.
We were definitely against the clock.
How many more victims are out there?
Wild Crime, Blood Mountain, now streaming only on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
I'm Aaron Katursky in Port Washington, New York, for a special election in New York's 3rd Congressional District. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Clap along if you feel
back to Hollywood and our countdown to the 96th Annual Academy Awards. You are looking live at the scene outside the Dolby Theater where those coveted gold statuettes will be handed out just a few hours from now.
Yes, they will. A little earlier, we talked about which lead actress might take home the Oscar tonight, but we always wonder what it was like for them long before they were household names, right? So the small, unglamorous roles that they took on to pay their dues and to get noticed, and whether those 5 women could have ever imagined one day ending up here as an Oscar nominee. And DeMarco Morgan is back again with some answers. DeMarco.
And it's good to see you guys again. Well, one thing that we know for sure, no one gets here overnight. You have to work for it. And before they were Best Actress nominees, they were reality show contestants and community theater actresses doing whatever they had to do just to get to this moment. But one thing is for sure, only one will take home the gold come tonight. This year, Emma Stone is a strong contender to take home her second Oscar for her hilariously enjoyable performance in Poor Things.
You were in my son.
What?
The 3-time nominee's journey to the Oscars began in her native Scottsdale, Arizona at Valley Youth Theater. In 2004, she made her television debut in the VH1 reality pilot In Search for the Partridge Family, introduced to us back then as Emily Stone.
Here comes Emily Stone!
I hate the world today. So good to me, I know, but I can't change.
The following year, she appeared in a single episode of Malcolm in the Middle as Diane, part of a group of mean girls who are targeted for revenge by the mom character, Lois.
Oh my God, no!
Throughout this period of Stone's career, she would make brief appearances on shows like Medium. And you might recognize this voice.
I don't know about you, but I am hearing wedding bells.
Yep, that's Emma Stone as the voice of this dog in the Disney Channel's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The remarkable Annette Bening earned her 5th Oscar nomination for her performance in Naiad.
Come on, no more sitting on the sidelines. I've had it. Listen, Bonnie, I just know I can do it, okay? And I want to do it with you.
Bening says it was during her years at San Diego Mesa College that she began to fall in love with acting and would form her craft on small theater stages around the country.
There were a few little community theater projects that I did. The San Diego Repertory Theater, I did a play there when I was like, I don't know, 18 or 19.
That play, Voices. That's a young Annette Bening just starting out.
I just followed it because I loved it, and I just wanted to be up on the stage.
From small community theaters to Broadway, where Bening would star in Coastal Disturbances, which earned the Rising Star a Tony Award nomination.
You know what I read in a book? That the island of Atlantis was really inhabited by dolphins.
She made her big screen debut in 1988 alongside Dan Aykroyd and John Candy in the slapstick comedy The Great Outdoors.
I think they're trying to say that we're not welcome.
2 years later, she would appear in a short scene alongside Meryl Streep in the film Postcards from the Edge.
I'm in it for the endorphin rush.
Endorphin.
Whatever.
German actress Sandra Hüller is having a breakout year and is in 2 Oscar-nominated films this year, The Zone of Interest and the courtroom drama Anatomy of a Fall. It's her performance in the latter which earned her her first Academy Award nomination.
I thought about this, obviously, but I just can't imagine him jumping with Daniel so close by. It's just, I just can't get it in my head.
But before her recent international success, Hüller began her career, like so many others, on the stage and enjoyed years of success at Theater Basel in Switzerland. She would be introduced to an American audience in the comedy drama Tony Irving, which was nominated for Best Foreign Film at the Oscars in 2017. In 2019, Anatomy of a Fall director Justin Triet would cast Hüller to co-star in her psychological dramedy, Sybil.
As you can probably imagine, I would like to fire you both right now, but as you can also imagine, it's impossible.
Carey Mulligan shines as Felicia Montealegre, the wife and muse of Leonard Bernstein, played by Bradley Cooper in Maestro.
It's my own arrogance to think I could survive on what he could give.
The performance added a 3rd Oscar nomination for Mulligan. She was also nominated for her 2009 performance in the coming-of-age drama In Education, and for her role in this 2020 revenge thriller.
I wanted to be a doctor my whole life.
But before she was exacting revenge on predators and a promising young woman, she was a promising young actress performing at the Royal Court Theatre in London in 2004. And landed her first major movie role the following year in the period drama Pride and Prejudice.
Papa! Is he amiable? Who? Is he handsome?
Mulligan would continue to star in period dramas like Bleak House, My Boy Jack, and Northanger Abbey.
I am sure that we will be the very best of friends.
Just a few short years before her first Oscar nomination, she appeared in a single episode of the British mainstay Doctor Who.
Don't patronize me because people have died and I'm not happy.
And in 2013, she would rise to new heights, portraying the wealthy socialite Daisy Buchanan alongside Leonardo DiCaprio's Jay Gatsby and the box office hit The Great Gatsby. This is Lily Gladstone's first Oscar nomination for her performance as Molly Kyle, the real-life Osage woman at the center of Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
I didn't realize this was a race. I don't care for watching horses.
But in 2020, Gladstone says she was going to quit acting and apply for seasonal work at the Department of Agriculture, tracking murder hornets. And then Martin Scorsese came calling. She is the frontrunner to take home the Oscar this year. And yet, it would be a surprise to none of her former classmates at Mountain Lake Terrace High. That's her with fellow classmate Josh Ryder, dubbed most likely to win an Oscar.
In some ways, it is beyond my wildest dreams. Like, who would have thought? But also at the same time, makes a lot of sense. She's super talented, does a lot of really good work. What separated Lily was I think she, even back then, like really wanted to do justice by the characters that she was playing.
Her debut on the silver screen came in 2013 with a small role in the French film Jimmy P, Psychotherapy of a Plains Indian.
I'm so sorry, Jimmy.
In 2016, she landed her first major acting role in the indie darling Certain Women, which won her Best Supporting Actress by the Los Angeles Film Critics Association.
I don't mean to keep you from getting to work or anything. I just knew if I didn't start driving, I wasn't going to see you again.
She would go on to work on other indie films as a goth barista in The Thin Line. And she's no stranger to television either. Gladstone appeared in several episodes of the financial drama Billions.
I'm offended by the idea of paying for a family legacy, and the family doesn't really act like a family.
And as an estranged, mysterious mother who's sent to prison in the hit FX series Reservation Dogs.
You create the space for your friends. You do it with intention.
I don't know. It's a lot of talent in that category, but our experts are predicting that Lily Gladstone is favored to win, but we know with Oscars comes surprises. So we'll all be watching, waiting, and seeing, but we wish them all well. Guys, back to you.
Yes, we do, and anything can happen. We definitely know that. Some surprises in store. DeMarco, thank you so much. Coming up after the break, a report card on representation in Hollywood. America Ferrera, just one of the talented actors from the Latino community, receiving recognition this year.
I had a chance to talk to the actress vying for the same award as America this evening. Can Davine Joy Randolph cap off her breakout year with Oscar Gold? That and so much more as our live coverage from the red carpet continues right after the break here on ABC.
She's cramping my style, and I can't figure it out, but I'm so...
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not okay, innit?
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
Special Agent Will Trent.
Boom, boom, boom. Will can see things that no one else does.
I know who the killer is.
Good work, partner.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're gonna be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations and people are gonna be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
I'm Mola Lungi in Tehran. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And welcome back to Hollywood. We are live outside the Dolby Theater, where in just a few hours, some very excited and nervous nominees, perhaps, will be dreaming of walking away with an Oscar.
And among them, Colman Domingo, the first Afro-Latino nominee in the Best Actor category, and America Ferrera, nominated for Best Supporting Actress. From acting to animated feature, cinematography, original song, makeup, hairstyling, Latinos are nominated in multiple categories tonight. But as Maria Elena Salinas reports, Hollywood still has some work to do when it comes to representation.
I feel hallelujah.
After years of sounding the alarms, Latinos in Hollywood can finally feel some vindication.
There is a God.
McKinsey & Company, a research and consulting firm, has released a new report detailing some of the shortcomings in Hollywood when it comes to Latino representation.
If it goes well, no one says anything. But if it doesn't, it's your fault.
When you look at the numbers, they don't add up to just how big of a population and how important Latinos are across the board.
Our attempts at doing this are never going to stop. We're not just there to fulfill a stereotype or check a box.
And hopefully young Latinos and Latinas are seeing that, you know, there's other opportunities out there for us as well.
We interviewed over 100 folks across the industry, from producers, writers, entry folks. And then we looked at a huge data set, over 10 years of data, over 26,000 films, 10,000 TV shows, Nielsen variety data, and we put all that together. And the data was quite telling.
The McKinsey report states that just 4% of Latinos have co-lead or co-lead roles. And
which is pathetic.
Why do you think that is when there's an abundance of Latino talent, both for on-screen and behind the scenes?
I mean, it's sad to say, but, you know, hashtag Hollywood too white. You know, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, it's baked in systemic racism.
Although 19% of the population is Latino, the report says we account for 29% of box office ticket sales and 24% of streaming subscribers.
Latino movies do better. They do 60% better than their counterparts with 25% less budget. And so, taking a step back, there's a real big opportunity here.
And every time you pitch a Latin project, they tell you, oh, you know, we have to do it for less. But you're not going to get great content unless you put it the same money and the same value.
In fact, Camilo's research suggests that there's about $18 billion in potential revenue being ignored by the industry.
What we found was these movies get nominated more often, and they actually win.
Pedro Pascal, The Last of Us!
And so when you actually put representation, what you find is it makes good business sense, upwards of $18 billion.
When you have shows like Wednesday,
The only person who gets to torture my brother is me.
The Last of Us, when you put a Latin star in it,
You trust me?
It's a huge hit.
John Leguizamo, actor, comedian, and producer, has been talking about this problem for years, dedicating much of his career to educating others about the Latino experience.
How did we become so non-existent? Until we have executives that look like you and me and understand our culture and understand the importance, nobody else will get it.
It's what we call the network effect. When you have Latinos who are in positions such as executives, when you have writers, they create opportunities.
What would your recommendations be to the powers that be in Hollywood to make it a more equitable industry?
I'd like to get Latino executives in there. I need that desperately. And secondly is greenlight Latin projects. Flip your white stars and put a Latin star instead.
And give them a chance.
Yes, to grow, to get to that spot where you can greenlight any movie.
Our thanks to Maria for that conversation. And for more now on how Hollywood is doing when it comes to Latino representation, we're going to bring back in Clayton Davis from Variety. And we know that you've reported on this topic extensively.
So what we see here is we're not going away. And when I say we, Latinos have been here for so long and constantly we are surprised that we make up a huge amount of the box office. John Leguizamo says this best. He says, I'm just looking for what's mine. If we're 20% of the population, we contribute $7 trillion to the GDP, then we want to see that much representation on screen. We don't have that right now. Oscar Isaac, what he says often, we don't also want roles that are just for Latinos, that are just like Latino-based roles. Raul Julia played Death of a Salesman on Broadway. That was a moment that changed his life, that brought him to Hollywood. And then looking at something like In the Heights, what we tend to do is put all of our hopes and dreams on the shoulders of one. We have a Lin-Manuel Miranda, we have a Rita Moreno, but we have a finite number of these guys, so we need more of them. We need to fill that bench and make sure that they're, you know, that Hollywood's doing the work.
So Clayton, it's worth pointing out some of these numbers again. That report that Maria Elena pointed out, 5.5% of speaking roles are Latino or Latina, even though Latinos make up 19% of the U.S. population. So what does that tell us, those numbers?
We are not speaking words on screen. That's like the most jarring thing I can see. But what I've been seeing is Hollywood thinks they're doing the work by doing DEI departments, and I don't think that's the answer. We're still being othered. Bring us into the room, into the C-suites. Let us be part of the decision-making process. I promise you, you can make more money too. That's the thing. You can do the right thing and be profitable at it. It's a no-brainer.
So important.
Yeah, absolutely. Clayton, thank you so much for bringing that to us. We appreciate it. And stay with us right here as our live coverage from the Oscars red carpet continues right here on ABC.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carrying it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're gonna be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are gonna be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
How long do I have to wait?
But what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing?
I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
I can.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Ken.
I got us both ice cream.
Cool.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Yes, the Academy said, "Hi, Barbie," 8 times, awarding the hugely successful film a number of nominations, including for Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor and Actress for Ryan Gosling and America Ferrera, and a nomination for Adapted Screenplay. But many people took note when the film's lead actress, Margot Robbie, and its talented director, Greta Gerwig, did not receive nominations.
But we have been seeing people say hi, Barbie, right here on the red carpet.
Lots of pink.
A lot of pink.
Also.
Pink is in fashion, that's for sure. So every year around this time, we hear about the so-called Oscar snubs, of course. So we decided it was time to have our expert, Chris Connolly, look into why popular films and stars get overlooked. Chris.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the Oscar snub. Well, not everyone likes the word. Not everyone likes the concept. But you know what people really don't want? When one of their favorites is denied a nomination. So let's go inside what it's like to be left out. This year's Oscar nomination morning saw plenty of Barbie supporters up in arms about what they saw as major sins of omission.
Not my life. No thanks.
Snubs, if you will. No Best Director nod for Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie, not acknowledged in Best Actress. Even Yes I Can nominee Ryan Gosling expressing his disappointment and the message it seemed to send. Meanwhile, Anatomy of a Fall's Justine Triet became only the 8th woman to get a Best Director nom. Shameful numbers, yet the 4th in 4 years. The so-called snub comes in all shapes and sizes. Box office hits get passed over for smaller films, which can need that award-winning boost. Hence, no Best Picture noms for Jurassic Park, Saturday Night Fever, or Singin' in the Rain. As for Best Original Song, Taylor Swift, Olivia Rodrigo,
wonder if this time it could be real.
Even former winner John Legend in recent years, each of them missing out on a nomination. Sometimes it's the math, just too many worthy choices. No Natalie Portman for May December?
I shouldn't have said that.
No Saltburn in original screenplay. Remember, if you think your favorite has been snubbed, you have to be willing to say who should not have been nominated. And other times, it's personal. One of the juiciest back in 1963, when Bette Davis, but not co-star Joan Crawford, was nominated for
Whatever Happened to Baby Jane.
FX's Feud cast Jessica Lange and Susan Sarandon, 3 Oscars between them, to chronicle the epic aftermath.
You're just trying to throw me.
I'm trying to help you.
Remember that nominees are picked by each individual branch. So back in the 80s, it was directors snubbing Steven Spielberg for 11-time nominated The Color Purple, and passing over Barbra Streisand for Yentl.
Forgive me, Papa.
But the entire voting body nominates Best Picture. So when Spike Lee's great Do the Right Thing was overlooked,
I was born in Brooklyn.
it was an Academy-wide outrage, addressed from the Oscar stage that year by Kim Basinger.
But there is one film missing from this list, and that's Do the Right Thing.
Sometimes snubs bring about change. In the 90s, the acclaimed Hoop Dreams was shunned in documentary, presaging a mini shakeup, a call for the Academy to finally establish an official documentary branch. Why are 10 movies now nominated for Best Picture instead of just 5?
There's no going back. You've changed things.
In large part because 2008 Oscar voters failed to select Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, maybe the century's most influential film. But nothing was a gut punch quite like nomination morning in 2016. A whitewash. 20 actors and actresses, 0 people of color. No Beast of No Nation's Idris Elba, who won the SAG Award. No Straight Outta Compton or Spike Lee's Chirac.
Every time you get into the ring, that's who you're going against.
Sly Stallone, but no Michael B. Jordan for Creed. The hashtag Oscars So White became a powerful rallying cry.
Not people attacking this nomination or that nomination, but asking questions, again, about the process and about the industry.
Result? Changes in the Academy's voting membership. And still a long way to go. Did Viola Davis not get nominated for the Woman King last year? But it's Cher who proves the best revenge for not receiving a deserved nomination for her role in Mask can be served, well, in a dress. That dress.
You can see I did receive my Academy booklet on how to dress like a serious actress. Where are you taking me?
And with a win 2 years later for the altogether perfect Moonstruck.
I don't think that this means that I am somebody, but I guess I'm on my way. Thank you.
Well, for Barbie fans, the good news is Margot Robbie is a nominee in Best Picture as one of Barbie's producers. Greta Gerwig, also a nominee in Adapted Screenplay. Adapted. Adapted from what, you might ask? It's significant because this year Adapted is seen by many as a more competitive category than Original is. But you can never count out Barbie, can you guys?
Absolutely not, Chris. I mean, Barbie is alive on the red carpet.
Yes,
that is for sure.
One thing that is true, the pink is in. The Rosa Mexicano, I think is how they call it in particular.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Of course, many others and past winners have admitted that it's been difficult for them. Sometimes their minds going blank after hearing their names called to win an Oscar. So let's go back to Eva Pilgrim with an exclusive look at what the experience will be like for tonight's big winners after they receive their shiny new Oscars. Eva.
Okay, wait, we're inside the governor's ballroom. I just want to show you a little bit more of this space because it's so cool. You may not know this, but when the Oscar winners come here, they don't actually have their names already etched into those statues. That happens here, and the whole room is able to watch it on these big screens. But before they get here, those Oscar winners go on a very special journey called the Winner's Walk, and we got to check it out. The winners will come off the elevator and they'll arrive here to the Winner's Walk. This is the first moment that they've been alone since they found out that they won the Oscar. They'll be holding their Oscar, walking through this area where there's pictures of previous Oscar winners and moments. Some of them call their mom as they take it all in for the first time. Their next stop, right here, where a big poster will be. All the Oscar winners sign this poster marking the historic night. They then arrive here in the winner's lobby, and usually people cheer for them with their Oscar as they walk into this room. They can get a glass of champagne here at the bar before they head over to talk to our Lara Spencer at our GMA table. So many iconic moments have happened. The emotions, the excitement of those big wins playing out right here for the first time. And then next stop is here with the bright lights of all the photographers taking those pictures we've all seen, the Oscar winners holding those gold statuettes. Their final stop is here in this room with hundreds of media from all over the world where they get a chance to thank all the people they didn't have time to thank during their speech and answer questions about how they feel in this moment when they found out they won the Oscar. And then it's time for the party. And this is where the party happens. So they come in here with their Oscar, right? They actually go up these very steps right here up to this little bar area, and that's where the actual etching of their names goes on to the Oscar and into history. And then once it's done, it only takes a few minutes, they come down the stairs. It's really a special moment in this room because everyone's watching it and they're cheering and celebrating for these winners with their new statues. Also, you have to remember that these Oscars are heavy, y'all. They're 8.5 pounds. When you go to pick it up, it is a serious amount of weight. It's a workout. These Oscar winners carrying that statue all over the room all night long. And you see so many special moments that happen in this room with all of these huge celebrities interacting with each other. It is truly special, guys.
And 8 pounds, but you know, they're not putting that down.
No,
if they
exactly,
get it,
yeah.
They're just carrying it all night long. And I love how everything is gold in that room, including you, Eva. You are just sparkling. Love to see you shine. And we are just about an hour away from the official opening of the Oscars red carpet, folks. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from Davine Joy Randolph, one of the nominees favored to take home an Oscar tonight. Stay with us.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
Definitely. There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
We're reporting on board a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm Maggie Rulli. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Welcome back to Hollywood, everyone. We are live outside the Dolby Theater, where in just a few short hours, some very excited and perhaps nervous nominees will be dreaming of walking away with that coveted Oscar. I got a chance to sit down with one of those nominees, Davine Joy Randolph, to talk about how her character Mary from The Holdovers changed her life, helped her connect to herself and others, and why she says this is just the beginning.
You can think about it, some silly girl.
I don't need you feeling sorry for me.
See? I'm just saying, this was the first good thing that came with being in this prison with you.
You mentioned in your speech from the Golden Globes how Mary changed your life.
And to the character Mary, oh, Mary, you have changed my life. You have made me feel seen in so many ways that I have never imagined, and I hope I helped you in all. I hope I helped you all find your inner Mary, because there's a little bit of her in all of us.
How has she changed your life?
I've always watched certain performances and thought to myself, I would love to, as a black woman, be able to convey these same things and to make an ordinary, everyday woman special and unique for people to connect to.
I had you got stuck with babysitting duty this year. How'd you manage that?
By me going through this journey and being willing to go down this emotional and challenging path, the gift has been bountiful. And the biggest one being me connecting with people and people sharing with me how this work is impacting them.
And neither of them made it to 25. My baby wasn't even 20. I'm so sorry. I took this job when Curtis was small because I wanted to ensure that he was going to have a good education. You know, he flourished here.
Yes. No, he was a great kid. I had him one semester. Very insightful.
He hated you.
Well, like I said, sharp kid, insightful.
You've described your journey as the game Chutes and Ladders.
Yes.
How so?
Well, you know, this industry at large, you're not in control. That's a blessing about this job. That mixed in with rejection, you're not in control. And it's anybody's game. And so you have to find stability within yourself to fortify yourself in your truths, have confidence, and be able to weather the monstrous storm. And so that's why in these moments, again, the connection with the people is a thing that has me coming back. If you know it's already going to be Chutes and Ladders, you better love the game as a whole.
What was your first paid acting job ever?
Wow, my first paid acting job was actually Robin Williams' last movie. It's called The Angriest Man in Brooklyn. I played his nurse. He poured into me, and I'll never forget how that man was so generous and sought me out to encourage me and impart wisdom.
And just last question, you have said you're just beginning, that we haven't even seen anything yet. What would you like to do if you can, from your lips to God's ears, your next role? What would you like to show the world?
I think the next thing that we will begin tackling is to portray a black opera singer, Leontine Price, as a way of merging two of my gifts together and kind of reclaiming music and singing back for myself. I think that would be quite powerful. Yeah.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best to you.
Thank you so
Good luck.
much.
We'll
I
be rooting
appreciate
for
you.
Really enjoyed that conversation with Da'Vine. And even though she's already won quite a few times this award season, Da'Vine Joy Randolph faces some tough competition in her category tonight. Here's a reminder for the nominees for Best Supporting Actress.
Never be rude, never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail, never show fear, never get out of line. It's too hard, it's too contradictory, and nobody gives you a medal or says thank you.
I love soccer. God knows I do. But I'll kill him dead before I let him or anybody beat me.
My little sister Peggy and her husband invited me to go visit them in Roxbury, but I feel like it's too soon. Like Curtis will think that I'm abandoning him, you know? This is the last place that my baby and I were together.
If you die, I want to be the last person you see. But don't die. But if you do, I'll be right there with you.
I know that, thank you. It's your question. It's not properly phrased.
Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I do.
Why don't you answer it that
Because I
way?
don't like your phrase.
Who will win? Clayton Davis, Chris Connolly, Kelly Carter are back with us to handicap this race. All right, so let's make the call again, guys. Who will win? Who should win? Who could pull off an upset tonight? Clayton, we'll start with you.
Now we're starting off with the easiest category of the
is
night,
that
I
right?
think. Da'Vine Joy Randolph. And it's
Sure about it.
5 miles. She is the most awarded supporting actress going into an Oscar night in history, won over 70 prizes. And why that's significant, not only is that back there, there have been over 3,300 Oscar statuettes given out in history. She will be the 19th Black woman to be given an Oscar. That's 0.005%, and that's abysmal. But to see a woman such like Da'Vine get this notoriety, it's huge in our industry.
Chris and Kelly, what say you? Clayton says 100% Da'Vine.
In 1989, Jodie Foster was up for The Accused. It was my first Oscars. Going into the Oscars, I said she was the least likely winner. She won. At that press conference after the ceremony, she trash-talked me from the stage. How about that least likely thing, Chris? I've been a fan of Jodie's ever since, so I'm going to do her a favor. Jodie Foster is the least likely winner in this category.
Wow. Well, the most likely winner in this category absolutely is Da'Vine Joy Randolph. She's who should win. She is who will win. And I think if there is an upset, Emily Blunt may find her way, in the conversation. But I think we all know that Da'Vine Joy Randolph is going to be the big winner tonight.
Place your bet, folks. It seems like a sure thing, guys. Thank you so much. And for those of you at home, we still have so much more ahead as we continue our coverage from the Oscars red carpet here in Hollywood Live. The stars are on their way, and we are bringing it to you all right here on ABC. Don't go anywhere.
Come on and sing along. We're going to
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
National forests are good places to get away. But sometimes bad things happen in good places.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
All I could see was her feet sticking up. My knees went weak.
This is a human skull.
We were definitely against the clock.
How many more victims are out there?
Wild Crime at Blood Mountain. Now streaming only on Hulu.
Let me love you down. There's so many ways.
Welcome back to Hollywood. We are live outside the Dolby Theater, and you are looking at the most famous red carpet in the entire world, where tonight's nominees and presenters will be strutting their stuff shortly alongside their plus ones. And one of those nominees who's looking to pull off an upset tonight in a very competitive Best Supporting Actor category is Sterling K. Brown. You may remember him from the long-running hit TV series This Is Us, but now he is a bona fide movie star with an Oscar nomination and a chance to make history tonight for his role alongside lead actor nominee Jeffrey Wright in American Fiction. Recently, Kelly Carter had a chance to talk to Brown about the role that earned him his first Oscar nod.
Oscar nominated. What does that feel like?
Cool. I feel blessed and highly favored. Yeah. I feel also the company that is in the category. You got Gosling, you got De Niro, you got Ruffalo, you got Downey Jr. and Brown. I'm like, what? Like, I'm with these dudes at heavyweights, you know?
Yeah.
And so to be counted amongst them is an incredible honor.
And what about being nominated for this film and this role in particular?
You gave her opioids to sleep?
Yeah. You ever seen a heroin addict? Those guys take naps standing up.
It's dangerous.
Look, I'm keeping an eye on her. I'm a doctor.
So am I.
Right. Maybe if we need to revive a sentence.
I mean, American Fiction, my favorite film of the season, hands down.
Thank you.
But what does that feel like for you for this role in particular?
It feels pretty good.
Yeah.
I love this movie.
Yeah.
And I think I just wanted to be a part of it.
Sound speed. Hey, Mark.
There was some squabbles in the beginning, like, it's not the lead, and it's sort of a supporting character. And I read the script, I was like, no, how can I be down?
Yeah.
This is something I have to be in because it is expanding the breadth of Black stories. It was told with excellence, and if it continues to have some commercial success, I would like to see more of these stories be told, because it does seem like the lane which we have been allowed to a certain extent has been relatively narrow. And so just say, like, Black life is life, and that everybody can see themselves inside of our lives is something that gives me great pride. And then with Cliff, I've been thinking a lot lately about how Dad died not knowing I'm gay.
I think he suspected it.
He may have, but he didn't know for sure. He never knew the entirety of me. You know, I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I grew up in the 80s, and homophobia was very strong, and it's still probably very strong. And so, as somebody who is cisgendered, heterosexual, whatnot, playing the role is sort of my way of saying to everybody else who is like me, there's no difference. We're all just people, right? And the sort of arbitrary designations that we make of how we sort of keep ourselves from coming together, how we separate ourselves, need to sort of go away. And just sort of everybody see the humanity in everybody else, right? That's my hope.
Yeah. Oh, that was so beautiful. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah. They gonna make your movie or what?
Unfortunately, yes.
Hey! You know what? Good luck finding someone handsome enough to play me.
This nomination has also made history in a lot of ways because this is the first time that we've seen a lead character in a film and a supporting character in a film both be nominated that are Black.
Yeah.
This is huge. This is colossal. Talk about that moment and the importance of kind of representing in this way.
So I think Jeffrey and I both feel the same way, is that it should have happened a long time ago. So the fact that it's happening in 2024, we are honored. And it's still, this is happening for the first time now?
Yeah.
I've had few sort of like history-making things, and it feels weird, Kel, because I was like, I'm not the dude who's supposed to be making history. I'm silly. I feel like people who do first should be stately. Like Mahershala should be doing first. Mahershala is stately. You know, Sydney is stately. Denzel is stately. I'm dumb. So the fact that I get a chance to be a part of any first, I think that's God's way of saying that, like, everybody needs to have a sense of humor.
Love his commentary and enthusiasm. And Whit's back. Whit and Lindsay put us together. We are lit.
Yes, we are.
We are ready to
Lit
continue.
Javis.
When we return, the red carpet isn't just about glamorous fashions for women. Which Hollywood men are redefining style? Josie joins us once again after the break. Stay with us. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
Special Agent Will Trent.
Boom, 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 boom. Will can see things that no one else does.
I know who the killer is.
Good work, partner.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Reporting from Buckingham Palace in London, I'm James Longman. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. You are looking live at this year's Oscars arrival carpet. In just a short while, the nominees and presenters will be lined up, striking a pose, of course, in front of the dozens of media from all across the world. And in the past, the conversation about fashion is often focused on the women. But a lot has changed in Hollywood for the men in recent years. And of course, Josie is back to tell us more. The dudes are getting their due on the red carpet right now.
Yes, absolutely. You are so correct on that, Whit. Now, even just in the last few years, a guy dressing unconventionally was really a fashion outlier. Now, they ventured beyond your typical black tuxedo, like the one I'm wearing today, of course. It was usually just a colored or textured jacket, navy blue, burgundy. We would be like saying groundbreaking stuff, right? Of course. But now it's really anything goes for men on the red carpet. And the younger generation of movie stars like Timothée Chalamet and Austin Butler are raising the bar. And even when we see classic styles, it's always worth and worn with a big twist, like bigger proportions or different silhouettes. And let's not forget the accessories. Now, we've seen tons of jewelry this season, and even Robert Downey Jr. has worn different versions of his own signature tinted sunglasses. Now, we talked to some of my fashion industry colleagues about some of the season's breakthrough trends in menswear and who's at the top of our best dressed list.
There have been no rules in men's fashion this season.
We've amped up formal wear. We've taken it to bigger proportions and more exciting dimensions.
So long to the simple black tux. That's no longer.
We're seeing double-breasted jackets. We're seeing really strong padded shoulders, trousers with high waist, wide leg. And these are throwbacks to old Hollywood. I really like it because they're big, dramatic, and impressive. I absolutely think we're seeing actors come out of their comfort zone a little bit. Bradley Cooper is a great example. Recently, at the BAFTAs in particular, he broke way out of the norm, had on a very long, double-breasted tuxedo jacket, big, wide-leg trousers, very on-trend, but not something we've typically seen him in. We're going to see a lot of skin, we're going to see some male cleavage.
Lenny Kravitz, of course, doing the sheer or no shirt at all.
Lenny Kravitz, who just simply doesn't age. If I looked that good, I'd be showing as much skin as I possibly could. We've seen a lot more pastels and bright colors. I think that's the Barbie effect. And we've seen a lot of military-inspired looks. Barry Keoghan has embraced this. We're going to see a lot of jewelry, pearls, necklaces. Among designers, we are seeing a blending of traditional men's and women's wear styles.
I think that as fashion progresses and as time progresses, there is less attachment to ascribing a gender to fashion. And I think that is really what we are seeing with this new generation.
Hands down, the best dressed celebrity this season has been Coleman Domingo.
There's nothing that this man cannot do. There's nothing that he cannot wear. And he's really brought it forward to be creative outside just a traditional tuxedo.
Listen, I'm from a long league of men who wore pinky rings and gabardine and polyester, you know, but you know, had style and swagger. So I've always loved to dress. I think that's a great way to tell your story.
He has hit every trend. We've seen him in long jackets. We've seen him in big proportions. We've seen him in wide leg trousers, lots of jewelry. We've seen him show some skin. Literally every trend that we're going to see coming down the red carpet this season, he has nailed at one award or another.
I can actually go to every photograph of every image and tell you exactly what the story was. I remember this Versace pink suit that I wore. And I wore that because that was the first time we're coming out of the pandemic. And I put this on, and the tailor who started crying, and she said, people have been inside for so long, you're going to bring them joy. That color's going to make people feel good. And so that's why I wore it. I wore it for her and for her to make everybody feel good.
The Oscars is such a great opportunity for guys to really shine. It's your night, it's your event. Embrace it, follow the rules, or at least know the rules so that you can break them, but have fun.
All right, Joe, so here's what we did. We gathered all the guys to come and talk about fashion, right? And you're going to help us all out.
Absolutely. So now we're going to reveal our own personal men's fashion icons. And I'm going to go first, but before I do, I just want to do a quick shout out and say, clearly, as a kid, say you all understood the assignment. Because look, you've got the brown velvet, you've got the blue, wait, you've got the blue. Chris and I, well, the dog ate our homework.
Classic traditional.
I like to say yes, timeless, right? That's what we are. But when it comes to my own personal style icon, I'm gonna say Paul Mescal. Now, he evokes his classic styling in the most contemporary way, and it's always those small, subtle twists that work for me, and it's clearly the version of who I think I should be. Now, Chris, I know you spoke to him recently, and he just comes from a small town in Ireland, and he really never thought that fashion could be something he could be really that could be part of who he was. And I think working with his stylist, he understood that it was a form of storytelling and self-expression. And I think whether it's a small boutonniere or even a brooch or even his Connell chain from Normal People character or wearing a t-shirt under a tuxedo or no t-shirt at all, it's perfect, it's simple, it's striking, but it's always definitely memorable. Yeah. All right, DeMarco, your turn.
Gonna go with Coleman Domingo.
Yes.
The brother can do
Yes,
no
yes,
wrong, right?
yes.
Good one.
You know,
Very
he gives me a little Teddy Pendergrass meets Marvin Gaye, that little 70s, 80s like soul style.
Okay.
A
Yes.
pop of color,
Yep.
accessories,
TKO.
the mustache.
Yes,
He's working
I
the
love the
mustache,
mustache.
bringing it back to the red carpet there. But it's just something about, you know, how he just brings his own personality. And he does what only Coleman can do and get away with it. And he's gonna be wearing Louis Vuitton tonight.
He is wearing Louis Vuitton tonight, and I can tell you that Coleman was actually the top guy that most designers were fighting to dress tonight.
And he's not afraid of color.
Nope.
Color is not afraid of anything.
He told me, too, in our interview that when he picks his outfit, he's trying to tell a story. So we're going to see what that story is tonight
And
when he
I think that's
shows
sort
up.
of the through thread with men. I think we've seen sort of this transition out of like, oh, I'm just going to wear a black tuxedo to say, you know what, I can actually sit down with a stylist. I can sit down with a designer and do something that is crafted around my self-expression.
Yeah, Whit and I are taking baby steps. Where, you know, each year we're getting...
You took a bigger one than me today, but we're getting it. All right, Clayton, how about you?
Well, aside from being the second most fought after for designers this season,
of course.
Mine is Barry Keoghan for one selfish reason only. Short kings, man. Like, some of us aren't DeMarcos and Coleman Domingos that can pull this off often, but he's really simple. I like the color matchups he does, and he owns it on the carpet. And listen, for a guy who dances naked in his movie, he dresses up very, very nicely for red carpets.
Well, as for me, well, like Joe says, I put the repeat in step and repeat. But my men's fashion beau ideal is 1960s era Cary Grant in a tuxedo, with Sophia Loren in 1958's Houseboat, donning that green dinner jacket in 1960's The Grass is Greener, and returning one more time to his classic midnight blue wool for that touch of mink with Doris Day in 62. He is the epitome of gracious, witty sophistication in one's later years. And believe me, I'm all about one's later years these days. Now, they say he had a feud with the Oscars and didn't attend the ceremonies in the 60s. Imagine how he might have looked at the carpet in those days. It's like imagining what Kubrick's Napoleon might have looked like. What about you?
I love it. Look, I'm on board with all of that, but I'm going James Bond. 007.
Okay.
If we were drinking martinis today, they'd be shaken, not stirred. I just like the classic look. For me, it's like I'm still, Joe's helping me kind of like push myself out of my comfort zone a little bit. But if I were to channel someone who I don't think I'm quite there yet, but maybe someday, it's the Kenergy of Ryan Gosling. And I think we got some photographs here. Okay, wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. The one on the left is actually me from Halloween, okay? The one on the right, our graphics department had a great time with that. Not ready.
I think that looks very seamless.
I look good with someone else's chest. Yes, we can all look great.
Yes, I think that's a winner, Win. That's a winner.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Love this talk. I love this guy talk, right? Little fashion guy talk for the red carpet. Yes, let's do this again sometime.
Self-esteem booster.
All right. Again, for sharing your fashion icons, thank you. And coming up next, wait until you see the clip that we've uncovered of Ryan Gosling. This is long before he was an Oscar nominee. Let's just say it was from a TV show that never quite took off. That and much more when we return from the Oscars red carpet right here in Hollywood. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag... Not okay, ain't it? How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know.
I love that. Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're gonna be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, that people are gonna be murdered.
Definitely.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow. How long do I have to wait?
But what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I am truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
You should see me in the crowd. Gonna run, there's nothing to about. Watch me looking down, one by one.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families.
One by one.
Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in the crowd.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Reporting from Des Moines for the Iowa caucus, I'm Alex Crochet. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And welcome back to Hollywood and our countdown to the 96th Annual Academy Awards. In just a few hours, those coveted gold statuettes will be handed out. But right now, this is what the scene looks like outside the Dolby Theater, filling up with media, reporters, journalists from all over the world, ahead of the stars walking the red carpet. And Eva Pilgrim is inside, taking us behind the scenes of the Governor's Ball. And Eva, not only is this, of course, the official after party of the evening, it's also where a lot of stars have been known to, let's just say, let loose, so to speak. Have some fun.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be lots of eating, lots of drinking, lots of dancing. I'm here in the DJ booth. Don't worry, Whit. I'm not in charge of the music tonight. It's gonna be DJ Kiss and DJ MOS. And they actually told me they're pretty protective of this DJ booth. Like, they don't let people up here, so it's exciting that I'm here. The only person I think that snuck up here, talking about letting loose, Wesley Snipes a couple years ago got up here and he was dancing. Everyone was talking about it. They have a really fun memory. But the reason I'm up here is I wanted to show you the view of the room from here. So they've actually turned the lights down for us so you can see what it's going to look like when the crowd comes in tonight. Very moody. It is a beautiful room. And among those that will be here in the crowd, those nominees vying for Best Supporting Actor. Let's take a look back at their careers. The legendary Robert De Niro's 9th Oscar nomination set the record for the longest period between an actor's first and last nomination, 49 years. This year's nod comes for his portrayal of the murderous William Hale in Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
That oil, which should go to her sister's your wife. Well, he's taking money that by rights should go to Molly.
But before the Oscar noms and the iconic career, the up-and-coming 22-year-old New York City kid was an extra in this 1965 French film, 3 Rooms in Manhattan.
Hey, Lloyd, you be the psychiatrist. Sure, man.
In 1968, De Niro would land his first major role in the Brian De Palma black comedy film Greetings, about 3 young men jumping around New York City looking for ways to avoid the Vietnam War. In 1973, De Niro would star in his first of 11 Martin Scorsese films for the film Mean Streets.
You too good for this $10, huh? You too good for it. It's a good $10.
The next year would bring De Niro to new heights in Hollywood and cement him as one of the all-time greats with his first Oscar nomination and win in his legendary performance as a young Vito Corleone in The Godfather Part 2. But a few years earlier, De Niro was auditioning not for the role of Vito Corleone, but for the part of Sonny, which eventually went to James Caan.
You're gonna take both of them out on me. You're gonna take them, and you know what they're gonna do to you?
Ryan Gosling's third Oscar nomination comes for his performance as Ken, the Barbie-loving sidekick turned patriarchal villain in Greta Gerwig's summer blockbuster, Barbie.
This is no longer Barbie's dream house. This shall henceforth be known as Ken's Mojo Dojo Casa House.
Long before his multifaceted, Ken-ergetic performance, Ryan Gosling was showing audiences near and wide his array of talents as an aspiring childhood actor, singer, and dancer. Impressing casting directors here in the Disney Channel's The Mickey Mouse Club. Gosling would co-star with the likes of Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and Kerry Russell, to name just a few. Here he is with a young Justin Timberlake.
So me and Justin were wondering how you guys got the name for your band, Escape.
He took quite the U-turn from the Mickey Mouse Club to the children's anthology horror series, Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Excuse me, no cutting in line.
That's my brother, he's not dead.
In the children's horror series Goosebumps, he comes into possession of a cursed camera.
I mean, look at this thing. I mean, there's nowhere to put the film or nowhere to even open it.
In 1999, he was cast in The Unbelievables alongside Steve Carell and Tim Curry.
There was a swinging party in the tiki room at the Fortress of Anna. It was one hell of a lovin'. Ew.
A rarely before-seen television superhero pilot, which was quickly canceled.
Oh, I got this. Game.
Mark Ruffalo snagged his 4th Oscar nomination in the Best Supporting Actor category for his performance in Poor Things.
You're always reading now, Benno. You're losing some of your adorable way of speaking.
He now joins the ranks of Jeff Bridges, Robert Duvall, Jack Nicholson, and Al Pacino for the most ever nominations in that category. But like many actors, you gotta start somewhere.
3 pimples you have, 7.
Yes, that's a 22-year-old Mark Ruffalo plugging Clearasil. And if you don't remember this appearance, you're not alone. In 1992, he would appear in Arresting Behavior, which was canceled after just 5 episodes.
Just how fast are you going? Well, I don't know, maybe 20? No, I'm gonna ask you again. How fast are you going? 25?
In 1996, Ruffalo would dazzle audiences in his breakout performance in the iconic off-Broadway play, This Is Our Youth. Throughout the 90s, he would star in low-budget indie films like Mirror, Mirror 2, Raven Dance.
Doctors. All those guys know about is drugs.
And the quirky 1998 comedy, Safe Men.
Sweet stash, man. Thanks, bro.
And rose to new heights in the Sundance winner, You Can Count on Me.
But it's not like I'm down there in some redneck bar in Florida. I'm having an argument with some stripper's boyfriend, and I suddenly say to myself, hey, this would be a great time to really stick it to Sammy and get myself locked up for a few months.
Hey. Sterling K. Brown is up for his first Academy Award for his nuanced performance as the charismatic brother of fellow Oscar nominee Jeffrey Wright in American Fiction.
Did you know Dad had affairs?
Oh, for sure. How? You could just tell. Lisa told me she saw him kissing a white woman once.
In 2002, Brown landed a small role alongside fellow nominee Paul Giamatti, Al Pacino, and John Goodman in the theater production of The Resistible Rise of Arturo Ui. That same year, he appeared in the 2002 TV docudrama Smallpox.
She had a high fever, but nothing that was too alarming. She was complaining of headache, back pain.
In the mid-2000s, Sterling would begin a run of one-off performances on major network television shows like ER.
Do you have any idea how much 24/7 nursing care in the state facility costs?
In NYPD Blue, he is accused of killing a mob boss's daughter with a stolen car.
But the door's open, the keys are in it. It's like he was asking me to steal it.
In 2005, James Spader and Kerry Washington are trying to get their wrongfully accused client off of death row in an episode of Boston Legal.
The question is, do I go with God on my side or not?
Robert Downey Jr. picked up his third Academy Award nomination for his portrayal of Louis Strauss in Oppenheimer.
I gave him exactly what he wanted. To be remembered for Trinity. Not Hiroshima. Not Nagasaki. He should be thanking.
He was first nominated over 30 years ago for his uncanny performance as the silent film master in Chaplin, and would be recognized for his controversial performance in the Hollywood satire Tropic Thunder. But before the awards and the box office juggernaut Iron Man franchise, he first graced the silver screen as a 5-year-old boy in his father's 1970 movie, The Pound. He would go on to appear in a series of his father's films like 1972's Greaser's Palace, where after a tragic ending, his character miraculously comes back to life. And like many before him and after him, he paid his dues as a background actor in this 1980 film, Up the Academy. In 1985, he would join the cast of Saturday Night Live.
I know why whales beach themselves. Spider-Man told me!
He was gone after just one season, saying he was ill-suited for rapid-fire sketch comedy. But he started to make his way in Hollywood after being cast in several films alongside the 1980s teen darlings, The Brat Pack. Here he is as the bully, Ian, in Weird Science.
Sorry, boys. Momentary loss of motor.
And in the 1987 film Less Than Zero, Downey delivers one of his rawest performances of his young career.
I was wondering if I could stay at home tonight. I just really would love to wake up and know where the hell I am for once. It'd be a nice change of pace for me.
It's just so cool to see all of those old clips. And I'm losing my mind getting to watch all of this happen here in the governor's ballroom. We're seeing the finishing touches put on these different food stations. And I just want you guys to take note of this room. Across the room, there are these panels that are set up, and pictures in these panels represent each of the Best Picture nominees. That's part of the decoration here. Soon this room will be flooded with all of the who's who of Hollywood, and those special moments that we all hear about that happen will happen right here. And Lindsay, also I want to tell you, Lindsay, because I know you're wearing heels like me, I've tested all the seats in this room. I found the most comfortable chair. It is those curved sofas, in case anyone is wondering.
Okay.
It's all about the comfortable seating for me.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you,
Eva, can you just go ahead and wedge one of the exit doors open? We'll just we'll sneak in. We'll meet you in there.
Those chocolate statuettes.
Exactly. Just right in the door, and then we'll get full access. Thank you, Eva. And the actors, of course, have all reminded us just how grateful they are, too, for every walk-on part, small role, any gig that they first had when they were starting out. And look at where it led them now. We are leading to more big celebrity interviews when we return after this break. Don't go anywhere. Our exclusive live coverage from the Oscars red carpet continues right after this.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations and people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
And welcome back. You are looking live at this year's Oscars red carpet. We're just about 15 minutes away from the official opening of the red carpet. Everything getting started an hour earlier than usual this year, and the nominees are on their way here.
And I have to tell you, it was a real thrill to sit down with many of those talented artists recently at the nominees luncheon, including the first Native American nominated for Best Actress, talking, of course, about Lily Gladstone. She says the celebration of her performance in Killers of the Flower Moon shows the potential impact Indigenous people can have on and off screen.
You got nice color skin. What color would you say that is?
My color.
So where were you when you found out that you were nominated?
I was in Pasco, Oklahoma on the Osage Reservation. So I was FaceTiming with my parents. My mom was filming the TV screen so I could see it and I couldn't read it through the phone. So I was like, no, Mom, I want to see you and Dad. So she flipped the camera around and I learned based on their reactions that it had gone that way.
And how have the Osage responded to all of this attention?
One of the silver linings of having been on strike when the film came out and not being able to take to carpets to talk about it, it gave the spotlight to Osage people who had worked on the film, people who were descendants of survivors and victims of the Reign of Terror to go and speak about it first, which felt really appropriate. The story ultimately belongs to them. It was made by Martin Scorsese, but made with Osage people. It's really remarkable to see the kind of discourse that it's raised. You know, the level of ownership and pride of this story. It's one of the few times in my own career when I've seen a role I'm playing on screen and I'm just feeling for that person. Like, I felt so much protectiveness over Molly watching her in a way that, like, you know, kind of the way you stand up for your friends before you stand up for yourself. I need you here.
I'm right here, Molly.
When you feel for her and you fall in love with her beautiful sisters, her incredible mother, these like incredibly emotionally heavy, impactful moments brought by these women on screen. There was a real humanization in getting at the heart of the people and looking at this relationship as an analogy for this larger system of exploitation of indigenous people, of indigenous trust. I think the film really did an immense job.
I've read that you kept a picture of Molly on the front of your script, and that it was important for you to show her as a survivor, not so much a victim.
I think a lot of actors get really excited to do a bio piece. You know, I am too. There's pieces that I'm looking at because you get to really sit and study somebody else's voice, their intonation, their body language. There was none of that for Molly. There were photographs. So these two photos that I had, the front was Molly before she had met Ernest. It was from a photo that she took with her sisters when they were very young. The look on her face, I just would sit and absorb who she was. But then on the other side of my binder, I had a photo of her not long before she passed away. She has this kind of like head tilt that I totally could see in her granddaughter. It's a little bit of a wry smile. And her head was up, and she just looked like she had won. Her spirit is an Osage woman, and she reclaimed what was hers as best as she could.
Your reaction to being the first Native American woman to ever get Best Actress for the Academy Awards?
Being the first Native American nominee for this kind of blows my mind because the origin of film, some of the earliest film reels that people were watching, pouring out to go see, were made by Native people, documenting and showing and capturing some of our dances, some of our own stories. American Indians were at the heart of Hollywood in the 1920s. You know, those artists back then really influenced the culture of film. Just because it's overdue doesn't mean that's not wonderful. Doesn't mean that it doesn't have a huge impact for leading actress. It's a big deal. It's long overdue, but it's very welcome.
The potential to make some real history there. More from the Oscars red carpet when we return in just a few minutes. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion. Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say. Did you see the documentary? The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool. All right, this is it. These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
National forests are good places to get away. But sometimes bad things happen in good places.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
All I could see was her feet sticking up. My knees went weak.
This is a human skull.
We were definitely against the clock.
How many more victims are out there?
Wild Crime at Blood Mountain. Now streaming only on Hulu.
911. What's your emergency?
Get him out now!
It takes a special someone to want to live this life.
Suit up, we're heading inside.
We're in the business of saving lives.
I got a pulse.
911.
No
No matter how dark it gets, we're here together.
911, coming March 14th to ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. ABC News Live Prime, winner of the Gracie Award for Best News Program in all of television. Stream ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, weeknights on ABC News Live.
Reporting from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta, I'm Faith Abube. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to our ABC coverage from Hollywood. We are the official home of the Oscars and so happy to be joining you live from the red carpet. We've been taking a look at how a few of tonight's nominees started their acting careers early on. Some look back fondly at their earliest roles, others not so much.
Yes, and with that, it's time to take a look at the women of the Best Supporting Actress category long before they were nominees. So let's go back to our colleague DeMarco Morgan now for that. DeMarco.
It is good to see you guys again. Now, 4 out of the 5 in this category, it is their first nomination. And before this, they were in Disney Channel movies and on theater stages, but only one, and I mean one, can take home the gold tonight.
America Ferrera picks up her first nomination as the everyday mom, Gloria, a pivotal role which provides the powerful and widely acclaimed monologue in Barbie.
You're supposed to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or that you threaten other women, because you're supposed to be a part of the sisterhood, but always stand out.
Stand out she did as the lively and passionate Yolanda showing off her dance moves at the 2002 Disney Channel movie Gotta Kick It Up. A role that she jokingly says put her on the map.
I was pretty sure I would be nominated for an Academy Award for Gotta Kick It Up. I was really disappointed in the Academy to learn that they didn't consider Disney Channel movies. So, 17-year-old America is wondering what took so long.
In 2002, she didn't have to wait long to be cast as the lead in her first feature film, the coming-of-age drama Real Women Have Curves. She plays a young Anna Garcia, who in a precursor to her now infamous Barbie monologue, defies her mother's traditional views on how a woman should look.
How dare anybody try to tell me what I should look like or what I should be when there's so much more to me than just my weight? I can't breathe.
That same year, she would be cast in a single episode of the CBS drama Touched by an Angel, where she plays a special needs student bombarded by constant bullying from her high school classmates.
Walk out of that class every time I can hear those kids. Oh, special needs, she must be stupid. I'm not stupid.
The next year would be career-defining for Ferrera, as she was catapulted into the mainstream in her breakout performance on ABC's comedy drama series, Ugly Betty.
Betty Suarez.
Hi.
Da'Vine Joy Randolph is nominated for her first Oscar for her layered performance in The Holdovers as Mary Lamb, the head cook of a prep school who's coping with the loss of her son in the Vietnam War.
My little sister Peggy and her husband invited me to go visit them at Roxbury, but I feel like it's too soon.
She began her journey nearly 20 years ago as a musical theater major at Temple University, starring as the witch in plays like Into the Woods and the lead in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. An experience that would take her to London's West End in 2012, where she auditioned for an understudy role in Ghost the Musical.
Hi, my name is Da'Vine Joy Randolph. I am currently here in London rehearsing for the role of Oda Mae Brown in Ghost.
She got that role and quickly caught the eyes of critics on Broadway, earning her a Tony Award nomination.
That's why I find my dreams and wishes.
In 2013, she was paying her dues and fighting for fair wages in a single episode of The Good Wife.
Do you realize that we get paid 10% less than staff at other Chicago firms of our size?
Mr. Altman.
The next year, Randolph would be cast as a nurse in the film The Angriest Man in Brooklyn, one of Robin Williams' last films. An experience she says she will never forget.
I was quite literally probably the last person on the call sheet, the lowest person on the totem pole. And I think he may have talked to me more than he talked to anybody else. And I'll never forget how that man was so generous and sought me out to encourage me and impart wisdom.
Emily Blunt is a force as Kitty Oppenheimer, the wife and guardian of the film's protagonist, Robert J. Oppenheimer.
You sit there, day after day, letting them pick our lives to pieces. Why won't you fight?
She began her career over 20 years ago when, at the age of 18, she first took the stage at the famed West End Theater alongside Dame Judi Dench and the play The Royal Family. From royalty to fighting the Romans, that's a young Emily Blunt as a Celtic princess in the 2003 British television drama The Warrior Queen. She would jump from television to film, making her feature debut playing a young woman of wealth and privilege in the critically acclaimed drama My Summer of Love in 2004.
There are some people that are just put on this planet who are made to succeed, or just made to blossom. It's impossible to find a lovely...
Succeed she would, making her international debut in the 2006 classic The Devil Wears Prada.
Andrea Sachs? Yes? Great. Human Resources certainly has an odd sense of humor. Follow me.
Danielle Brooks snags her first Academy Award nomination alongside fellow nominee Coleman Domingo for her unyielding performance as Sophia in The Color Purple.
I love Hako. God knows I do. But I'll kill him dead before I let him or anybody beat me.
It was almost 10 years ago that Brooks made a splash on Broadway in that very same role, catapulting her to stardom.
I don't tell you how to...
It wasn't long before she would leave the production to join the cast of Orange is the New Black and be introduced to audiences worldwide as the iconic character Tasty Jefferson.
If I was thinking, I would have known that I never had a chance.
And in Masters of None, playing the forceful agent of Aziz Ansari's character, Deb.
All right, listen. You are going to calm down. You're going to put on a big old smile, and you're going to get on Raven Live and get this money. You hear me?
From getting clients on Raven Live to playing a bird herself, that's Brooks as the voice of Olive Blue in the animated film Angry Birds.
Oh, I felt a peck.
The iconic Jodie Foster earned her 5th Oscar nomination for her performance in Nyad as Bonnie Stowe, the coach and confidant of fellow nominee Annette Bening's character, Diana Nyad.
This isn't about you or your destiny. This is about me, okay? For once, this is about me.
Long before she was training swimmers boatside on the waters of the Caribbean,
Don't be a paleface. Use Coppertone.
she was promoting Coppertone sunscreen on this boat in 1965 when she was just 3 years old. She would get her first on-screen television credit at the age of 5 in the Andy Griffith spinoff show Mayberry RFD.
Until Prince Charming comes, and when he kisses her, she'll awaken.
Her childhood acting career would continue in this classic 1969 episode of The Doris Day Show.
What's a false alarm? When somebody comes to put out a fire and there is no fire.
And this 1971 episode of My Three Sons, she plays the adorable little Susan, who along with her classmates falls for the new teacher.
Ask her about Mr. Curly. What's he wearing?
Foster would be catapulted to stardom when at the age of 14, she would become one of the youngest actors in Hollywood history to be nominated for an Oscar for her brilliant performance in Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
Why do you want me to go back to my parents? I mean, they hate me. Why do you think I split in the first place? There ain't nothing there.
Will Jodie Foster pick up her 3rd Oscar this year, or will there be a new face enshrined in Academy Award history?
Now, Jodie Foster's nomination for Nyad comes 29 years after her last Oscar bid back in 1995. But Da'Vine seems like she's the one to beat this season. And if I'm a betting man, and you know me, I think somebody's going to be singing a victory tune before the night is out. We'll send things back to you.
All right, a lot of people on board with that. Yes. I love seeing those early clips, by the way. Not sure the nominees like seeing them when we put them on the air, but it's a lot of fun. DeMarco, thank you so much. Coming up right here, we are going to take a look at the race for Best Actor. Will Cillian Murphy finish out his award season run with his very first Oscar? Stay with us for that and much more when we come back live from the red carpet.
There's so many ways to love ya. Got me like
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down. There we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
Special Agent Will Trent.
Will can see things that no one else does.
I know who the killer is.
Good work, partner.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Hollywood. We are live from our great position along the arrivals carpet at the Dolby Theater, site of tonight's 96th Annual Academy Awards. We're starting to see a bit more traffic on the carpet. Hopefully the nominees who are on their way are not hitting too much of that traffic. We are also just getting word that the red carpet is officially open.
Open for business.
So it's on.
This is certainly one Hollywood party you do not want to show up fashionably late. We can imagine the 5 talented men nominated tonight for Best Actor are all well aware and mindful of that. Here's a reminder of who's vying for the Oscar in this category.
I have had the misfortune of teaching you this semester. And even with my ocular limitations, I witnessed firsthand your glazed, uncomprehending expressions.
Sir, I don't understand.
That's glaringly apparent.
When I came to you with those calculations, we thought we might start a chain reaction that would destroy the entire world.
I remember it well. What happened?
I believe we did.
You're not fed up with it. The black people in poverty, black people rapping, black people as slaves, black people murdered by the police, whole soaring narratives about black folks in dire circumstances who still manage to maintain their dignity before they die.
And I love music. I love music so much, it keeps me glued to life even when I'm most depressed. And I can get very deeply depressed. But I have a work ethic, and that keeps me afloat.
On the day that I was born black, I was also born a homosexual. They either believe in freedom and justice for all, or they do not.
Some compelling roles
Yes.
there. So is Cillian Murphy, though, still the one to beat? Variety's Clayton Davis is back with us to handicap this race. What do you think?
Cillian is the one to beat. However, this is a battle of the veterans this year. We have a 12-time Academy Award nominee Bradley Cooper here. Paul Giamatti hasn't won yet. Jeffrey Wright hasn't won, but Cillian, after Globe, SAG, BAFTA, that's hard to beat. I think it's going along with the Oppenheimer, big
the
Oppenheimer
momentum
night.
is there.
It's all
I've
there.
also been hearing about Paul Giamatti, so we'll see.
Spoiler,
Could be
he's a could win. It could actually happen. There.
Okay.
or tie, maybe. All right. Thank you, Clayton. And as we mentioned, the red carpet is now officially open for business. The stars have started to arrive, so many of them playing a role in tonight's festivities, including our next guests who are standing by with Chris and Kelly.
Hey guys, here I am with celebrity DJs, DJ MOS and DJ Kiss, who I actually am friends with too. You guys have been doing this for like 8 or 9 years. Does it just, the pressure increase as you get, more and more into the years with this? What's it like for you?
No, not really. I mean, really, we're very comfortable being here. Like I said, we've been here 8, 9 years, so we kind of understand the crowd and know what to do. So
yeah,
but
it's always an honor. It's always an honor.
Yeah. Where do you start? What's the song that you play that you want everyone to get on the dance floor to? What's that song this year?
Really?
I would say we like to keep it classic. So I would say Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Everybody hits the floor.
Definitely, yeah. Or Prince Kiss.
Okay, I like that. So what happens when you have one of the winners or one of the nominees for Best Original Song walk into that governor's ball? Like, do you try and drop that track? What's that like for you guys? Is there pressure? What is that?
Not really. I mean, honestly, I remember when Mark Ronson won, we're a big fan of his album, so we were able to drop a couple tracks from his album as well, so.
A lot of the best song nominees the best songs are very cinematic. So they're not really for a party. They work better in a movie, so yeah.
Okay. Hottest song this year that you think you guys are going to play? What is that going to be? That came out, a new song. Yeah.
The new Beyonce, definitely, 100%, yeah. It's #1 right now.
It's #1 on multiple charts, so you got to play that tonight.
So we're thinking we're going to see a lot of famous people doing the line dance tonight at the party?
A lot of line dancing tonight.
Take me back to your first Oscars and then fast forward to this one. What's been the journey, for both of you guys, especially that you get to do this together too?
First of all, it's a blessing to be able to do this with my wife. But we've matured so much over the years and just kind of grown with the show. I mean, the show's been around for a long time, but in the last 9 years, we've definitely grown.
It's a journey, and the Oscars really anchors the year. So we really look forward to it. When it's a couple of months out, we start getting ready, we start getting excited, and it's just, like I said, it's a tremendous honor to be here and help celebrate all of the nominees and winners.
You heard it here first. Celebrities are going to be line dancing. Back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
We love it. All right. The party just getting started. Kelly, thank you so much. You can see the red carpet really starting to get more crowded, too. We have more stars on their way to us. So stay tuned. We'll be back from Hollywood live on the Oscars red carpet right after this on ABC.
You're going to be line dancing.
Sure, yeah.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag
Not a carry in it.
How important it made to USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion. Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
And that's sort of a loss for what to say. Did you see the documentary? The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
How long do I have to wait?
So what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir.
We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
You should see me in the crowd. Got no numbers, nothing to hide. Watch me looking down, one by one.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families.
One by one.
Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in a crowd.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Reporting outside the Gaza Strip, I'm Matt Gutman. Wherever the news is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And as you can see, with the red carpet now officially open, the photographers and the fans finally getting a chance to see their favorite stars in person. We're all wondering who's going to be the early bird today. Who are going to be the first stars to show up? We will find out. And now we're going to turn to the race for Best Supporting Actor. Robert Downey Jr. is the frontrunner after an incredible award season ride. But the category is stacked with a lot of talented actors, including a first-time nominee, a Hollywood legend making history, repeat nominees, and of course, a whole lot of Kenergy.
No, Ken, this is my dream house. It is my dream house. It's mine.
No, this is no longer Barbie's dream house. This shall henceforth be known as Ken's Mojo Dojo Casa House.
I've talked it over with Hoover. He'll hold McCarthy at bay while you do this with the AEC. Trial? No trial. You can't give Oppenheimer a platform.
Right. Become the very thing I hate, a grasping succubus of a lover. Tried many of them off me, now I'm it.
You told him to do it in the front of the head, and why did he do it in the back of the head? It's so simple. The front is the front, the back is the back. He has to make it look like he done it himself. It just looks like murder.
I've been thinking a lot lately about how Dad died not knowing I'm gay.
I think he suspected it.
He may have, but he didn't know for sure.
Stiff competition again. Our team of experts assemble. Let's handicap this race. Is this a done deal for Robert Downey Jr.?
Yes, but
It is.
but we have to look at this. There's always a surprise on the night. No one's really expecting it to be in this category, but Ryan Gosling, many people who saw and loved Barbie often say he's the funniest part of that movie. And what kind of a win would that be? It would be one of the best wins that the Academy ever chose. But Mark Ruffalo, watch out for him. 4-time nominee, hasn't won yet. We'll see if Iron Man can actually beat the Incredible Hulk. I think he probably can.
He was hilarious in Poor Things, by the way. We were talking about
very
Buffalo.
naughty.
Yes, yes. All right, and Chris and Kelly, your thoughts as well.
I mean, yes, Robert Downey Jr. absolutely is a lock for this win tonight. However, if there's a surprise, I'm going to put some money, and it's not going to win me much. I'll put some money on Sterling K. Brown because I absolutely loved his performance in American Fiction. I thought that he was so brilliant, so captivating, and in a season when, quite frankly, no one else was really talking about him being in contention, I thought that the Oscars might beat the place where he shows up. And lo and behold, on nomination day, he showed up, and I thought that was so right.
As you hear the cheers for Ryan Gosling following his performance of I'm Just Ken, you'll wonder why he's not winning this award. Here's why. Robert Downey Jr. has one of the most significant careers of the 21st century in Hollywood. His casting as Iron Man transformed what the Marvel movies could become and the kind of talent they would be able to cast in future movies. And his journey to sobriety is one of the most inspiring stories in this entire town. He's going to win, and it's going to mean a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Lindsay?
Absolutely, an incredibly inspiring story, and a lot of those stories that we're going to be following throughout the course of the day. Thanks to everyone. We are not done yet with our Oscars predictions. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll find out which film is favored to take home the biggest prize of the night. As we go to break, again, another look at the stars arriving in all their Oscars splendor. Take a look at that red carpet.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations and people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
ABC News Live Prime, winner of the Gracie Award for Best News Program in all of television. Stream ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, weeknights on ABC News Live.
From the volcanic landscapes of southwestern Iceland, I'm James Longman. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Back now, all the
red carpet here at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood as we count down to tonight's Oscars. All the excitement is being broadcast to you live right here on ABC leading up to tonight's big awards show.
Yep, and as we mentioned, a lot of people will be rooting for Coleman Domingo, a journeyman actor who could make history with a win tonight. Recently, I sat down with the breakout star of Rustin, whose professional acting career actually spans nearly 30 years.
Chief, you call it trouble, I call it an opportunity.
Let's talk about Bayard Rustin. What did you know about him before you actually read the script?
I know more than most people, because I learned about him when I was about 19 years old when I was a student at Temple University, because I wanted to know more about my own personal history. And I thought, who is this? And the fact that he organized the March on Washington, and he was openly gay. My mind was blown. As a 19-year-old, I found him like, oh, here's somebody who is really owning his power and vigorously challenging social norms in many ways, you know, yet he was marginalized in history books because he was openly gay.
We are going to put together the largest peaceful protest in the history of this nation.
How big?
100,000 people.
You've been on this journey for 3 decades, you know, doing off-Broadway gigs, bartending in between. What does it mean to you to be an Oscar nominee?
You know, I actually hope that this is inspirational to my fellow journeymen.
Coleman.
The people out there who are doing the work for a long time and may not get a lot of shine. I'm one of them. And it can happen for you when you continue to dedicate yourself to the work.
It's got to be truly meaningful for you.
It is in such extraordinary ways, in ways that I never imagined. I am able to look back now and see that all the times where I wasn't sort of invited to the table or I didn't get that audition, or it was all building to the person I am now.
Another big role I want to ask you about, The Color Purple.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I mean, this iconic role playing Mr.
You're black. You're poor. You're ugly. You a woman. I should have kept you under my shoe like the roach you is.
First of all, I had to put my arms around Mr. and I had to love him and understand why was he hurting. He wasn't that far away from all the impact of slavery when it comes to black men in America. He's steeped in toxic masculinity and generational trauma.
And you, through this film and others recently, you've become close with Oprah. True or false, though, your mother used to actually write letters to Oprah in hopes that one day she would see you and recognize your talents?
True. As a young actor, artist trying to find their way, yeah, I'm a mama's boy. I would talk to my mother like probably at least a couple times a week. And every so often my mother would say, you know, I wrote Oprah today. I was like, why? Well, because Oprah helps people. I was like, okay, Mom. Years later, we started organically becoming friends. And suddenly it came to me, I think, should I tell her this? And I thought, yeah, I said, hey, oh, do you know that my mother wrote you, I think at least 6 times? And she was like, really? I said, yeah, she really wanted us to know each other. And she passed away in 2006, and I think I just realized that her letters reached you.
She said she didn't actually receive the letters.
Right.
But
she received them. She believed that...
Received the message.
Yeah, she received...
From your mother.
Exactly. Everything that has happened, even me sitting here with you, I think of dreams of my mother. I just wanted to be a respected actor that worked in small professional theaters, etc. But my mother wanted and saw bigger things for me.
And if your mother, Edith, could see you and speak to you right now, Oscar nominee, what would she say?
I know she would say the thing that she always said to me. I love you so much, and I'm so proud of you.
Hey, Coleman, one big smile at me. There you go.
He was so fun to talk
Yes,
to. By the way, he did promise me coffee when he came on the red carpet, but I don't think they're going to allow it. Yes, exactly. So the orders are in, Coleman. You heard it here first. All right, it is time for us to talk about the biggest prize of the night, of course, Best Picture, and we're going to bring in all of our contributors for this one. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and put up the graphic on the screen to remind everyone of the 10 films nominated.
Okay, guys, with the time we have, let's just cut to the chase. Tell us which picture you think is going to win for Best Picture. Clayton, let's start with you.
It's Oppenheimer because the Oscar God said so, and it's and it's the most awarded film since Argo had a perfect season. It's going to win.
Joe?
I say Oppenheimer too. I mean, that tidal wave is unstoppable.
Is everybody going to say
I don't want to say Oppenheimer, but I liked it, and it felt grand and big and like Hollywood, like you expect it to be. So Oppenheimer.
I love a surprise. American Fiction.
Yeah, love that.
Switch it up.
All right, we're switching it up there. Let's go to Chris and Kelly. Your predictions.
I mean, Oppenheimer is going to win. Who I would love to see win is American Fiction, or I really love Killers of the Flower Moon, too.
I'm going to say Past Lives because somebody should say Past Lives. But Oppenheimer's going to win in the classic Academy style.
Yeah.
It's just like when Spielberg won for Schindler's List, Zemeckis won for Forrest Gump, even Peter Jackson for the last Lord of the Rings movie. The Oscars noticed that you had a big commercial hit a few years ago, and it rewards you for your serious film. Hence, Oppenheimer. With Lindsay?
Okay. Kelly and Chris, also want to ask you, a lot of huge performances tonight. We know all the nominees for Best Original Song will perform. We talked about Billie Eilish. We talked about Ryan Gosling singing I'm Just Ken. What are you both most looking forward to in terms of the performances tonight?
Yeah, you know, I know that everyone is looking forward to seeing Ryan Gosling perform, and I am too. But Billie Eilish, because I thought she just killed it at the Grammys. I thought that was such a beautiful performance, and I want to see what she's going to bring to the Oscars tonight.
I think what we all love is those emotional speeches, the speeches that really come from the heart. Lily Gladstone and Robert Downey Jr. very much in a position to deliver those kinds of speeches that people remember for years afterwards. And at the end of an amazing journey for both of them, it will be fascinating to hear their words and their feelings at that moment.
Agreed.
What are you looking most forward to,
We're
Clayton?
going to have some reggaeton on the Oscars.
yes.
Becky G is here. That's what I'm looking forward to.
How about you, Joe?
Oh, of course, the breakout fashion. And I love seeing our pop stars. I mean, Ariana Grande is going to be presenting. And, of course, Zendaya will be here. So, like, you know, seeing what they wear is going to be a bit of a surprise, too.
All right, Eva DeMarco, what do you think? What are you looking for?
Emotional speeches. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm looking to see who the dates are. She's like all night. I'm going to be watching all night to see do they change their dates later in the night?
So I guess we're going to have all the tea spilled on GMA3 tomorrow then, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Who's coming with Bradley Cooper?
All right, guys. Well, look, we had a lot of fun today. Thanks so much to all of our contributors, the whole team, for keeping us on track today. But before we sign off, a reminder that our exclusive live red carpet coverage continues immediately following this broadcast on our streaming platform, ABC News Live, from 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 1 to 3:30 p.m. for those of you who are watching out west. And we have many nominees headed our way right now, so don't miss that.
You can hear some of the applause as they're making their way down. Then at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 p.m. Pacific, tune back to ABC Television for the official Oscars pre-show. And as we have mentioned, the big telecast, the 96th annual Oscars begins 1 hour earlier this year, live at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on ABC. Also, of course, streaming live at abc.com and on the ABC app. You can also stream the Oscars live on several platforms that carry ABC. Lots of ways to watch.
Yes, lots of ways to watch it. Hey, we're still getting started, so come back and join us on streaming. But for now, thank you so much for joining us from Hollywood on behalf of our entire team right here on the red carpet. Have a great Oscars Sunday. Cheers, guys.
Woo.
do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
911, what's your emergency?
Get him out now! It takes a special someone to want to live this life.
Suit up, we're heading inside.
We're in the business of saving lives.
I got a pulse.
911.
No matter how dark it gets, we're here together. 911, coming March 14th to ABC.
This is an ABC News Live special.
And the Oscar goes to...
Oscar Sunday has arrived. This is it. And the red carpet is open for business. After a long award season.
She's aged by 8 years since she started doing interviews.
The biggest prizes in Hollywood are on the line.
We got 4 hours of material.
Who will take home gold on the Oscar stage?
I love Christopher Nolan.
And who will shine on the red carpet?
It's bedlam out there.
Right now, right here, the films.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
What are we all thinking? Bomb.
The fashion, and the nominees who could make history in just a few hours. What was life like for those stars long before the Oscars? We uncover the long-lost clips of some of their earliest roles and hear from the people who knew them before they were famous. Come with us behind the scenes with backstage access you won't see anywhere else. The stars are out and going to be partying.
All night long. All night long. All night long. All night long.
This is your official streaming countdown to the Oscars on ABC News Live. Here now from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Lindsay Davis and Whit Johnson.
We are so excited to be back this year reporting live from the Oscars carpet. Lindsay, I don't know about you, it didn't take much arm twisting, I think, to get us to come back for another year, right?
Not at all for me. Same here. I was like Hollywood's biggest night round 2.
We're there.
Where do I sign up? A lot of fun, the fashion, the red carpet, the buzz, the glitz, the glamour, excitement, anticipation, all the superlatives. This might be one of those times when the sequel is actually better than the original.
Yes, absolutely. And a reminder, we are streaming all the action for you live over the next 2.5 hours as the nominees and presenters make their way down the red carpet. We'll bring you interviews with your favorite stars and much, much more to help you get ready for tonight's awards.
All right, so let's kick it off right now by bringing in one of tonight's nominees. She's the talented composer up for an Oscar tonight for her original score for the film American Fiction. Laura Cartman, a first-time Oscar nominee. Congratulations.
Thank
You're
you.
looking super fabulous.
Thank you. Well, you know, it's a day to celebrate. What can I tell you?
How you feeling?
I feel amazing. I'm so excited to be here. The atmosphere is great. It's electric, and it's just going to grow and grow and grow as the night goes on.
And this is your first nomination
It
for an
is.
Oscar. That's got to be extremely special. How does that feel?
It feels like a dream come true. I mean, I know everybody is going to step here and tell you the same thing over and over again, but it truly is. It's like nothing you can imagine for yourself, and then when it happens, it's just the yummiest thing ever.
The yummiest. I love that
Yeah,
description.
truly.
Now, you're only the 11th woman to be nominated in this category. Why do you think that it's so rare for women?
Well, actually, in the score category, I'm the 6th. It's confusing. We don't need to get into all of Oscar history,
We like the
right?
details.
Yeah,
Yes.
but there have been different categories, but I'm the 6th. I think our field has been slow to open up to women, and I think we're doing better now. This is evidence because in the last 4 years, there have been 4 women nominated. So I think it's opening up, but we have a lot of work to do.
American Fiction was such an incredible film. It had humor, it was heartwarming, it pushed boundaries. Where did you get the inspiration to write this score?
I got the inspiration from Cord Jefferson and from Percival Everett, who wrote the original book, Erasure. I mean, they are incredible artists, and they had rich, rich material that really describes the entire human condition and the journey of Monk. And so it was a very, very rich score to compose and a rich palette of emotions to work with.
How did you come up with the idea of using Jeffrey Wright's voice as an instrument?
Well, I mean, have you heard him talk?
That's true.
Yeah, I think it's kind of obvious. I mean, he's like a rich, mellow saxophone. So I think he winds up, and Eric Alexander as well, they wind up being part of the jazz ensemble, which is really exciting, and that's how we supported a lot of the drama that goes on in the movie.
Laura Cartman, congratulations already. Just being a nominee, just being here is so exciting, but we're going to be rooting for you tonight.
Thank you so much. It's a sweet day, everybody.
I like the bag, too. I missed the bag. You are ready for the party.
And I'll tell you what, even though you're not going to know what to do with it, here's a chocolate.
We got some, yes, you bring treats and everything. We need snacks.
You've got a long day ahead.
You get the Oscar from us, that's for sure.
Thanks so much, I appreciate it.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks again. Thank you.
And now to our next live interview. He's the celebrated composer and director with an extensive list of credits, from Green Book, King Richard, and The Color Purple, to television shows like Bridgerton. Tonight, he is nominated for an Oscar for Best Documentary Short for The Last Repair Shop, along with his co-director, Ben Proudfoot. Chris Bowers. Well, look at that. You just walked right up just in time. Like, is he going to make it? Yeah. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty amazing. It's a special day for sure. Yeah.
I bet. So The Last Repair Shop, this was really a full circle moment for you. Explain that.
Yeah, that's right. So I grew up here in LA. I went to LAUSD schools, and the music rooms and the pianos were always a special place for me. It's like where I expressed myself, where I worked through things, and I never knew there was this unseen force and organization that was helping those instruments stay in tune and stay fixed. And that's this repair shop that I found making this film.
And let's just talk about the impact. I mean, we're talking about maybe 500,000 children whose instruments and whose lives may have been changed.
Yeah, exactly. It's been going on for 65 years. That's generations of people who've come through the school system playing instruments that have been fixed there. There are over 100,000 instruments, and there's only 12 technicians. And so these people work for noble causes and with a lot of heart.
Talk to me about the inspiration for that. We're both journalists, right? We're storytellers. We want to tell people about the stories that are impacting folks. Yeah. How did you come up with this idea?
So our producer, Jeremy Lambert, sent us an article about the shop, and my co-director, Ben Proudfoot, saw the article and was like, the North Pole of music instruments, I'm in. This sounds amazing. And as soon as we went down there, we spoke to the technicians, and again, they just talk about how much this means to them, how important it is, and what they're doing for these children, and so immediately we were sold.
And you said that Kobe Bryant is your biggest mentor. What did he say to you that was so meaningful?
You know, when I first met him, I worked on a documentary about him for Showtime, and he said that, you know, this film's obviously about me, but think about what each of these moments remind you of in your own personal life, and write music from that place. Connect to something personal and write music from that place, and it'll be great. And that's been something I've followed since then.
Wow. Well, you do it all. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Wishing you the best tonight.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate it.
All right, and I believe we're going to send it over to Chris Connolly. Chris.
Thanks a lot, Whit. I'm here with actor, writer, and part of the wonderful cast of American Fiction, Eric Alexander. Welcome to the Oscars.
Thank you, Chris. I'm excited to be here.
This is your first time at the Oscars, Erica.
It absolutely is. First time. I've been 30 years living single, the character I'm most known for, and 40 years in the business, and here I am.
What does this role mean to you in terms of the ambit of your Hollywood career? How would you rank it?
I think I would rank it in the top everything, because it actually has a story that has to do with what I've been talking about as an activist, which is not being defined by stereotypical roles, not being held back by boxes, and also the marginalization of America. And this is American Fiction in a nutshell.
Is this the kind of movie from writer-director Cord Jefferson that could have been made in Hollywood 25 years ago or 20 years ago?
It might have been, but I don't think so. And there's been plenty of people from Spike Lee to Robert Townsend to have these conversations, but it needs his special secret sauce to put on it. And I think that the background being a journalist, a background being a writer about race, and certainly also being really frustrated with only being asked to do that, made him very prepared to have this conversation. But the background also of having written in late night knew that he could put comedy together, so it's a great satire.
When you first got a look at this script, it was not called American Fiction. It was a four-letter word we're not going to mention here, and you were told you were going to be the girlfriend of Jeffrey Wright's character. What kind of movie did you think you were getting yourself in?
I thought I was getting myself into 9.5 weeks. I was thinking about blue light. I was stretching, thinking about I shouldn't eat so much.
Sit-ups, right?
Get ready for that Marlon Brando with Jeffrey Wright. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but it was better. It was better.
What made working with Jeffrey Wright so special for you?
Well, Jeffrey Wright is Jeffrey Wright. He's one of the best actors of all time. He's also a gentleman. He's kind. He's also working. He's curious about himself. He hasn't stopped working, and he's also very generous. So he set the tone, and we all came in, Sterling K. Brown, Issa Rae, Tracy Ellis Ross, the great Leslie Uggams, and we did our thing.
What's great about this movie is the way it shifts tone so quickly and goes back and forth, and you're a huge part of making that happen. People stay who they are, even if it would be more convenient if they were otherwise.
That's right. And you know what? I love that he has so much good stuff in here, but at the end, people are laughing and great. And that switching back and forth from comedy to drama, the great Laura Cartman, who's nominated for our composition, is brilliant as telegraphing that. So there's a really fantastic crew and craftsmen that put this together.
Erica Alexander, have a wonderful Oscars. Thanks for talking to us. Back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
All right, thank you, Chris. You know, there was a time last year when both actors, as you well remember, and the writers were on strike when it looked like there may not be an award season. Well, thankfully, agreements were made, deals were signed, and here we are at the 96th Annual Academy Awards. Jimmy Kimmel, once again at the helm, and one of the biggest changes you'll notice is the show's start time, but it's not the only aspect that will be different about tonight. The 96 Oscar nominations went out, and history making is in. From snubs to surprises to all around.
Oh my God!
And new year, new bedtime. The Oscars may have a reputation for running a little bit long and late.
Y'all better cut me some slack. We're gonna be together a while.
So tonight, in a historic change, the Oscars will begin 1 hour earlier.
The first Oscar ceremony lasted, and this is true, 15 minutes from beginning to end. And people still complain.
Also, new year, same host.
To the Oscars, man.
Jimmy Kimmel will be back to host his 4th Academy Awards. But leading up to tonight, many wondered, would there even be a ceremony to celebrate? This past year, there are few things in Hollywood that were not affected by the dual Writers Guild of America and Screen Actors Guild strikes. Poised to be monumental, the only time this show ever took place amid a strike was back in 1960 for the 32nd Oscars.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome to Hollywood's most glamorous strike meeting.
But after months of negotiations, both guilds reached deals and the industry got back to work, including back to the business of congratulating each other. For the first time ever, 3 of the Best Picture nominees are directed by women. Celine Song's Past Lives, Justine Trier's Anatomy of a Fall.
Stop. I did not kill him.
And of course, the hot pink topic of award season, Greta Gerwig's Barbie. But it's Oppenheimer, the explosive biographical thriller which had us on the edge of our seats.
What are we all thinking? A bomb.
That's this year's frontrunner with 13 nominations. Not far behind are Poor Things, a steampunk fantasy about forging real human connections with 11 nominations. And Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon, a true story of the 1920s Osage Indian tribe's murder by oil companies with 10 nominations. Other nominees like American Fiction, Maestro, and The Holdovers bring more diversity to the category than ever before, thanks to a new initiative.
Presto. The Academy rolling out the red carpet with new rules, announcing new requirements for representation and inclusion that could change the race for Best Picture for good.
As of this year, nominated Best Picture films must meet 2 of 4 standards.
One of the standards is on-screen representation, and that goes to diversity, equity, disabilities, and to make sure that more individuals are represented on screen. And I think that's a good thing, not only just for the Academy, for the Hollywood overall.
In 2023, all the acting awards went to first-timers. But this year, could any of the multi-timers who have yet to do so walk away with Gold Man in hand? Maybe third time's a charm for Robert Downey Jr., or is tonight the night for Mark Ruffalo on his 4th nomination? After 5 nods, is 2024 Annette Bening's year?
And will Bradley Cooper finally prevail after a staggering 12 nominations, yet no wins? Meanwhile, many are curious which stone will go unturned. There are several strong contenders for Best Actress, but predictions say it's between Lily Gladstone, who, if she wins, would be the first Indigenous actor to do so,
Emma Stone.
and Emma Stone, who's been nominated for her role at every major award show this season. After the names in this category were called on nomination day, many noticed a glaring hole, and it was shaped like Barbie. However, Margot Robbie for Best Actress and Greta Gerwig for Best Director weren't the only ones the Academy's nearly 10,000 voting members seemingly snubbed. There was the oversight of heavy hitter Leonardo DiCaprio for Killers of the Flower Moon, the stunning omission of early hopeful Greta Lee in Past Lives, and even the total shutout of Saltburn that had Hollywood abuzz, just to name a few.
Watch me.
But as they say, one's loss is another's gain. And while we won't get to watch Dua Lipa dance the night away, we will get just enough from another nominated Barbie movie track to make us feel the Oscar Kenergy tonight. Looking forward to that performance. You know, one thing that I thought that many of the Best Picture nominees had in common, they were long.
Yes.
You needed some stamina. I was so impressed that you actually watched Oppenheimer, a 3-hour movie, mind you, three times.
Three times. Yes, I love the book, American Fiction, so I had to watch the film over and over to make sure I got everything
Really
right.
impressive stuff.
Definitely a favorite to win tonight. But let's head over to Chris Connolly right now because he's with a very special guest who's very familiar
Yes, she is.
with the Oscars red carpet. Chris.
That's right, Whit, nominated for the 15th time in Best Original Song, this time for The Fire Inside from the film Flamin' Hot. Diane Warren, welcome back to the Oscars.
I'm back. They can't get rid of me.
Wait, why would we want to get rid of you? Now, this is your 15th nomination. What can you tell us about the performance of your song tonight?
It's going to be hot. It's going to be flaming hot. It's going to be amazing.
We'll be doing it.
Becky G, who sings the song in the movie.
She looks amazing and performs great, right?
Yeah, she'll be fantastic.
So 15 nominations for Best Original Song. You've yet to score a win, but that's 15 times that people have said that you're really special. What does that feel like?
It's amazing because it's really hard. Oh, bigger name on the line. It's really hard to get nominated. You know, they only choose five in every category except Best Picture. So if you are lucky enough, you know, to have your name or your work called, you've won, no matter what happens tonight, because 4 out of 5 of us are not going to win, and I know the feeling. So.
That's 15 nominations. That's phenomenal. As some people say, you know, I can't get arrested in this town. You've heard that expression, right? We are here at Hollywood and Highland. What happened to you at Hollywood and Highland, the corner of Hollywood, when you were 14 years old?
I got arrested.
You got arrested here.
I almost got arrested, but I'm not even going to talk about it. I was a bad kid.
But see what a special adult you are now. So special that you did win an honorary Oscar in 2022.
I did. This was the coolest thing ever.
And while you stood next to Cher, you gave this amazing speech that ended just like this.
And I'd like to say one more thing. One more time, the words I thought I would never get to say, but always dreamed I would. I'd like to thank the Academy.
The Academy. What does it feel like to say those words? What was that moment like for you?
It was the best moment of my life. It was the best night of my life and the best moment of my life. It was fantastic. And Cher, you know, gave that to me, and I felt like my mom and dad were watching, you know, and were with me.
Here's some more great moments for you, Diane Warren. Thank you very much. Whit and Lindsay, back to you.
So heartfelt. I'd like to thank the Academy after all these years. Glad she finally got to say those words, and thank you, Chris. Coming up, which potential Best Actress winner once got a job tracking murder hornets? We're taking a trip back down memory lane to a time before they were nominees.
Love those stories. And of course, we will have more of all the action happening here on the Oscars red carpet live from Hollywood. Stay with us.
Everybody sing, everybody dance.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Here's to good mornings in America. Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun. Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America. Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America.
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
I'm Selena Wang in Hanoi, Vietnam. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Guys. How are you? Great. So ready to go. Next gym right here, just like that.
We are back live in Hollywood outside the Dolby Theater as we count down to tonight's 96th Annual Academy Awards. Everyone's so excited to see their favorite stars arrive. That's John Ortiz from American Fiction. The Best Actress category, of course, is stacked with talented women telling powerful stories. 3 of them are based on real people. And as you might expect, the actresses who are nominated took various roads to get here to the Oscars. And if you didn't have murder hornets or reality shows on your bingo card, get ready. Here's DeMarco Morgan with a look at the women up for Best Actress long before they were nominees.
This year, Emma Stone is a strong contender to take home her second Oscar for her hilariously enjoyable performance in Poor Things.
You were in my son.
What? The 3-time nominee's journey to the Oscars began in her native Scottsdale, Arizona at Valley Youth Theater.
Darling, I love you.
In 2004, she made her television debut in the VH1 reality pilot In Search for the Partridge Family, introduced to us back then as Emily Stone.
Here comes Emily Stone.
The following year, she appeared in a single episode of Malcolm in the Middle as Diane, part of a group of mean girls who are targeted for revenge by the mom character, Lois.
Oh my God. No!
Throughout this period of Stone's career, she would make brief appearances on shows like Medium. And you might recognize this voice.
I don't know about you, but I am hearing wedding bells.
Yep, that's Emma Stone as the voice of this dog in the Disney Channel's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The remarkable Annette Bening earned her 5th Oscar nomination for her performance in Naiad.
Come on, no more sitting on the sidelines. I've had it. Listen, Bonnie, I just know I can do it, okay? And I want to do it with you.
Bening says it was during her years at San Diego Mesa College that she began to fall in love with acting and would form her craft on small theater stages around the country.
There were a few little community theater projects that I did. San Diego Repertory Theater, I did a play there when I was like, I don't know, 18 or 19.
That play, Voices. That's a young Annette Bening just starting out.
I just followed it because I loved it, and I just wanted to be up on the stage.
From small community theaters to Broadway, where Bening would star in Coastal Disturbances, which earned the Rising Star a Tony Award nomination.
You know what I read in a book? That the island of Atlantis was really inhabited by dolphins.
She made her big screen debut in 1988 alongside Dan Aykroyd and John Candy in the slapstick comedy The Great Outdoors.
I think they're trying to say that we're not relevant.
2 years later, she would appear in a short scene alongside Meryl Streep in the film Postcards from the Edge.
I'm in it for the endorphin rush. Endorphin. Whatever.
German actress Sandra Hüller is having a breakout year and is in 2 Oscar-nominated films this year. The Zone of Interest and the courtroom drama Anatomy of a Fall. It's her performance in the latter which earned her her first Academy Award nomination.
I thought about it, obviously, but I just can't imagine him jumping with Daniel so close by. I just can't get it in my head.
But before her recent international success, Hüller began her career, like so many others, on the stage and enjoyed years of success at Theater Basel in Switzerland. She would be introduced to an American audience in the comedy drama Tony Urban, which was nominated for Best Foreign Film at the Oscars in 2017. In 2019, Anatomy of a Fall director Justin Triet would cast Hüller to co-star in her psychological dramedy, Sybil.
As you can probably imagine, I would like to fire you both right now, but as you can also imagine, it's impossible.
Carey Mulligan shines as Felicia Montealegre, the wife and muse of Leonard Bernstein, played by Bradley Cooper in Maestro.
It's my own arrogance to think I could survive on what he could give.
The performance added a 3rd Oscar nomination for Mulligan. She was also nominated for her 2009 performance in the coming-of-age drama In Education, and for her role in this 2020 revenge thriller.
I wanted to be a doctor my whole life.
But before she was exacting revenge on predators and a promising young woman, she was a promising young actress performing at the Royal Court Theatre in London in 2004. And landed her first major movie role the following year in the period drama Pride and Prejudice.
Papa! Is he amiable? Who? Is he handsome?
Mulligan would continue to star in period dramas like Bleak House, My Boy Jack, and Northern Drew Abbey.
I am sure that we will be the very best of friends.
Just a few short years before her first Oscar nomination, she appeared in a single episode of the British mainstay Doctor Who.
Don't patronize me because people have died and I'm not happy.
And in 2013, she would rise to new heights, portraying the wealthy socialite Daisy Buchanan alongside Leonardo DiCaprio's Jay Gatsby and the box office hit The Great Gatsby. This is Lily Gladstone's first Oscar nomination for her performance as Molly Kyle, the real-life Osage woman at the center of Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
I didn't realize this was a race. I don't care for watching horses.
But in 2020, Gladstone says she was going to quit acting and apply for seasonal work at the Department of Agriculture, tracking murder hornets. And then Martin Scorsese came calling. She is the frontrunner to take home the Oscar this year. And yet, it would be a surprise to none of her former classmates at Mountain Lake Terrace High. That's her with fellow classmate Josh Ryder, dubbed most likely to win an Oscar.
In some ways, it is beyond my wildest dreams. Like, who would have thought? But also at the same time, makes a lot of sense. She's super talented, does a lot of really good work. What separated Lily was I think she, even back then, like really wanted to do justice by the characters that she was playing.
Her debut on the silver screen came in 2013 with a small role in the French film Jimmy P, Psychotherapy of a Plains Indian.
I'm so sorry, Jimmy.
In 2016, she landed her first major acting role in the indie darling Certain Women, which won her Best Supporting Actress by the Los Angeles Film Critics Association.
I don't mean to keep you from getting to work or anything. I just knew if I didn't start driving, I wasn't going to see you again.
She would go on to work on other indie films as a goth barista in The Thin Line. And she's no stranger to television either. Gladstone appeared in several episodes of the financial drama Billions.
I'm offended by the idea of paying for a family legacy when family doesn't really act like a family.
And as an estranged, mysterious mother who's sent to prison in the hit FX series Reservation Dogs.
You create the space for your friends. You do it with intention.
I just have to say, it's fitting that Lily Gladstone had a thing for murder hornets because
Yes.
she killed that role as Molly.
She sure
Killed
did.
it.
Yeah, I want to know more about what it takes to
Yes,
track
right.
murder hornets. We're going to dig into that. But in the meantime, here now to help us break down the Best Actress race is Clayton Davis from Variety. All right, Clayton, we asked this question. It's a very important one, right? Who will win, who should win, and who could pull off an upset today in this category?
So again, this is the hardest race to call of the night. It's a tight race between Emma Stone and Lily Gladstone. They have each won their own lion's share of awards, but what I think this is coming down to is a little bit of math. And that's because I believe Emma Stone and Sandra Hüller from Anatomy of a Fall are splitting the international vote, allowing Lily Gladstone to come up the middle and take the reign. So I think she's going to win tonight.
And she would make history if she does.
Yeah. I think, I really believe that she should win. She is incredible in that film. There are people who debate maybe she's more of a supporting performance, but she's incredible and she should take it.
I also love the prospect of a tie. A little drama.
I actually
probably not.
I
But
actually
maybe.
hate ties so much.
Wait, so let's just ask, what would happen? Would both people come up and give
Double
a speech?
overtime. There's a shootout.
We've had one acting tie in history, and it was Barbra Streisand and Katharine Hepburn back in 1968. So it has happened before. They both get Oscars, but I don't like that, so don't talk about it into existence.
All right.
Tidbits for the cocktail party to
Thank you,
share
Clayton.
there. Thank you. And there's still a lot more to come on our countdown to the 96 Oscars.
Yes, and as we go to break, we want to tell you there's another great way to get involved in tonight's awards and potentially become a winner yourself. So you think you know who will win big at the Oscars here? Then be a part of the ABC ESPN Oscars Pick'em Challenge for a chance to win a trip for two to next year's 2025 Oscars watch party, yes, at the Academy Museum, along with tons of other fun Oscar merchandise and $5,000 cash. So you can win huge. All you got to do is just go to abc.com/OscarsPick'em to play.
Amen.
And good luck. Yes, we'll be right back after this.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not okay, innit?
How important is made to USA?
Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion. Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA.
You're gonna love it.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
Definitely.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow. How long do I have to wait?
But what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble. Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
You should see me in the crowd. Kinda almost nothing to That's what I'm about. One by one.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families. Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in a crowd.
Filmmaker Sean Wong arriving with his two grandmas, Nai Nai and Waipo, who inspired his Oscar-nominated short doc. And Chris, I think they've made their way to you, right? Look at them also, by the way, styled professionally to be here tonight with their sunglasses, no doubt. I think, okay, so our colleague, Chris Connolly, he's at the other end of the red carpet. Let's toss it over to him. Oh, we lost our camera down there, so hopefully we're going to be able to still get Sean Wong with his documentary in just a little bit.
And you spoke with them, right?
I did, and they are just a delight. Neither of them really speak English all that well, but Sean was able to translate for them. They were both just so excited. They actually said in the documentary that they never expected that they were going to be superstars, and here they are.
And I mean, look at them. They were enjoying themselves on the step and repeat. It's just one of the great Oscars stories for the 96 Academy Awards here.
Every artistic contribution is vital to the process of making a movie.
Here are the nominees for achievement in makeup and hairstyle.
For performance by an actor in a supporting role.
For achievement in costume design.
Best adapted screenplay.
Best original score.
A myriad of categories, but for years, many felt there was one missing.
You bring us news of a new Oscar category.
I'm thrilled to talk about the fact that the Board of Governors of the Motion Picture Academy have voted to establish an award for outstanding achievement in casting. Because when you think of your favorite movies and then you think of that film with an entirely different cast of actors, it's almost impossible to conceive.
Imagine Titanic without Leo and Kate, Pulp Fiction without John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson, or Good Will Hunting without its stellar cast.
Maybe you're perfect right now. Maybe you don't want to ruin that.
The best of casting makes a film indelible and eternal, and it's fantastic that we'll have an opportunity to celebrate those craftspeople.
It's a major Oscar milestone. The last time a new category was created was in 2001, animated feature film. And now, more than 20 years later, an achievement in casting category will debut at the 98th Academy Awards in 2026, with films released in 2025 eligible.
As a former president of the Academy and a casting director yourself, what does this mean for you personally?
It's a process that takes place very early on in the filmmaking timeline, before most craftspeople and artisans in film are even there. So to be able to talk about it and explore the nuances of it, which is, you know, so much more than just going down a list of famous actors' names and choosing them for the roles. It's a workshop for the film itself, and I think that has resulted in the understanding and the ultimate conclusion that it's a pursuit worth rewarding.
And that, of course, was David Rubin, former president of the Academy, laying out a lot of things to look forward to in the future.
Certainly. And now we do have Sean Wong with Chris Connolly. Chris, we want to send it back over to you and the two grandmas, by the way, Nai Nai and Waipo.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. And yeah, it's an exciting time here for Sean, as you can see. Sean, if I can talk to you for a second here. Go right ahead.
No, this is your night.
What do you love about this guy?
This guy? Oh
Oh my God, I'm honestly just jealous. If I could be half as talented at that age, and also just a really nice guy. This guy, look out for him. He's coming for.
You are. It's true. Now, Sean, that's very true, obviously. You were making skateboard videos not long ago, and in the time of COVID, where there was a lot of anti-Asian incidents, you made this wonderful film about your grandmothers. What was it like for you?
It was such a beautiful experience. You know, Sam and I have been making things together for about a decade, and it really felt like a return to form, felt like making a skate video, you know, very organic, small, passionate, so much heart. The movie, if it's, worthy of an Oscar, is because they are magical, joyful, they are so full of life and humanity, and it was just an honor to get to spend that time with them and bring them into the filmmaking
There was such
process.
a wonderful moment in your nominated documentary short where your two grandmothers touch heads and express their kindness and care for each other. What was that moment like for you, just to be there to watch?
I mean, so much of this film, was really getting to see them and helping others see them the way that we do, in all of their humanity. And so getting to kind of be there and really, see them in a way that was deeper than any time that I've really gone to in my day-to-day life. Very special.
Exciting night for you, an exciting night for your wonderful grandmothers. We wish you the very best time imaginable. Thanks for talking to us all.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Back to you, Lindsay and Whit.
Thank you,
I love that.
Chris. Yes, and Nina is more than 90 years old and just living her best life on the carpet. Sunglasses, she is cool, she is styling, and we have more live interviews just like that with nominees right after the break. Stay with us.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bundchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
Why do so many people start their day here?
This is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts. Start Here.
Reporting from the front lines of the war in Israel, I'm Ian Pannell. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Supporting Actress, one of the nominees in the category, America Ferrera, is creating a major impact with her outspoken, unapologetic Barbie character, Gloria. I recently got a chance to sit down with her to talk about the pivotal role, of course, that speech, Latina representation, and why, despite never having or playing with the iconic doll herself, she says the movie is for all of us. Oscar nominee for Best Supporting Actress, America Ferrera, has a ring to it, right?
It's still very surreal to hear out loud, yeah.
You said, actually, after the movie wrapped, that you felt like it would change the world. Has it, Barbie, impacted the movement, if you will? Has it met your expectations?
I think it's fully surpassed them, yeah. I mean, when I first read the script, I was just so giddy with how it subverted anyone's expectations of what a Barbie movie might be or try to be. And as we were making it, it felt super special.
I love rollerblades. Where are we going? Barbie Land. What? Mom, are you really gonna let Barbie take you and your tween daughter to an imaginary land? Yes, and you wanna know why? Because I never get to do anything. I didn't even go on that cruise I won at your school raffle because I didn't have enough vacation days and your dad's allergic to sun.
And give us a sense of this moment, because you've talked before about being the Latina actress who finally gets invited to the party.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very clear that there's been very limited participation from Latina and Latino actors and actresses at the Academy Awards in all categories. And that's about the opportunities that exist, right? You can't win awards for roles and opportunities that don't exist.
Hello?
Humans. We're fine. This is a character that is pivotal to the story, has so much to do, and none of the reasons that she's in the movie is to be a Latina and to check a box and to be a body type or an ethnicity. That, to me, is a distinction, that we get to exist as full and complicated and dimensional humans.
Tell us about the monologue. 2 minutes, 17 seconds.
It is literally impossible to be a woman. You are so beautiful and so smart, and it kills me that you don't think you're good enough. Like, we have to always be extraordinary. But somehow we're always doing it wrong.
How did that come about?
When Greta sent the script, she had written to me and said, "We wrote this, your voice has been in my head all this time. There's this monologue that I am calling Gloria's aria." So I went into it knowing that, like, okay, Gloria has this moment that really has to work for a lot of it to then unfold.
Tell us about that moment that you found out that you were nominated, because I know you actually reenacted it.
I did. I was home alone, in my pajamas in bed, lying down with my little phone, watching it. I didn't even scream out loud. I sort of I gasped. And it didn't feel real. And then my phone started blowing up. And then I was like, I think it's real. I think it actually happened. And my husband called me from the car and he was screaming. And then my kids were screaming, "Why are you screaming?" It was chaos, but it was happy chaos.
All right, thank you so much for your time, America. We are certainly keeping an eye out for America Ferrera to see what she might be wearing today. The red carpet has only been open officially for about 40 minutes, but our style expert, Josie, he's already hard at work, seeing some looks that he likes, and he joins us now with a recap. What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, can I talk about America? I did
Yes.
cheer when she got that nomination, but I actually did get breaking news. She will be wearing a custom Versace gown tonight in Barbie pink, in metal mesh, that took 7 tailors in the atelier and 400 hours to make. So that is quite a gown that she'll be showing up
400
in.
hours.
400
That's a serious
hours.
dress.
Yeah. That is a serious dress. But of course, all of the arrivals happening tonight. I have to talk about Vanessa Hudgens, who's going to be one of the hosts of the official pre-show. What is the biggest place to debut your newest accessory than on the red carpet at the Oscars? And of course, she's revealing her baby bump. She looks amazing. She's wearing this Vera Wang custom dress, turtleneck dress with Chopard jewelry, but look at her. She's glowing. You know, she just got married at the end of last year, and now she's going to be starting her family. And on the red carpet.
No better accessory than a baby bump.
Of course.
Oh, never, never. And then, of course, our co-host, Julianne Hough, is wearing palazzo pant gown by Alexandre Vautier, which I love. And, of course, you can't miss out on pockets. If you have pockets on the red carpet, you've already won the game. And, of course, Erica Alexander there. She was wearing gloves, which is a big trend. Liza Koshy with the sleeve details. And, of course, a red, which we've seen a lot of on the red carpet. And, of course, Ashley E. here with a shawl-like train detail. I mean, she really loves her details and the flutter.
Joe, what did you say about pockets?
I think pockets on the red carpet is for the win.
For the win.
Lindsay for the win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know,
I'm
this
also
whole thing.
impressed at how quickly you turn this stuff around. People just started arriving. Josie's got all the breaking news and all the fashion.
You know, it's a robot fashion
You've
brain.
got it. You've got it. We'll
I
talk
spy.
more. Thank you, Joe. All right, coming up here after the break, stars have arrived with their moms by their side. For years they've been doing this. And we take a look back at our favorite Oscar moments. From
I like that. I like what you did there.
I just read along. So give the credit to someone else. From Hollywood's biggest night as our coverage continues live from the red carpet. Stay with us.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down, there we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
National forests are good places to get away. But sometimes bad things happen in good places.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
All I could see was her feet sticking up. My knees went weak.
This is a human skull.
We were definitely against the clock.
How many more victims are out there?
Wild Crime at Blood Mountain. Now streaming only on Hulu.
911, what's your emergency?
Get him out now!
It takes a special someone to want to live this life.
Suit up, we're heading inside.
We're in the business of saving lives.
I got a pulse.
911.
No matter how dark it gets, we're here together.
911, coming March 14th to ABC.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Reporting from near the epicenter of the worst earthquake to hit Morocco, I'm Tom Soufi Burridge. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Look at the iconic Rita Moreno. She had just arrived on the red carpet, live here at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, counting down to the 96 Oscars. Looking phenomenal.
Yeah, this red carpet's just getting going, right? We've been here for hours, and this is where the energy kicks in.
Starting to heat up.
Absolutely, party's getting started. Of course, 5 talented actors nominated for Best Actor tonight. Our Eva Pilgrim dug into the archives to find the earliest roles these artists took to kickstart their careers long before Oscar came calling.
Bradley Cooper picks up his 5th Oscar nomination in an acting category for his transformative performance as Leonard Bernstein in Maestro.
Music is, I know this is going to sound strange, it's the most important thing that I can do.
In 2012, he received his first Oscar nom for his performance in Silver Linings Playbook, which also co-starred fellow nominee Robert De Niro. But in 1999, it was a young, inquisitive acting student who had the opportunity to pick the brain of one of his heroes and future co-star.
How you doing, Mr. De Niro? My name is Bradley Cooper. My question is regarding Awakenings.
He went from student of the Actors Studio to guest, and in this appearance, paying tribute to one of his mentors.
I just have to mention Andreas Menelakakis as well. I learned how to deconstruct a script from this man right here.
That professor saying he knew Cooper had it in him to go all the way from the moment he met him.
Bradley was one of those students who really stood out. We see it in his work. He's completely dedicated. I see him up there, and then I have these flashbacks in class, and that's a beautiful, beautiful feeling.
You need a light?
While in school, he got his very first break making a guest appearance in Sex and the City.
You want to go for a ride in my Porsche?
From driving Porsches on the streets of New York to whitewater rafting on the rivers of West Virginia, yes, that's a young Bradley Cooper who hosted just a handful of episodes of the Travel Channel show Globetrekkers.
It's the beginning of the Gully River. I'm placing my craft right there.
In 2001, he made his big screen debut in the star-studded indie comedy Wet Hot American Summer.
If you can't carry a tune, don't come into the audition environment and waste our time.
And like some of his fellow nominees, Cooper would make an appearance on the performance training ground that is Law and Order.
Gabriel's too smart for your tricks. He's not going to leave his DNA in a soda can.
Colman Domingo shines in his transformative performance as the pioneering civil rights organizer Bayard Rustin, which earned him his first Oscar nomination.
On the day that I was born black, I was also born a homosexual. They either believe in freedom and justice for all, or they do not.
Early in his career, Domingo was cast in a role that he says shaped his life and career, the Broadway musical Passing Strange, which would later be filmed by Spike Lee.
I got that musical the day after my mother passed away. But that changed my life because suddenly I was performing in a very raw manner. This was a whole other level because it was untethered. Both my parents were gone, and all I had was art.
His Broadway success would continue in his 2011 Tony-nominated performance as Mr. Bones in The Scottsboro Boys.
Hey, I play all kinds of characters.
Like Bradley Cooper before him, Colman Domingo made more than one appearance on Law and Order.
This knife might have been used to dismember the body.
In 2012, he appeared briefly as Private Harold Green alongside Daniel Day-Lewis in Steven Spielberg's Lincoln.
How long have you been a soldier?
2 years, sir.
Paul Giamatti picks up his second Oscar nomination for his portrayal as the jaded and disillusioned classics teacher, Paul Hunnam, in The Holdovers.
I can't fail this class.
Oh, don't sell yourself short, Mr. Coates. I truly believe that you can.
This year's Oscar nomination comes nearly 20 years after his first performance working with The Holdovers director, Alexander Payne, in the wine-soaked dramedy Sideways. Before Giamatti was educating us on the complexities of Pinot Noir, he was being educated at Yale's Repertory Theater, eventually landing on Broadway. In 1995, he was cast in his very first feature film, Woody Allen's Mighty Aphrodite.
There was a Leslie St. James, who was a member of the Screen Extras Guild.
In Saving Private Ryan, Giamatti appears in a scene.
All right, the red carpet is heating up here. Let's toss it over to Kelly Carter with a special guest.
Yes, I am here, of course, with Tim Cook, CEO of Apple. Got to be a really exciting moment for you tonight because you not only have a film that's up for Best Picture and several actors, but this is another time that you get to be here and really potentially make history tonight. What does that mean for you and what does that feel like?
Oh, it's a huge thing for Apple. We always wanted to tell great stories and stories that have not been told that bring out inclusion to the forefront. And there's no better example of that than Killers of the Flower Moon. We could not be more proud to be here tonight.
What made you want to develop this story?
But it was a story that should have been told, but very few people have ever heard of it. And so, we all need to learn from history. It's the way that we move forward to a better place. And this film is exactly that.
It seems that there's potentially a directive of sorts that you love to give your creatives, and that is, let's move the needle a little bit with the stories that we're telling. Like you certainly did it with Coda, and you did it again with this film. Talk to me about what it is that you guys are giving your creatives to make them, come up with these kind of beautiful projects that change the course of history.
Yeah, we're telling them that we want to be the place for great storytelling. And so you've got people like Martin Scorsese coming to the platform to tell a story that really needs to be told. And you've got actors like Lily Gladstone. And we're so proud that she's been nominated, the first Indigenous person to be nominated for Best Actress. And hopefully she'll have some great luck tonight, but we'll see.
What happens next if she wins this big award and makes history? What's the next thing that you would love to see what you guys have been doing over there at Apple accomplish next?
Well, you can bet there are more great stories that are following this one. And so we're just going to keep pulling the string to see where it takes us, keep on espousing our values through our filmmaking, and keep working with the best storytellers.
Well, you guys heard it here first. Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have fun tonight. Thank you. Guys, I have one more interview. Right. I'm here with the legendary Rita Moreno.
Oh.
Can you see who's behind me right now?
Let's give it to you, Kelly.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Can you guys see who's behind me right now?
This is live TV.
We have the legendary Rita Moreno is here. It is so great to see you.
With black hair. I had so much fun doing this. Oh, here's my beautiful daughter, Fernanda. Yes, Fernanda. And this is me doing my best Cheetah Rivera. Actually, it's a tribute.
A tribute. Tell me a little bit about what you're going to be doing tonight. We've heard a little bit, but what can you tell us?
I'm presenting, and I'm not supposed to give any details, so I'm reluctant to do that. But I can tell you this, it's going to be amazing. And it's going to be moving.
Yeah. Take me back to 1952 when you won the Oscar for West Side Story. 62, 1960. No one is that old. You heard this beauty say that. Take me back to that moment. What did that mean for you?
I didn't think I was going to win. I was sure Judy Garland was going to win for Judgment at Nuremberg, where she acted rather than sang. And it was a drama. And there it is. It's on TV right now. And I remember saying, don't run to the stage, to myself. It's not dignified. And I was able to do that. But then that was such a gorgeous gown. But then I didn't know what to say. I was not prepared. I didn't think I was going to win. So, I did one of the world's shortest acceptance speeches ever.
Was there someone you left out? And if so, let's go ahead and shout them out now.
I don't thank anybody. It seems to me, that's funny, huh? Well, it seems to me that if they want me in a movie, it's because they like the talent, right? Why? Thank you. Unless they did something fabulous for me.
Yeah.
I think that Steven Spielberg was very helpful to me with the new West Side Story. But if I had won, I probably would have said thank you. But I'm just having fun wearing this wig. I love it. It's like an homage to Cheetah Rivera, a woman I loved very much.
I love that. Rita Moreno, legendary, doing an homage to Cheetah Rivera. I want to toss it back to you, Lindsay and Whit. Thank you so much.
I love it. I love her tease ahead for the night. I can't tell you anything, but it's going to be amazing. All right, we are looking forward to that. Thank you, Kelly. Coming up, the business of making movies. We take a look at the recently reignited conversation around pay inequity in Hollywood, plus more live interviews right here with the stars when we return live from the carpet at the Dolby Theater.
Got me like, oh my God, I'm so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive
Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry,
How important it made to USA.
Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
Special Agent Will Trent.
Boom, boom, boom. Will can see things that no one else does.
I know who the killer is.
Good work, partner.
We are back live in Hollywood on the carpet at the Dolby Theater as nominees, performers, presenters are arriving. And for some of them, it could be one of the biggest nights of their career.
The digital age has really changed the way we watch award shows, but it has also made a difference in the way we talk about what happens. Will Gans is here now with a look at some of the best memes and viral moments of previous award shows and what he's excited to see tonight. First of all, I got to just talk about, I don't know if you did this on purpose, the suit matches your eyes.
Yes,
it's a
it does.
thing.
Oh, don't make me sing, Lisa.
Indigo Gans.
Indigo Gans, I'll take it. By the way, so we're talking social media today. TikTok is already popping off. Taylor Zakar Perez is here. He just walked by that way, and everyone on TikTok was super excited to see him in a very similar color to the one I'm wearing, by the way.
Yes.
So on trend, maybe? I don't know. If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. But gone are the days of sitting down with a bucket of popcorn and simply watching the Oscars. Nowadays, it's a 2-screen ordeal minimum. TV to see what's happening, and your phone to react in real time. Because let's be honest, it's all about the tea spilling on TikTok and the gossiping on the gram.
From made-up celebrities,
the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem,
to made-up dialogue.
You get out of here!
These days, the true award show gold standard is the most memorable and most memeable moment.
The Sally Field quote from her Oscar win many years ago.
You like me right now. You like me.
In today's parlance would be like meme gold because it's succinct and, it can be used in or out of context and evoke meaning.
For pop culture superfans, award shows have become a two-screen viewing experience. The TV to watch and the smartphone for the real-time reaction. In fact, X, formerly known as Twitter, says conversation online surged upwards of 400% during last year's Oscars. So what makes a perfect award show meme?
Perfect pairing of like great person, great quote, looking great.
And you know who I want to thank? I want to thank me.
When we look back on award shows gone by, what are your favorites?
The Dior dress and Jennifer Lawrence falling on the steps.
You feel bad that I fell, and that's really embarrassing, but thank you.
I just love that moment. I love her. I think it's like a classic award show moment.
Love that moment, of course. And right now, by the way, TikTok has a huge presence on the carpet alongside us with Cinema Joe and Yasmin Saheed streaming from the TikTok, Oscars, and ABC Network handles. A really cool way to kind of invite younger people into this cultural conversation. But even if you're not on TikTok, I don't want you guys to be left out of the cultural conversation.
What are you trying to say here, Will?
You old people there.
Exactly.
The blue hairs.
I'm inviting you along for the ride, okay? So I have some trending trivia for you about some memes from years gone past. Okay, number one, the gossip sessions seen around the world at this year's Golden Globes occurred with Selena Gomez whispering to which A-list nominee that evening?
I know this one.
Yeah?
Taylor Swift.
Oh.
That is correct.
My daughters are Swifties, man.
See, you are young at heart.
Right? See, that's what it is.
There you go. There you go. By the way, I do have my Taylor Swift bracelets on the red carpet.
Yeah, of course you do.
It's a must-have this year. All right. Number two, at last year's BAFTAs, Ariana DeBose performed a rap that went super viral online. According to her, which actress did the thing?
Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett did the thing. That's right, Lindsay. Yes. Okay. And number three, at the Oscars 10 years ago, I can't believe it's been a decade, Ellen DeGeneres organized one of the most star-studded selfies of all time, which became one of the most engaged with images ever on social media. How many of the other celebrities in the picture can you name?
I think Brad Pitt was in there.
Yes,
Bradley Cooper was in there.
Bradley Cooper.
Lupita Nyong'o was in there.
This is really
Angela
impressive.
Jolie.
Yes, really good.
Angelina.
Yes.
Now I can look at it.
Oh, here you go.
Jennifer Lawrence is there. Oh, Meryl Streep.
Oh,
Wow.
Meryl, of course.
Oh, Kevin Spacey in the
Julia
back.
Roberts. Yep. Jared Leto as well. And then somehow Lupita's brother, Peter, got in the picture as well.
I love that.
Nice to be a +1 sometimes.
That
I
is like...
appreciate those questions.
A little bit of trending trivia for you.
So who won that, by the way? Was that a tie? Because we both picked some at the end, or is that... Judge?
You decide.
The judge. It's a tie. It's a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody
there we go.
wins on Oscar Sunday.
The Academy,
We're talking about
first of
ties
all.
today. Yes, yes.
But now to an actual more serious question. And by the way, your brooch is totally rocking it. That is really a thing this time, I'm told.
Thank you, Will.
But we are going to just segue a little bit into a serious topic. Does fame and recognition in Hollywood always come with fairness when it comes to getting paid here in Hollywood? Well, Kelly Carter has the latest on that conversation, what seems to be rightfully so back in the spotlight.
Yes, and we can thank Taraji P. Henson for that, because it's not just an issue of disparity when it comes to what men and women are being paid, although that is still a problem. There's also an inequity between white women and women of color.
Over yet, y'all.
Now, ladies, I need you to work a little harder, okay?
Taraji P. Henson has been booked and busy, but not just for reinventing the role of Suge Avery in The Color Purple.
I'm just tired of working so hard, being gracious at what I do, getting paid a fraction of the cost.
Her vulnerability during a Sirius XM interview with Gayle King helped to reignite a decades-long conversation about the gender pay gap, especially when it comes to women of color.
Following her interview, fellow actresses and women of color expressed their support, like Keke Palmer, who shared her own related struggles. We all work multiple jobs because we have to. Octavia Spencer posted, "We have to use our voices to help each other and advocate for change across all industries." And Gabrielle Union following up with a quippy take on Instagram.
I'm a Black actress and producer in Hollywood. Of course our box office successes never mattered.
Gabrielle has long been vocal on this issue, speaking out during a sit-down with Netta Porter a few years back.
There comes a point where I'm not gonna feel good on set if I feel like I am undervalued and my money doesn't match my level of contribution.
Time and again, we've seen non-favored nations for women in Hollywood, like a few years ago while on Chelsea Handler's Netflix special. Hilary Swank shared a shocking story that despite her being an Academy Award winner,
she got offered $10 million and I got offered $500,000.
What? In 2014, leaked emails from Sony Pictures revealed that Jennifer Lawrence and Amy Adams were making less than their male counterparts on American Hustle.
My question to myself was, why am I not asking for it? And I know that I've always kind of carried a habit of submissiveness with the idea of that makes me more likable.
And after Michelle Williams found out co-star Mark Wahlberg was compensated $1.5 million while she was only paid $1,000 for reshoots on All the Money in the World.
$17 million and $0. That's how far apart we are. Those numbers have got to move.
She felt called upon to speak up on Capitol Hill.
If it was like this for me, a white woman in a glamorized industry, how were my sisters suffering across their professions?
Female stars on average earn $1 million less per film than their male counterparts in comparable roles, but that doesn't even account for the further disparity for women of color, as illustrated by Viola Davis at the Women in the World Summit.
I have a career that's probably comparable to Meryl Streep, Julianne Moore, Sigourney Weaver, and yet I am nowhere near them. Not as far as money, not as far as job opportunities, nowhere close to it.
Greta Lee also recently opening up to Elle about her similar outlook.
That question, what does representation look like to me? I guess as long as I'm being asked that question, then I know that it's still a problem.
And as the group Women in Film pointed out, if Hollywood keeps going at the current slow pace of progress, it will take 140 years to achieve gender parity across the industry. But how can we advocate for change? During the Women Breaking Barriers panel at Sundance Film Festival, Octavia Spencer showed one way with the importance of transparency and fighting for your worth when she recalled a chat with friend and former The Help co-star Jessica Chastain about negotiating rates for their upcoming film at the time.
I said, I would love to do your film, but here's the thing, I'm gonna have to get paid. And then she said, of course, and you and I are gonna be tied together. We're gonna be favored nations, and we're gonna make the same thing, and you're gonna make that amount.
And about 1 month after her interview with Gayle King, Taraji remained strong and spoke out on the talk, sharing the significance of diversity at the decision-making level.
If it were not for Oprah Winfrey producing this film, I don't know if I would have been seen or heard. You know, she actually called me and was like, if there's anything I can do, you just let me know. I was like, well, since you asked. I told her, she fixed it, everything the next day.
There, and based on everything we just learned there, how could Hollywood and the media really work toward fixing this problem in the future?
Yeah, I think for the media, amplifying those stories, you know, not backing down and looking the other way when someone like Taraji P. Henson is courageous enough to share the real stories that we don't often hear about and talk about with an actress like herself. And I think as far as Hollywood, it's making sure that they don't do this anymore when it comes to women. 140 years to see a rate of progression happen is a really long time. We got to cut that down by 140 years.
Exactly right.
That statistic was really staggering. Kelly, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. When we return, we will have much more live interviews from the red carpet, plus a look back at the supporting actress nominees, their indirect route to the Oscars. There's a beautiful, also, Gabrielle Union arriving on the carpet. Yes, and there's Dwayne Wade right there. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment from the red carpet.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation. Is this our combat operations center? We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag... Not okay, ain't it? How important it made to USA. Great work. Hi. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ismael?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say. Did you see the documentary? The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're gonna be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations and people are gonna be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow. How long do I have to wait?
But what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
You should see me in the crowd. Gonna run, there's nothing to do. Watch me looking down, one by one.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families.
One by one.
Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in a crowd.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
I'm Matt Rivers, and that is the Panama Canal. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Back now in Hollywood, outside the Dolby Theater, as stars continue to arrive and make their way down the red carpet. And let's send it back over to Kelly Carter.
Hey there. I am here on the red carpet with my boy, Cord Jefferson, first-time director, first time writing a feature, first time Oscar nominee. What does all of this feel like for you?
It feels crazy. It feels incredibly surreal. You know, we made this movie with very little money and very little time. We made it because we were passionate about it. Nobody was there because it was going to make them rich. And so the fact that our passion for it has been matched and received by an audience, it means the world to us. Yeah.
The fact that this film, again, your first film out the gate, is being considered as one of the best films of the year, what does that do for you, and how does that, inspire you as you move forward and think about your next project?
Yeah, I worked on TV for several years before I made this movie, and I loved those TV experiences. I worked on some great shows. I'm really proud of them, and I had some great successes. But there was always this little voice in the back of my head saying, like, do you think you can do it on your own? Like, do you think if you sort of like leave the nest, you'd be able to make it? And so this felt like, look, I don't believe in the auteur thing. Nobody makes anything on their own. It takes hundreds of people to sort of make a feature film, and I'm appreciative of every one of them, but I think that what this has done is allowed me to trust my taste a little bit more, trust my creative instincts a little bit more, and maybe feel like, okay, you know, you don't need the training wheels of sort of like, or the guidance of a showrunner in order to make what you want to make. And so, yeah, I feel just slightly more, look, I'm a writer, I'm always going to be deeply insecure, but I feel just a little bit less insecure, little less.
One of the things that I love sharing with people about you is that you're one of us. You know, you're a former journalist. I guess I can call you a former journalist now. You transitioned over.
Journalist in some way, right? Yeah.
How is that background as a journalist maybe helped you navigate this award season so far?
It's because I think that the key is that every journalist asks themselves before they sit down to write a story, why does this story need to be the one that I write today? Every newspaper editor says, why does this story need to go on the cover of the newspaper today? And so for me, I took that lesson into my film and television career, and I just always really try to focus on stuff that feels like it's engaging with the world as it is at present, you know, that sort of says, why does this story need to be told in the year 2020? Well, I guess in the year 2024 now. And so I think that has helped the film break through a little bit and sort of find an audience in a world in which it's so difficult to get an audience's attention these days, particularly for a film as small as ours. I think that it's meeting people where they are and talking about the world at present, and I think that my experience in journalism and the sort of like timeliness that you need to approach journalism with has helped me in that.
One thing that this film has done is it's made history. Sterling K. Brown and Jeffrey Wright, two black men, best actor, best supporting actor, never has happened before in the same film. What does that mean for you?
I mean, it is a delight. I've loved Jeffrey Wright's work since I was a kid, you know, since I saw him in Basquiat when I was in high school. And then I saw him in Angels in America, and then I saw him in Shaft, and I just started watching his career forever. And then same goes with Sterling. I haven't been watching him for quite as long, but I've been really appreciative of what he's done in that period of time. And so to me, to be able to give those guys to be the spotlight that they deserve and sort of like the pride of place of being front and center in the film, yeah, it's a full circle moment to me. It is sort of like being able to collaborate with one of my longtime heroes. Yeah.
I love that. And you guys know I've been saying it all season long, who I'm rooting for. It's this guy right here, Corey Jefferson. Back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. And as exciting as it is to walk this red carpet as a nominee, it's always a big deal for their plus ones too, right? So the people they bring as their guests often don't get a chance to be in front of all these cameras. And Chris Connolly's here. Chris, many stars, they show up here with the plus one who probably knows them better than anyone else in the world, right?
You are correct, sir. Yes, being invited to the Oscars can be a dream come true. So it's no wonder that so many nominees choose to bring with them someone who's been in their corner right from the very beginning. Mom.
What's better than being an Oscar nominee? Bringing your mom to the Oscars. Just ask Maestro nominees Bradley Cooper and Carey Mulligan. What is that like?
For me, my mother is the same no matter where she is, so it was hilarious to just watch her in that room. I remember sort of trying to declaw her hand from Richard Gere when she saw him. Yeah, because she was so excited. I was like, it took me a second, and like the commercial break was over, and I was trying to pull her hand off his, because she was just, yeah, it was nuts.
Cooper's brought his mother Gloria numerous times. Mulligan brought her mother Nano when she was nominated back in 2010 for An Education.
I wouldn't be able to do my job really without my mum in all the ways that she's given so much of herself in the last 20 years to support me. But since I've had kids, it actually wouldn't be possible without her. So yeah, it's pretty special.
Noms with Moms revved up in 1998 when Matt Damon and Ben Affleck brought theirs and thanked them after a Best Screenplay win for Good Will Hunting.
My mother and Matt's mother, the most beautiful women here.
Common and Ryan Gosling.
What's it like to be able to share this moment with your son?
This tells you what a good boy is. Brings his mom and his sister to the Oscars.
Janelle Monáe and Taraji P. Henson and Anne Hathaway. All walking the Academy Award red carpet with their moms.
Halle Berry and Monsters Ball.
And if your name is called while your mother's in the house, it can make for an unforgettable Oscar moment.
I want to thank my mom
who's given me the strength to fight every single day to be who I want to be.
From 2002, Munsters Ball's Halle Berry and her mom, Judith Ann Hawkins. To Munsters, Charlize Theron and mom Gerda in 2004.
My mom, you have sacrificed so much for me to be able to live here and make my dreams come true. And there are no words to describe how much I love you. And I'm not going to cry. Thank you.
Who knows better the long road to this moment?
Javier!
No Country for Old Men's Javier Bardem, with this message to mom Pilar in 2008.
I want to dedicate this to my mother. I have to say this in Spanish. I'm sorry. Mamá, esto es para ti.
Mom, this is for you. Last year, Irish actor Paul Mescal, soon to be seen in Gladiator 2, was a Best Actor nominee and took his mom Dervla to the Oscars as he recounted to his All of Us Strangers co-star Andrew Scott.
I remember being on the red carpet, and I'd gotten kind of used to it at that point. And then I looked to the right, and my mum was standing at the end of the red carpet, just kind of looking at me, smiling, and I was so stressed. Everybody's screaming. Looked at my mum, and I was like, these are just photos.
What goes through your heart at a moment like that?
It just kind of breaks in two in a good way. It's just like it's like.
Did she have a good time?
She had the best time. She just dream come true stuff. Yeah.
All right, Emily Blunt and Devine Joy Randolph among those planning to bring their moms tonight, and their dads as well. Emily arriving with her husband, John Krasinski, and fun fact, it's her dad's birthday weekend. Devine Joy Randolph also bringing both of her parents. She told us it's going to be a trip because she grew up watching the Oscars with them at home. And now joining me from Anatomy of a Fall, writer, director, Justine Triet. Justine, if I can ask you to join me for a second. Well, join me just for a second, if you don't mind. Okay, well, I guess we'll be a moment with her. She's been obviously enormously successful in terms of her writing and directing. Let me send it back to you guys, and we'll see when we get to speak to Justine.
And I do want to hear from her. I mean, the movie was really compelling.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
That was one of your favorites, right?
It really was really good. I still, at the end, didn't know who did it. Like, what was going on with that?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, we are still just warming up as things heat up here on the red carpet. We'll be right back.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
these are assassinations, that people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
Your health, your money, breaking news, music, and of course, good food. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, Afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Reporting from the war in Ukraine, I'm Ian Pannell. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hey, welcome back. You know, it's important to celebrate women behind the camera. This year has been a huge one for Frances Justine Triet. Nominated this year for an Oscar as Best Director for Anatomy of a Fall. That's a film that's up for 5 awards tonight, including Best Screenplay as well. Triet becomes only the 8th woman in Oscar history to be nominated for Best Director, and she joins us now. What does that mean to you to get that kind of acclaim for your directing work?
Yes, it means a lot, of course, to be here with an independent movie, a very small budget to be here, and to see that the diversity of cinema could exist here, you know, so it means a lot, yeah.
You talked about how this story was influenced in a large part by what men regularly get away with and women are held to account for.
Yes, I think the main thing was just to dive in this couple and in the complexity of this couple, and of course in this we play with to flip the cliche, you know, of the women at home and the men outside. So we play with this, of course, and yeah, I'm a woman, so of course all these things are so inclus dans moi. Enfin, sorry, comment tu dis, ces choses-là sont tellement incluses dans moi parce que je suis une femme, quoi.
They're included in my experience, and that's where I speak from.
Well, it's like your character that's played by Sandra Hüller is punished for all the things she's so good at, for being clever and inventing things. It's held against her.
Yeah, I think sometimes when women are much more powerful, you know, they have to pay something. And I think, well, yes, because she's really powerful in her life, she's much more attacked in the courtroom, yeah.
You get an amazing performance out of Milo as the young man in the movie, and also out of the dog, Messi, whose character is named Snoop in the movie. What do you like about having a dog on the set?
I love so much because we have to play with a very absurd situation, but in a way it's all the people around start to be really different when an animal is on set, because it's like a baby, you know. We have to adapt ourselves to him, you know, and sometimes it's a nightmare, I have to admit it. But with Snoop, it was really perfect because he was really prepared before the shoot, yeah.
So glad to have you here. Congratulations, and thank you very much for talking to us. Justine Triet from Anatomy of a Fall. Back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
I wonder if the dog is here. That's an interesting thing. Well, we're going to await his arrival here on the red carpet. Yes, Chris, our thanks to you. And we're going to turn now to the race for Best Supporting Actress. But before the 5 nominees made it into the running for tonight's prize, they all had to start somewhere. Before the big parts, there were the bit parts. And joining us now is DeMarco Morgan with a look at these 5 talented actresses before they were Oscar nominees.
America Ferrera picks up her first nomination as the everyday mom, Gloria, a pivotal role which provides the powerful and widely acclaimed monologue in Barbie.
You're supposed to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or that you threaten other women, because you're supposed to be a part of the sisterhood, but always stand out.
Stand out she did as the lively and passionate Yolanda showing off her dance moves at the 2002 Disney Channel movie Gotta Kick It Up. A role that she jokingly says put her on the map.
I was pretty sure I would be nominated for an Academy Award for Gotta Kick It Up. I was really disappointed in the Academy to learn that they didn't consider Disney Channel movies. So, you know, 17-year-old America is wondering what took so long.
In 2002, she didn't have to wait long to be cast as the lead in her first feature film, the coming-of-age drama Real Women Have Curves. She plays a young Anna Garcia, who, in a precursor to her now infamous Barbie monologue, defies her mother's traditional views on how a woman should look.
How dare anybody try to tell me what I should look like or what I should be when there's so much more to me than just my weight? I can't breathe.
That same year, she would be cast in a single episode of the CBS drama Touched by an Angel, where she plays a special needs student bombarded by constant bullying from her high school classmates.
Walk out of that class every time I can hear those kids. Oh, special needs, she must be stupid. I'm not stupid.
The next year would be career-defining for Ferrera, as she was catapulted into the mainstream in her breakout performance on ABC's comedy drama series, Ugly Betty.
Betty Suarez.
Hi.
Da'Vine Joy Randolph is nominated for her first Oscar for her layered performance and The Holdovers as Mary Lamb, the head cook of a prep school who's coping with the loss of her son in the Vietnam War.
My little sister Peggy and her husband invited me to go visit them at Roxbury, but I feel like it's too soon.
She began her journey nearly 20 years ago as a musical theater major at Temple University, starring as the witch in plays like Into the Woods and the lead in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. An experience that would take her to London's West End in 2012, where she auditioned for an understudy role in Ghost the Musical.
Hi, my name is Da'Vine Joy Randolph. I am currently here in London rehearsing for the role of Oda Mae Brown in Ghost.
She got that role and quickly caught the eyes of critics on Broadway, earning her a Tony Award nomination.
That's why I find my dreams and wishes.
In 2013, she was paying her dues and fighting for fair wages in a single episode of The Good Wife.
You realize that we get paid 10% less than staff at other Chicago firms of our size?
Mr. Altman.
The next year, Randolph would be cast as a nurse in the film The Angriest Man in Brooklyn, one of Robin Williams' last films. An experience she says she will never forget.
I was quite literally probably the last person on the call sheet, the lowest person on the totem pole. And I think he may have talked to me more than he talked to anybody else. And I'll never forget how that man was so generous and sought me out to encourage me and impart wisdom.
Emily Blunt is a force as Kitty Oppenheimer, the wife and guardian of the film's protagonist, Robert J. Oppenheimer.
You sit there, day after day, letting them pick our lives to pieces. Why won't you fight?
She began her career over 20 years ago when, at the age of 18, she first took the stage at the famed West End Theater alongside Dame Judi Dench and the play The Royal Family. From royalty to fighting the Romans, that's a young Emily Blunt as a Celtic princess in the 2003 British television drama The Warrior Queen. She would jump from television to film, making her feature debut playing a young woman of wealth and privilege in the critically acclaimed drama My Summer of Love in 2004.
There are some people that are just put on this planet who are made to succeed, who are just made to blossom. It's impossible to find a lovely...
Succeed she would, making her international debut in the 2006 classic The Devil Wears Prada.
Andrea Sachs? Yes? Great. Human Resources certainly has an odd sense of humor. Follow me.
Danielle Brooks snags her first Academy Award nomination alongside fellow nominee Coleman Domingo for her unyielding performance as Sophia in The Color Purple.
I love Hopper. God knows I do. But I'll kill him dead before I let him or anybody beat me.
It was almost 10 years ago that Brooks made a splash on Broadway in that very same role, catapulting her to stardom.
I don't tell you how to...
It wasn't long before she would lead the production to join the cast of Orange is the New Black and be introduced to audiences worldwide as the iconic character Tasty Jefferson.
If I was thinking, I would have known that I never had a chance.
And in Masters of None, playing the forceful agent of Aziz Ansari's character, Dev.
All right, listen. You are going to calm down. You're going to put on a big old smile, and you're going to get on Raven Live and get this money. You hear me?
From getting clients on Raven Live to playing a bird herself, That's Brooks as the voice of Olive Blue in the animated film Angry Birds.
Oh, I felt a peck.
The iconic Jodie Foster earned her 5th Oscar nomination for her performance in Nyad as Bonnie Stowe, the coach and confidant of fellow nominee Annette Bening's character, Diana Nyad.
This isn't about you or your destiny. This is about me, okay? For once, this is about me.
Long before she was training swimmers boatside on the waters of the Caribbean,
Don't be a pale-face. Use Coppertone.
she was promoting Coppertone sunscreen on this boat in 1965 when she was just 3 years old. She would get her first on-screen television credit at the age of 5 in the Andy Griffith spin-off show Mayberry RFD.
Until Prince Charming comes, and when he kisses her, she'll awaken.
Her childhood acting career would continue in this classic 1969 episode of The Doris Day Show.
What's a false alarm? When somebody comes to put out a fire and there is no fire.
And this 1971 episode of My Three Sons, she plays the adorable little Susan, who along with her classmates falls for the new teacher.
Ask her about Mr. Curly. What's he wearing?
Foster would be catapulted to stardom when at the age of 14, she would become one of the youngest actors in Hollywood history to be nominated for an Oscar for her brilliant performance in Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
Why do you want me to go back to my parents? I mean, they hate me. Why do you think I split in the first place? There ain't nothing there.
Will Jodie Foster pick up her 3rd Oscar this year, or will there be a new face enshrined in Academy Award history?
And joining us now is Clayton Davis with the amazing, illustrious Eva Longoria. Welcome to the red carpet.
Thank you.
So we're going to get to your directorial debut of Flamin' Hot in a moment, but just keeping in theme here, do you remember your first acting job?
Yes. Well, I was an extra for many years. Like, I was just an extra for food and toilet paper. And then my first line was on 90210, the original, with Luke Perry.
Wow.
So I had a line to Luke Perry. Please don't dig up any of this when
we are. It's all
when
right.
I'm
We got
nominated.
producers working on it right now in the archives.
So listen, this is your directorial debut, and it got an Oscar nomination, and you enlisted 15-time Academy Award nominated.
I didn't enlist her. She banged my door down for 10 years. Just by accident, my office is in her building, and we would meet in the elevator over the last 10 years, and she's like, I want to write a song for your movie. I go, I don't have a movie, Diane. And cut to, I have a movie. She's like, I'm writing a song for your movie. I was like, great. Can you imagine how lucky I am to have Diane come knock on my door? Like, I was like, what? And then to have the amazing Becky G perform the song, and she has an amazing performance tonight. She has a choir from Inglewood that will be up there with her. So I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that, but I'm saying
But you did.
Can I ask you about this story with Becky G? Because she says she ran into you at LAX and just
Mexico City, yeah. We were both on a flight to Mexico City.
So random conversation started
No,
this
I knew
connection.
I wanted Becky G.
Oh, wow,
But
okay.
I just happened to have bumped into her and trapped her on a plane to berate her into doing the song. But no, she saw the movie and she watched it 3 times in a row when we sent her the link. That the link expired and she had to call us to go, can you please renew the link? I was like, did you? She's like, I saw it 3 times. I want to see it more. But she fell in love with the story. You know, it's a very beautiful story about our community and about being Mexican American and the epitome of being Chicano. And Becky's like the definition of Chicana. And so she was just the perfect person to embody that. And what I love about Diane Warren is she always captures the essence of a film. Like, it's not about a big pop star. It's not about like who's hot right now. She's like, really, let's match this song to this film and match the performer to the song as well.
Yeah. Can you talk about what it's going to be like to have reggaeton playing in the Dolby Theater?
Clayton's been talking about this all day, by the way.
I want to see it happen.
I know. I'm so excited about it. And also, like, for our community, for the Latino community, to be on the stage, the biggest stage of the year, it just says something. It says we belong here. We belong on that stage. We deserve this platform. And to have Becky up there representing us, it means the world to us.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We should point out to Eva Longoria, she's walking by, she's like, oh, I'll talk to you guys, but really, I want to talk to Clayton.
So we made it happen.
Exactly,
Thank you, Clayton, for your star power. Right
Thank you,
there.
Eva, for coming on, and you look amazing tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Good
I
luck.
know. This is it.
All right, we do want to go over to Chris Connolly because he's on the other end of the red carpet with another special guest. Chris.
Thank you very much, Whit. Here, nominated for Best Actress from Anatomy of a Fall, Sandra Hüller. Welcome to the Oscars.
Hi.
You're laughing. What does it feel like to be at the Oscars? You've done big events before, like Cannes and things like that. How does this event strike you?
I like it a lot. I'm always impressed by the. Do you ever film down the press line? But it's just abundant. So.
It's really abundant is the word, very much. And so is your performance. There is so much that you're called upon to do. Act in 2 different languages, act with a dog, act with a child, act in a courtroom sequence. What was so exciting about you playing this character?
Oh, I think I loved her because she's such a mature woman, such a complete woman, such a complete female character that takes responsibility for her actions, that doesn't shy back from difficulties, that doesn't apologize all the time. And that she's a really free creature. I really love that about her. She doesn't want to please anyone, and that gave me a lot of things to think about in my own life.
One of the things you wanted to think about, I know, was whether or not she was actually guilty of the crime that she's committed or not committed. We don't know. But you asked Justine Triet before filming began, did my character do it? What was Justine's response?
Justine responded, I should play her as if she didn't do it. So that was not really satisfying, as you can imagine, but I realized at that moment that it's not really what it's about. It's about that I believe her no matter what, and I should trust my director that she wouldn't turn the story around in the end when we've been going this path for a long time.
Congratulations on your nomination, and it's great to have you here. Thank you. Let's go back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And we are thrilled to be joined now by NBA legend and now Oscar-nominated producer of the documentary, The Barber of Little Rock. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union are here. Arlo Washington here as well. We're very excited about this film.
Yeah, curious how you learned about Arlo's story and why you decided that this was so important in order to tell the larger story about America's racial wealth gap.
Well, first of all, as parents, we try to tell our kids that there's no boundaries on their futures. But it is boundaries on the futures in certain communities. And, it's hearing Arlo and understand everything that he's about economic mobility. It's a system. Systematically, we've been shut out of the financial system. And, Christine and John went down to Little Rock and found Arlo and was able to tell this story because it's good to hear it, but it's even better to see it and to see someone in the community that's doing the real work.
And Arlo, just want to bring you in here. What made you decide to start a barber college? You've helped out more than 1,500 people.
Yes, well, we wanted to create jobs and opportunity. And so it worked for me, so I figured it would work for everyone else. It's a career for some and a stepping stone for others. And so the opportunities that it afforded me, then I felt like it would do that for other people, and that's what I wanted to provide.
And Arlo, I'd like to ask you, Dwayne,
Sure.
obviously you're familiar with red carpets and a little bit of glitz and glam, but Arlo, this experience for you to walk down the Oscars red carpet,
it's surreal.
What is this like? How are you taking it in?
It's surreal, it's amazing, it's an honor to share, the stage with, Dwayne and Gabby and everyone that's here, John and Christine. It's just amazing. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
And John, let's bring you in, Christine, as well. What do you hope that people take away from this documentary?
Well, people need to learn that there's a real economic divide in this country and that the black community has just been systematically cut out of the financial system for too long. And what Arlo's doing is he's an economic warrior. He's just fighting against this injustice that has got to be corrected in our society.
And Dwayne, you're an EP here. Was this a role that you always anticipated taking on?
Yes, when I started my production company, 59th and Prairie, my producer partner, John Marcus, we were about what's our essence, what's our ethos. And, this fit. When they found us and we found them, this fit our ethos of the stories that we're trying to tell and the touch points that we're trying to reach. And so definitely, me and my wife always wanted to come to the Oscars. We wanted to have a reason to be here. One of us have a project here, and so I'm the first one to bring us here. So I'm happy about that. No pressure on my wife.
Challenge.
But this is our date. This is our date at the Oscars with this amazing crew, and no matter what happens, we're thankful that this film is being recognized and it's been put out there for everyone to see, and hopefully we can find more Arlos around the world that we can do more good things.
And just before we let you go, your reaction when you heard that this was going to be nominated?
Just pride, just so much pride. As an Academy voter myself, seeing it even on the ballot was, kind of emotional, and it just filled me with so much pride. He's got great taste.
Right?
In films, in projects.
In ladies.
In life.
Dwayne, is it safe to say we're going to see you do more of this, more filmmaking in the future?
It is safe to say. You know, obviously, we want to continue to try to find the right stories. It's a lot of stories in our communities that I want to tell, that I want to be a part of highlighting if I'm not telling them. So definitely 1,000%. Like I said, once Kobe retired and he won an Oscar, I didn't know that was something I needed to shoot for. I thought it was just championship rings, and like that was it. Then Kobe won an Oscar. I was like, well, got more work to do. So yeah, I got more work to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. Best of luck. Congratulations on the nomination. And we will be right back with much more after this. We will take a look back at the supporting actor nominees' road to the Oscars, including a rarely before seen clip of a young Mark Ruffalo. We really had to hunt this one down through the archives. We'll also have that and more live interviews from the red carpet when we come right back. Stay with us.
Come on and sing.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye. Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say. Did you see the documentary? The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
People really want to know what it feels like to be a photographer.
Right shoulder down, there we go.
It's this yin-yang of danger and this incredible raw beauty.
That's his first breath. That's so cool.
All right, this is it.
These moments that you immortalize makes a lot of difference.
There's a masterpiece everywhere.
National forests are good places to get away, but sometimes bad things happen in good places.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
All I could see was her feet sticking up. My knees went weak.
This is a human skull.
We were definitely against the clock.
How many more victims are out there?
Wild Crime, Blood Mountain, now streaming only on Hulu.
911, what's your emergency?
Get him out now!
It takes a special someone to want to live this life.
Suit up, we're heading inside.
We're in the business of saving lives.
I got a pulse.
911.
No matter how dark it gets, we're here together.
911, coming March 14th to ABC.
Why do so many people start their day here?
This is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts. Start Here.
Reporting from the nuclear-armed ballistic missile submarine, the USS Kentucky in South Korea, I'm Martha Raddatz. You're streaming ABC News Live.
The red carpet at the Dolby Theater. We're seeing so many stars arrive now. Really a who's who of show business.
Absolutely. And look who's here with us right now. Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos, our studio neighbors back in New York.
Hey.
Welcome back to the red carpet once again.
I gotta tell you, you two look like movie stars.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Really good. I was trying to keep up with her. Yeah.
Just don't get stuck in an escalator with her. She will take you. Yes, that's right.
Very dangerous.
You've done this so many years. Is it any different? Do you look forward to something different this year?
You know, every year offers something unique. I think the red carpet looks especially glamorous this year. They've added that floral motif out there, and it looks really magnificent. I'm excited this year because there were blockbusters that are nominated.
Yeah, a lot of films we love.
Yeah,
right. Yep.
so, and I think even the smaller films, we just adored. So we're looking forward to maybe some surprises. Who knows?
Yes.
And Mark, give us a play-by-play. You guys are right off stage as soon as the winners come across?
Yes, that's what I've been told. This is my first time doing it. So that's what's different for me. No, I'm really excited. I mean, to get to see people after they've won the award of their lives is going to be quite exciting.
And Kelly said, by the way, that it took you, what was it, 4 hours to get ready this morning? Or was it
I think I got done.
Did I get that backwards? Okay, got it.
7 minutes. I had to shave 9 minutes.
And then me about 4. We're still getting me ready. There are people under my train right now.
Still work in progress.
Exactly. So, and then you do this, so this is like an all-nighter, right?
Yes,
you do the party, you stay up, and then tomorrow's the big show.
Yeah. We, as soon as we're finished with the broadcast and interviewing all of the winners, we go backstage, which is the hotel here, and we've turned one of the rooms into an edit booth, and we sit around in a production meeting, and then we start working on the show that we present at 6 a.m. live on the Dolby stage.
6 a.m.?
Yeah.
6 a.m.
Oh, you didn't get that part.
6 a.m.
Yeah, it was an email that you missed.
That's right.
It's actually 5 a.m. if you think about it, right?
Yeah, we lost that hour.
Right. It's the most inopportune time.
Hour away.
So I'm curious, as a veteran here on the red carpet, what have you told your husband, a first-timer?
You know, I don't think he needs any direction. The good news is Mark is an actor, and he knows a lot of the people involved.
That makes
sense. So it's going to be actually much easier because it's a homecoming of sorts.
You kind of flag people down. You're welcome to stand with us.
We may not be friends afterwards. If they just walk by.
You're welcome to stand with us and flag people down for us, too.
Sure.
Send them over your way.
Yeah,
exactly.
Perfect. We will share people.
Well, congratulations on another year, on your first run at the Oscars here. It was great to speak with you.
Have a great night.
Thank you so much. All right, you too. And coming up here, still a lot more ahead from the red carpet. We're talking about the various actors, the nominees, and Ryan Gosling may be just Ken, but he's also one of 5 stars up for Best Supporting Actor, although he is the only one dusting off his Mickey Mouse Club skills to sing a Best Original Song on stage tonight. And Eva Pilgrim has a look at the actors nominated in this category long before they were nominees.
The legendary Robert De Niro's 9th Oscar nomination set the record for the longest period between an actor's first and last nomination, 49 years. This year's nod comes for his portrayal of the murderous William Hale in Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
That oil should go to her sister's, your wife. Well, he's taking money that by rights should go to Molly.
But before the Oscar noms and the iconic career, the up-and-coming 22-year-old New York City kid was an extra in this 1965 French film, 3 Rooms in Manhattan.
Hey, Lloyd, you be the psychiatrist.
Sure, ma'am.
In 1968, De Niro would land his first major role in the Brian De Palma black comedy film Greetings, about 3 young men jumping around New York City looking for ways to avoid the Vietnam War. In 1973, De Niro would star in his first of 11 Martin Scorsese films for the film Mean Streets.
Too good for this $10, huh? You're too good for it. It's a good $10.
The next year would bring De Niro to new heights in Hollywood and cement him as one of the all-time greats with his first Oscar nomination and win in his legendary performance as a young Vito Corleone in The Godfather Part 2.
We're fine.
But a few years earlier, De Niro was auditioning not for the role of Vito Corleone, but for the part of Sonny, which eventually went to James Caan.
You're gonna take both of them out on me. You're gonna take them, and you know what they're gonna do to you?
Ryan Gosling's 3rd Oscar nomination comes for his performance as Ken, the Barbie-loving sidekick turned patriarchal villain in Greta Gerwig's summer blockbuster, Barbie.
This is no longer Barbie's dream house. This shall henceforth be known as Ken's Mojo Dojo Casa House.
Long before his multifaceted, Ken-ergetic performance, Ryan Gosling was showing audiences near and wide his array of talents as an aspiring childhood actor, singer, and dancer. Impressing casting directors here in the Disney Channel's The Mickey Mouse Club. Gosling would co-star with the likes of Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and Kerry Russell, to name just a few. Here he is with a young Justin Timberlake.
So me and Justin were wondering how you guys got the name for your band, Escape.
He took quite the U-turn from the Mickey Mouse Club to the children's anthology horror series, Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Stop!
excuse me, no cutting in line.
That's my brother, he's not dead.
In the children's horror series Goosebumps, he comes into possession of a cursed camera.
I mean, look at this thing. I mean, there's nowhere to put the film or nowhere to even open it.
In 1999, he was cast in The Unbelievables alongside Steve Carell and Tim Curry.
There was a swinging party in the tiki room at the Fortress of Honor. It was one hell of a lovin'. Ew.
A rarely before seen television superhero pilot, which was quickly canceled.
Oh, I got this. Game.
Mark Ruffalo snagged his 4th Oscar nomination in the Best Supporting Actor category for his performance in Poor Things.
You're always reading now, Benna. You're losing some of your adorable way of speaking.
He now joins the ranks of Jeff Bridges, Robert Duvall, Jack Nicholson, and Al Pacino for the most ever nominations in that category. But like many actors, you gotta start somewhere.
3 pimples you have, Sam.
Yes, that's a 22-year-old Mark Ruffalo plugging Clearasil. And if you don't remember this appearance, you're not alone. In 1992, he would appear in Arresting Behavior, which was canceled after just 5 episodes.
Just how fast are you going? Oh, I don't know, maybe 20? No, I'm gonna ask you again. How fast were you going? 25?
In 1996, Ruffalo would dazzle audiences in his breakout performance in the iconic off-Broadway play, This Is Our Youth. Throughout the 90s, he would star in low-budget indie films like Mirror, Mirror 2, Raven Dance.
Doctors. All those guys know about is drugs.
And the quirky 1998 comedy, Safe Men.
Sweet stash, man. Thanks, bro.
And rose to new heights in the Sundance winner, You Can Count on Me.
But it's not like I'm down there in some redneck bar in Florida. I'm having an argument with some stripper's boyfriend. I suddenly say to myself, hey, this would be a great time to really stick it to Sammy and get myself locked up for a few months.
Hey. Sterling K. Brown is up for his first Academy Award for his nuanced performance as the charismatic brother of fellow Oscar nominee Jeffrey Wright in American Fiction.
Did you know Dad had affairs?
Oh, for sure.
How?
You could just tell. Lisa told me she saw him kissing a white woman once.
In 2002, Brown landed a small role alongside fellow nominee Paul Giamatti, Al Pacino, and John Goodman in the theater production of The Resistible Rise of Arturo Ui. That same year, he appeared in the 2002 TV docudrama Smallpox.
She had a high fever, but nothing that was too alarming. She was complaining of headache, back pain.
In the mid-2000s, Sterling would begin a run of one-off performances on major network television shows like ER.
Do you have any idea how much 24/7 nursing care in the state facility costs?
In NYPD Blue, he is accused of killing a mob boss's daughter with a stolen car.
But the door's open, the keys are in it. It's like he was asking me to steal it.
In 2005, James Spader and Kerry Washington are trying to get their wrongfully accused client off of death row in an episode of Boston Legal.
The question is, do I go with God on my side or not?
Robert Downey Jr. picked up his 3rd Academy Award nomination for his portrayal of Louis Strauss in Oppenheimer.
I gave him exactly what he wanted. To be remembered for Trinity, not Hiroshima, not Nagasaki. He should be thanking.
He was first nominated over 30 years ago for his uncanny performance as the silent film master in Chaplin, and would be recognized for his controversial performance in the Hollywood satire Tropic Thunder. But before the awards and the box office juggernaut Iron Man franchise, he first graced the silver screen as a 5-year-old boy in his father's 1970 movie, The Pound. He would go on to appear in a series of his father's films like 1972's Greaser's Palace, where after a tragic ending, his character miraculously comes back to life. And like many before him and after him, he paid his dues as a background actor in this 1980 film, Up the Academy. In 1985, he would join the cast of Saturday Night Live.
I know why whales beach themselves. Spider-Man told me!
He was gone after just one season, saying he was ill-suited for rapid-fire sketch comedy. But he started to make his way in Hollywood after being cast in several films alongside the 1980s teen darlings, The Brat Pack. Here he is as the bully, Ian, in Weird Science.
Sorry, boys. Momentary loss of motor nerve.
And in the 1987 film Less Than Zero, Downey delivers one of his rawest performances of his young career.
I was wondering if I could stay at home tonight. I just really would love to wake up and know where the hell I am for once. It'd be a nice change of pace for me.
Seems like this is a slam dunk. Clayton Davis back with us. All right, so let's handicap this Best Supporting Actor. Everybody says it's a slam dunk for Robert Downey Jr., but have there been some times where everybody had their money, their bets on the table, and then they lost it all?
Yes, it has. If anyone remembers 1997 Oscar year, Lauren Bacall was going to win the Oscar for Supporting Actress, and then all of a sudden Juliette Binoche came in for The English Patient, which won Best Picture, won 9 Oscars that year, coincidentally losing Adapted Screenplay to Sling Blade, which wasn't even nominated. So there are surprises often, but RDJ, I mean, listen, I think he's going to run away with it. I think it's a pretty wide margin.
So if it's not Robert Downey Jr., then who would be that surprise?
I mean, my heart of hearts believes it's Ken. It's got to be Ken.
Yay.
I think Ryan Gosling, arguably maybe his best performance, and I love Half Nelson. I love all those films, but he is magnificent as Ken.
Clayton, thank you so much. Let's go back to Chris Connolly. Chris.
I could not be more excited than I am right now because I am talking to nominee Jodie Foster. So great to see you.
Good to see you too. We see each other every time we do one of these.
Well, I was here in 1989 when you won for the first time for The Accused.
Yes, and I think I made fun of you because you predicted I wouldn't win.
You're absolutely right. You talked smack to me, and now here you are.
And here, look at us.
I know. Maybe I should.
Still alive.
Maybe I should predict you don't win again.
That'll work.
This must be a thrill. I mean, you've got 2 on the mantelpiece Oscars, but it's nice always to be thought of yet again, and you're great in Naya.
Well, it's been many years, too, and the nicest thing is kind of talking to all the filmmakers, seeing all the new faces, and getting all that excitement again. So, yeah.
Yours is the career that everyone envies, obviously. You've done what you've wanted. You've won 2 Oscars. You were fantastic in True Detective. You've continued to work. You're a filmmaker yourself. What would you say to someone who was looking to emulate your career?
Oh, my God. I mean, I think mostly just be yourself. There's a lot of temptation to try to turn into somebody else and, like, stick things in your face and, you know, just hate yourself. And, yeah, I just am myself. That's kind of all I do.
You've always been your own person, 100%. Where do you keep those Oscars right now? Are they within talking distance of each other?
They are. They used to be in the bathroom, but they got corroded, so now they're in a nice place.
You give them track lighting and things like that?
No track lighting, sadly. Yeah, I should do that. I should do something special, but no.
You are special. It's so great to see you. Thank you so much.
Take care.
God bless. All right, Jodie Foster. Let's go back to you guys. Whit and Lindsay.
All right, Chris, thank you. We are joined now by Mr. Paul Giamatti himself, up for a nomination for your role in The Holdovers. Congratulations.
Thank you.
18 years since your last nomination.
Yes.
What does this mean for you?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, to work with Alexander again and come full circle back to that, it's fantastic. I mean, the whole thing is great. It's all nothing but gravy. It's great.
And your colleague, Davine Joy Randolph, also nominated for her category. What was it like working with her? She's had some pretty amazing words for you and the influence that you had on her filming
she's
this.
Fantastic. She was such a pleasure to work with. She's a great actress, and she's a great person to hang out with on set. So I just love her, and she's going to win tonight. That's the one thing I can tell you for sure.
That's the sure thing.
She better.
So you drew on some of your own personal life. You drew inspiration for this character, including the science teacher aspect. How so?
Oh, well, I had a science teacher who was this guy, basically, so I did that. But my whole family's teachers, and I grew up going to a place like this, and I grew up around teachers, and so, you know, all of that was meaningful to me, definitely.
And what was the story about the eye? This was like something that you came up with on your own?
No, it was written into the movie, but it was a lens that I wore over my eye. It's just a painted lens. But we switched it back and forth in the middle of scenes and stuff so that you wouldn't know what eye to look at. So it was, you know, that was my idea, but the rest of it was in the script.
How do you feel about how people are responding to this film? I mean, it digs deep, it's warm, it's funny, it tugs at your heartstrings.
Couldn't make me happier. I mean, I knew it was a good movie, but I'm really happy. And people of all ages seem to be into it. You know what I mean? Little kids apparently are really into it. Older people, just all kinds of people, and that's great. That's great.
Paul Giamatti, we wish you nothing but the best. What
Thank
a
you.
heartwarming film.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
And we want to send it back over to Kelly a little further down the red carpet.
Yes, I'm here, of course, with already Oscar winners, and you're back again with another track. What can we expect for tonight? Because you know everyone is talking about this upcoming performance.
You know, simplistic.
Yeah.
And kind of this. I mean, I think people might be a little tired of this song, but I'm not. And it's just simple and it's minimal and it's nice and I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we already have seen the beautiful performance that you did at the Grammys and everyone loved that. Does that make a little bit extra pressure for you to do something different at the Oscars?
Definitely like want to change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But again, like there's not much to do with this one. It's like it really kind of speaks for itself, to be honest, I think. And it's really not about the production of this song. It's more about the song. And I really want to be heard in the lyrics, and I don't really want to be seen as much as I want to be heard.
Yeah.
You know?
What will it mean for both of you guys if you win your second Oscar for this song in particular tonight?
I think, you know, it has been such a meaningful experience to work with Margot and Greta and everybody on this film. And so feeling like that's a team victory is a real honor. It's really exciting, you know. And we just love to write music, and just writing the song in the first place was a thrill for us.
Yeah.
And being nominated at all, even if we don't win, is fantastic. So happy to be here.
Where will this Oscar live if you guys pull off the win tonight?
Where will it live?
Where will it live?
Next to the other one.
Next to the other one. I love it. Billie Eilish and Phineas, thank you guys so much.
Thank you both.
Congratulations. Good luck tonight.
You too.
A lot of
Have a
people
good
are
one.
rooting for
Take
you
care.
guys. Back to you, Whit and Lindsay.
Kelly, thank you. I still have to remember, I mean, Billie Eilish is only 22 years old.
So impressive.
And could win her second Oscar, and that would be the youngest
What are we
person to
doing
win.
at 22?
Look, trust me. Thankfully, there was no social media back then. Kelly, thank you so much for that. And don't go anywhere. We have more nominee interviews ahead as we count down to the 96 Oscars right here on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye. Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag... Not a carry,
How important is Made to USA? Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Special Agent Will Trent.
Boom, 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 boom. Will can see things that no one else does.
I know who the killer is.
Good work, partner.
All right, we are here now with an Oscar winner from last year, one of my personal favorites, one of the best stories from last year, Ke Huy Quan, who is presenting tonight. Can you believe it's already been a year since you took home the golden statue?
I know, it's been incredible, and it's great to be back. Happy Oscar Day, everybody. Yeah, it's really amazing.
Your enthusiasm, energy, emotion, people still remember and feel that from last year. You know better than most how it feels when you're just a few hours away from that big envelope reveal. Give us a sense of what these nominees are feeling like, the nerves in this moment.
Well, first, I mean, you know, we got some amazing actors this year, but for me, last year, I was so nervous. My heart was pounding. I was trying to pretend like I'm really calm. But there was, great energy in the room. So you can't help but feel really excited at the same time. And also try to remind yourself to breathe.
Right, exactly. Take those breaths.
Yeah.
Your speech last year was incredibly emotional. You talked about the challenges, the hurdles, the times you even thought about giving up and walking away altogether. And I want to ask you now, a year later, how did that nomination and the Oscar win change your life and your perspective on your career?
Personally, it hasn't changed much. I try to still be the same person that I was before I won, but professionally, oh my gosh.
Phone's ringing off the hook?
It is incredible. And I didn't understand it. When I won that night and was doing one of those commercial breaks, I ran up to Steven Spielberg and I was so happy. And I remember him telling me that, Ke, you're an Oscar-winning actor now. And I didn't quite grasp what that meant until just a few days later. My agent starts calling me. He says, Ke, we have an offer for you. This filmmaker just called you with the script. I'm sending it over. Can you please take a look? And it is one of the most incredible feeling is when so many people want to work with you. Because I remember what it was like. All those years, like trying so hard persuading producers and filmmakers to give me an opportunity. Yeah, it's been, and here I am. Next week, I'm flying to Canada to do a movie for Universal Studios.
Well, tell us about that action movie that you're now going to be the lead, With Love.
With Love. It's for Universal Studios with David Leitch and Kelly producing for 87 North. We have a wonderful script and a wonderful cast.
Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Enjoy your energy.
Yeah, we love your energy.
It's incredible.
We've also been talking about the fashion. We're going to discuss all of this later.
Yes.
The jewels are in style.
Measure.
You got it.
Giorgio Armani, baby.
Looking good. All right, we'll see you out there presenting. All right, let's head over to Kelly Carter now on the red carpet. Kelly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I am here with Oscar nominee Danielle Brooks. Congratulations.
Yes, baby, in the flesh.
Regardless of what happens tonight, we have to call you Oscar nominee, Oscar-nominated Danielle Brooks for the rest of your life. What does that feel like for you?
It feels like heaven because I'm coming under incredible actresses. I actually got 26 on my nail. That was done by a black woman, by the way, because I'm the 26th black woman to be nominated for supporting actress in a film. And so it means so much to me. If I don't go away with anything tonight, I will come back, but I can forever have that.
What does it feel like being honored for this role in particular, especially because it's such an iconic role, too?
Yes, I mean, it's very iconic. Obviously, Oprah Winfrey played it, was here at the Oscars back then, and to now have that same experience. But it means everything to me because it was the first time that I saw a Broadway show in 2005, and it made me want to be an actress. 10 years later, I'm in the Broadway show, my first Broadway show, and now here we are at the Oscars. This is incredible. Who could have ever written a story better than this?
Take me back to before Juilliard, when you really decided that you wanted to do this, that you wanted to be an actor. Was this always the dream to be here on a night like tonight for a production like The Color Purple?
I don't know if it's always been the dream. I think when I was a kid, I just loved to act and play, and it was like therapy for me. You know, that's what I just wanted to continue to do that. But I was so enamored and so inspired by watching people that were at the Oscars, that looked like me, that got to give speeches. That just poured into me like full throttle. So to be here, I'm just like, wow, look what God has done.
Last question. You haven't slowed down at all because you've actually been working overseas so hard already on the next thing. What are you working on next?
So I'm working on Minecraft next, which I'm super excited. Staying in the Warner Brothers family. I'm working with Jason Momoa and Jack Black and Emma Myers. And the cast is bananas. I mean, Jennifer Coolidge, Jared Hess directing. Come on, it's gonna be a good time.
It's gonna be a good time. Can't wait to see her in it. Danielle Brooks, back to you, Lindsay and Whit.
All right, Kelly, and coming up, it's the biggest award of the night. We make our predictions about which film will be crowned Best Picture. When we come back, don't go anywhere. Coleman Domingo there, just arriving on the red carpet.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not okay, ain't it?
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
Definitely.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow. How long do I have to wait?
But what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir. We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
You should see me in the crowd. Kinda when there's nothing to do. That's when you come down one by one.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families. Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in the crowd.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Miami, I'm Gio Benitez. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, guys, big deal here. My fashion god, Ryan Gosling, is at the step and repeat right now. And Josie, we were talking about this. Open chest. Not what I was planning on doing today.
I was going to say next year.
I don't think so. There's Bradley Cooper out there, too. That's right. They're pushing the envelope. Me, I'm keeping it steady and classic. All right, once again, welcome back to the Dolby Theater here in Hollywood.
Time to talk fashion again with our style expert, Mr. Josie. You've been watching all the arrivals on the red carpet. What's the hot?
Okay, well, first of all, we have to talk about Emma Stone because we've been waiting for her to arrive. She arrived, she walked by. We were literally gasping. We knew she was going to wear Louis Vuitton. It's just what she was going to wear. She's been an ambassador for them for a long time. She wore a custom seafoam green, exaggerated peplum dress, and it was beautiful. And we have to also talk about America Ferrera, and I know we had brought her up earlier this evening, and she was wearing a custom Atelier Versace.
Wow.
Now, she's sparkling in that Barbie pink, but I have to be honest and tell you that they had to dye that chainmail in 10 different shades of pink to find the right shade of pink that would work for this particular thing. And also, America has not really been wearing any Barbie pink throughout this entire press run, so tonight is sort of her culmination for the movie as well.
She saved it.
Right? Absolutely. And let's talk about the men, okay? Because
we saw the open chest.
I have to say, it looks really good.
You called it. You said we were going to see a lot of that today.
That was a stunner, that red one.
Oh my gosh, and we're talking about men that are moving beyond the tux.
Domingo.
But let's talk about Coleman Domingo, because he is also wearing Louis Vuitton custom, and we talked about brooches being the big accessory for men this year, and of course he put that on his jacket as well. But Coleman, really quickly, he's also wearing a pinky ring from Rustin himself as sort of an homage for the evening. And then we have all the exaggerated proportions. We just saw Simu Liu, and there's Taylor Zaccar Perez in Prada in the blue, you know, Jack Quaid in the exaggerated jackets. It's so much about having fun for men this season. And it's just really about what the red carpet's about.
Thank you, Joe,
Yes,
as always.
so appreciate your insight all the time. The wait is almost over, folks. We will find out in just a few hours who takes home tonight's biggest prize. And we want to thank all of our contributors for joining us on the arrivals carpet and encourage you to stay tuned to your local ABC station for all the excitement coming up.
Absolutely. So much fun here. The official Oscars pre-show kicks off now on ABC, followed at 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific by the 96th Academy Awards. You don't want to miss it. For now, on behalf of everyone here at ABC News, enjoy the rest of your Oscars Sunday as we're seeing the stars come in right now. Have a great day, everybody.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for streaming with us. I'm Johnson. We are on the road to the Oscars, the biggest night in Hollywood, honoring the best in film and production. And at the heart of it all are stories, many of them on a quest to find humanity and understanding, from communities grappling with tragedy, the complexities of romance and friendship, and even a doll's quest to find meaning. Our team sat down with some of this year's most impactful nominees to discuss their roles, inspiration, and what led them to this moment. His name may be new to some people, but he's been part of the industry for decades. Coleman Domingo is nominated for his role in the film Rustin, about the architect behind the 1963 March on Washington, a key moment in the fight for civil rights. And it's not the only role he's gaining acclaim for. I sat down with Domingo to talk about his craft and living out his and his mother's wildest dreams.
Chief, you call it trouble, I call it an opportunity.
Let's talk about Bayard Rustin. What did you know about him before you actually read the script?
I know more than most people, because I learned about him when I was about 19 years old when I was a student at Temple University, because I wanted to know more about my own personal history. And I thought, who is this? And the fact that he organized the March on Washington, and he was openly gay. My mind was blown as a 19-year-old, probably a 19-year-old who was still sort of like trying to navigate his way as an openly gay man as well. I found him like, oh, here's somebody who was really owning his power and vigorously challenging social norms in many ways, you know. I thought he was a fantastic character person who was so important and impactful when it comes to American history, yet he was marginalized in the history books because he was openly gay. So I knew about him, and then like throughout the years, I feel like I met other people who knew about him, sort of like a secret society of people who know who Bayard Rustin is.
We are going to put together the largest peaceful protest in the history of this nation.
How big?
100,000 people.
Was it intimidating at all, though, playing such an instrumental figure in the civil rights movement?
I think that there's a moment, I feel like there's maybe 3 seconds where you can be intimidated. But me, I'm like, the moment I'm intimidated and I'm terrified, that's a great feeling, but then I'm like, I have a clock. I don't have time to be terrified.
You see that as a challenge?
It's a challenge. I don't have time. What I have to do is go to work.
Call me. What does it mean to you to be an Oscar nominee?
You know, I actually hope that this is inspirational to my fellow journeymen, the people out there who are doing the work for a long time and may not get a lot of shine. All those regional theater actors, off-Broadway actors, background performers, to know that, you know, I'm one of them, and that it can happen for you when you continue to dedicate yourself to the work and really just like, you know, find different ways of creating and staying in it.
But you are having this moment too, and you're talking about your fellow performers, but do you take a moment to just reflect and think about everything that you put in? It's got to be truly meaningful for you.
It is in such extraordinary ways, in ways that I never imagined. I am able to look back now and see that all the times where I wasn't sort of invited to the table, or I didn't get that audition, or it was all building to the person I am now.
What they really want to destroy is all of us coming together and demanding this country change.
How has the legacy of Bayard Rustin impacted you personally?
I wonder and I question if maybe the fact that I stumbled upon him when I was about 19 years old, how that affected me and how I navigate my way through my industry in many ways. How I believe that I should be regarded by the way I see myself. And I feel like, and that's limitless, and that's, you know, I can play in different spaces, be all these different kinds of men.
Another big role I want to ask you about, The Color Purple.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I mean, this iconic role playing Mr. And a lot of people have said that you brought some vulnerability to this character.
Evening. Hate to bother you. This gonna sound odd, but I came to buy some pants. I can come back later if it's too much trouble.
How did you find that?
Well, that was the task right there. First of all, I had to put my arms around Mr. and I had to love him and understand why was he hurting. He wasn't that far away from all the impact of slavery when it comes to black men in America. Maybe he wasn't even taught how to love. It was beat out of his father and his father's father. So he's steeped in toxic masculinity and generational trauma.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about gonna crumble.
You're black. You're poor. You're ugly. You a woman. I should have kept you under my shoe like the roach you is.
And you, through this film and others recently, you've become close with Oprah. True or false, though, your mother used to actually write letters to Oprah in hopes that one day she would see you and recognize your talents?
True.
You gotta tell me about this.
Okay, I'll tell you this. Every so often my mother would say, you know, I wrote Oprah today. I was like, why? Well, because Oprah helps people. I was like, okay, Mom. I'll let her believe that. Little by little, the dreams of my mother started coming true. The people that she wanted me to know. She also said she wanted me to know Spike Lee. She wanted Steven Spielberg to know me. So I've worked with all of them. And also, there's something about the Oprah connection, though, because Oprah and I, we first worked together on Lee Daniels' The Butler, and then we worked together again on Ava DuVernay's Selma. and we were in a couple scenes together. Years later, we started organically becoming friends. And suddenly it came to me, I think, should I tell her this? And I thought, yeah, I said, hey, oh, do you know that my mother wrote you, I think at least 6 times? And she was like, really? I said, yeah, she really wanted us to know each other. And she passed away in 2006, and I think I just realized that her letters reached you.
She said she didn't actually receive the letters.
Right.
But
she received them. She believed that...
Received the message.
Yeah, she received...
From your mother.
Exactly. Everything that has happened, even me sitting here with you, I think of dreams of my mother. I just wanted to be a respected actor that worked in small professional theaters, etc. But my mother wanted and saw bigger things for me.
And if your mother, Edith, could see you and speak to you right now, Oscar nominee, what would she say?
I know she would say the thing that she always said to me. I love you so much, and I'm so proud of you.
And certainly a testament to his mother's hopes. Our thanks to Coleman for that conversation. Now to history in the making. Lily Gladstone is the breakout star of Killers of the Flower Moon. She plays an Osage woman in a film that tells the story of the Osage murders at the hands of a crime boss in the 1920s. Our Lindsay Davis sat down with Gladstone, the first Native American nominated for a Best Actress Oscar.
You got nice color skin. What color would you say that is?
My color.
So where were you when you found out that you were nominated?
I was in Pasco, Oklahoma on the Osage Reservation. I'd been in Oklahoma earlier that week seeing Jason Isbell play in Oklahoma City. So that's one of the friendships I held on to from when we were making the film. And then I just decided to stay. So I was FaceTiming with my parents. My mom was filming the TV screen so I could see it, and I couldn't read it through the phone. So I was like, no, Mom, I want to see you and Dad. So she flipped the camera around, and I learned, based on their reactions, that it had gone that way.
And how have the Osage responded to all of this attention?
One of the silver linings of having been on strike when the film came out and not being able to take to carpets to talk about it, it gave the spotlight to Osage people who had worked on the film, people who were descendants of survivors and victims of the Reign of Terror to go and speak about it first, which felt really appropriate. The story ultimately belongs to them. It was made by Martin Scorsese, but made with Osage people. It's really remarkable to see the kind of discourse that it's raised. You know, the level of ownership and pride of this story serves this big vision that Marty had that ultimately, I think, challenges audiences. It's been really remarkable that Osage folks have been able to speak about it so much.
I kind of felt a sense of shame that I had no idea about these murders that had taken place in Oklahoma for this oil inheritance. When did you first learn about this time?
You know, honestly, a lot of people, I think, express that level of shame, but there were a lot of Osage people that grew up not knowing about this because it was such a traumatic chapter. When the Reign of Terror ended, basically when the guardianship program ended, meaning white guardians managing the money of Osage people. Osage, culturally, you know, they talk about since relocation from their ancestral lands, Missouri, Ohio River, to Oklahoma, it's a tenet of the culture and survival to keep moving forward. You never stand in the same river twice. The water is always changing because it keeps moving forward. And I think when the Reign of Terror was over, a lot of people just wanted to keep moving. I felt so much protectiveness over Molly watching her, and kind of the way you stand up for your friends before you stand up for yourself.
I need you here. I'm right here, Molly.
Watching it from the outside as a film, and I was feeling the rest of the audience around me falling in love with her the way that I was. When you feel for her and you fall in love with her beautiful sisters, her incredible mother, these like incredibly emotionally heavy, impactful moments brought by these women on screen. There was a real humanization in getting at the heart of the people and looking at this relationship as an analogy for this larger system of exploitation of Indigenous people, of Indigenous trust. I think the film really did an immense job.
I've read that you kept a picture of Molly on the front of your script, and that it was important for you to show her as a survivor, not so much a victim. How much about Molly was there to know? How much of a deep dive were you able to take on her as an individual?
There's really not much known about Molly. I think a lot of actors get really excited to do a bio piece. You know, I am too. There's pieces that I'm looking at because you get to really sit and study somebody else's voice, their intonation, their body language. There was none of that for Molly. There were photographs. So these two photos that I had, the front was Molly before she had met Ernest. It was from a photo that she took with her sisters when they were very young, in their late teens, early 20s likely. The look on her face, I just would sit and absorb who she was.
Your reaction to being the first Native American woman to ever get Best Actress for the Academy Awards?
I mean, 96 years, it's overdue. You know, I was so inspired as an actress, you know, as a young actress, seeing Keisha Castle Hughes get her nomination for Whale Rider, and then again, several years later, watching Yalitza Aparicio get her nomination. Indigenous stories that center Indigenous women clearly make a big splash when they're out there. Being the first Native American nominee for this kind of blows my mind because the origin of film, some of the earliest film reels that people were watching, pouring out to go see, were made by Native people, documenting and showing and capturing some of our dances, some of our own stories. American Indians were at the heart of Hollywood in the 1920s. You know, those artists back then really influenced the culture of film. Just because it's overdue doesn't mean that's not wonderful. Doesn't mean that it doesn't have a huge impact for leading actress. It's a big deal. It's long overdue, but it's very welcome.
Breaking barriers and an incredible performance. Still to come on the road to the Oscars. It seems like a tale you've heard before. A former love interest comes back into a married woman's life, complicating her relationships, but Past Lives takes a much different approach, one inspired by the director's life. Why director Celine Song says this movie isn't about a traditional love triangle. But next, it's a question many of us have asked at some point, even Barbie, what was I made for? Billie Eilish and Phineas tell us how they created the haunting track.
I used to float, now I just fall down. I used to know, but I'm not sure now what I was made for.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Jimmy Kimmel, what'll it be? Will you go back to your normal Oscars night of sitting alone on the couch scrolling TikTok and eating churros? Or will you accept the awesome responsibility of hosting the Oscars, taking on with it all the attendant expectations, pressures, and scrutiny? The choice is yours.
The churro for sure, yeah.
No, man, you're supposed to. Why do all the beautiful dummies come to me for advice?
The Oscars, live, Sunday, March 10th, at a new time on ABC.
You want a bite?
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
How long do I have to wait?
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Interns are in trouble.
Which one of you am I firing? I'm truly stunned that you still work here. I love you, and I'm gonna love you forever.
Your vodka tonic, sir.
We need to talk about what happened.
Dr. Altman is in critical condition.
I have a point of contact.
They're expecting us?
This is our secret world we have.
Do you think we're going to be safe?
I don't know.
This is my pen. Inside that pen is a slice of human brain.
These are assassinations, and people are going to be murdered.
There's really no telling what some of them will do.
It's happening everywhere and anywhere.
Wow.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Welcome back to our road to the Oscars. It flew a little under the radar this award season, but still gained plenty of praise. Past Lives tells the story of childhood sweethearts reunited after years apart and the complexities they face as they try to navigate their relationship in adulthood and where the female character's husband fits into that future. Director and screenwriter Celine Song sat down with our Lindsay Davis to discuss the true story behind the film and how she found the love of her life on set.
So how did you find out that you were nominated?
Well, I was still in bed and I saw we had the laptop set up and we're just laying there just like watching the live feed. And I just found out at the same time everybody else did, which is just on a live broadcast, yeah.
Your reaction?
Oh my God, I was freaking out. I was like shouting and I was immediately calling people. Like, I don't even know which order that I called everyone. It was just like a joyous burst of energy, I think.
There's a word in Korean, 인연. It means providence or fate.
Do you believe in that?
That's just something Koreans say to seduce someone.
And this is somewhat autobiographical,
yeah.
Right? Tell us about how your personal story impacted this movie.
Well, it was really inspired by this one moment in my own life where I was sitting there between my childhood sweetheart, who's now a friend, who's come to visit me in New York, and my husband that I live with in New York.
You're at an East Village bar, right?
Yeah, in a East Village bar. And we were just sitting there and we were just having a drink and I was translating between these two people. And I realized that I'm not just translating between two different cultures and two different languages, but also between two different parts of my own self and my own history.
What a good story this is. Childhood sweethearts who reconnect 20 years later and realize they were meant for each other. In the story, I would be the evil white American husband standing in the way of destiny.
Shut up. He was just this kid in my head for such a long time. I think I just missed him.
Did he miss you?
혜성! 와, 너다.
One thing that I love that you said, you put it that the villain in this story is not the other person, it's time and space.
Yes, it's the 24 years that pass, and it's also the Pacific Ocean that she crosses because she's an immigrant, you know. And I think that the truth is that how we can also feel connected universally to that feeling, because maybe you didn't cross the Pacific Ocean in a new language to be where you are now, but we can all relate to the feeling that, you know, you and I are not 12 anymore, but we were 12 once. And there's a part of us that is 12 still, right? And there's a part of us that is no longer 12. And I think that we can all relate to.
The guy flew 13 hours to be here. I'm not going to tell you that you can't see him or something.
I read that it was described as not a love triangle, which is typically how we view movies, but a love circle.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Well, I think that, you know, part of the way that these two men love her is about letting the other person exist in her life. So I think in that way, it is not a love triangle. It is really about these three people that we know are children on some level, and they're children inside because we meet them as children. It's really about the three of them trying to behave like adults. I think about the two men as like, well, they both hold a key to this woman and her identity and her life and her soul that the other guy doesn't have.
만약에 네가 한국을 떠나지 않았다면 내가 널 찾았을까? 우리가 사귀었을까? 헤어졌을까? 부부가 됐을까? 아이들을 가졌을까?
너는 나를 왜 찾았어?
한 번 더 보고 싶었어.
When we talk about love, so your first love was writing screenplays. Now this was your first time directing, and you won't look back.
You know, actually, my first love, I would say, was playwriting. It was in theater, and then I did that for 10 years. And I think that now it's more like I fell in love with cinema. I remember coming home and telling my husband that, like, I think I met the love of my life, and I think it's filmmaking. And I think I'm going to do this till I'm on my deathbed. This is something that I want to do forever, you know? So it is completely about like finding the love of your life.
And thank you, Celine, for sharing that wonderful story. Finally tonight, there was a lot to love about the Barbie movie, from the nostalgia to the characters to the bright set and a standout soundtrack. It includes the haunting tune, What Was I Made For?, played during the climax of the film, signifying Barbie's greatest questions about her life and her future. It was yet another hit and another Oscar nomination for Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas. The songwriter duo sat down with our Kelly Carter.
Congratulations to both of you, dynamic duo again. How does it feel the second time around?
I mean, I'm never gonna get used to it. And, you know, every time there's something new, it's like, this is it! You know, this is the last time, I bet. We're never gonna be here again. I never thought we would ever be invited back in any way. But I'm so happy. I'm so honored and excited, and it's just cool.
As a fan of movies, it's so exciting, and I've just really enjoyed this season, like watching everything that was like up for consideration, and me and my friends all watched everything together, and it became this kind of communal fun thing, like going to see movies together. And I've loved so many films this year, so like to go from like privately enjoying all this stuff to then being in the rooms with like the people that have made them all, it's like very moving to me. It's very exciting.
Is the creativity process different when you're creating for a film in particular than when you're just creating for an album?
Mm-hmm.
What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be similar, but I think that, you know, something about us is that we love a prompt. We love an assignment. You know, for Bond, when we were younger and we would be writing together, we would just so that we would write something kind of different or whatever, we would pretend to write a Bond theme song, like as like a fun exercise, like the songwriting exercise. And we were like, well, let's just like pretend like we had to write it. What would we do if we had to do that? In a million years, we would never do that.
Wow.
I should have known. So we've given ourselves challenges, and even to this day, we'll sit down and write a song, and if it's not coming out perfectly, I think sometimes we go like, okay, you know, what's some character we can be like? Let's make up something and then not have to worry about ourselves, and we can write from another character's perspective. I think that everyone at least some point in their life should put, you know, step into somebody else's shoes.
Well, here's a challenge for you both. Write a song for a film about a doll that a lot of us had growing up, but give it something more than what we might expect. Let's not make it whimsical, or you know what I mean. Let's actually
no, it's no whimsy in that one.
What was I made for?
Like, where did you start with that? Because that feels like a challenge that you guys met head on.
You know, if we hadn't been shown the movie and talked to Greta about it, like, we would not have made that song. You know, we wouldn't have known that the movie had that gut-wrenching aspect to it. Because, you know, when I first heard of it, I was like, oh, a Barbie movie. You know, everyone hears that and you're kind of like, oh, it's gonna be like all fun and pink.
Cutesy.
Yeah, super cute. And then, you know, Greta kind of explained it and I was like, oh, okay. And then she showed it to us and we were like, oh, okay. And I think that, you know, watching it and seeing what it was about, and, you know, that scene of Barbie and sitting at the bus stop, and there's that old woman sitting next to her, and that scene just like really got me, and it made me like, oh, this is so much more than we all think.
You're so beautiful. I know it.
And then the scene of Ruth and Barbie in the white abyss, and she's crying and she just says feel, and oh my God, it just got us. And there was just no world that we wouldn't have been inspired by that.
Where did you put that first Oscar? Where is it living right now?
Where's yours, Phineas?
I got it on a shelf. Anyone that walks up to it and looks at it, I'm like, hold it.
I'll make everybody hold it.
Very surreal. Not a thing I thought I'd ever have in my home.
Never, ever. I never thought I'd even see one with my own eyes.
I never had seen one before we won one.
Whoa! Oh my God! The whole night, because, you know, you win it, and then that's your Oscar.
We promise not to lose these.
at award shows, sometimes like they give you an award and it's kind of like a fake one, and then they send you the real one like months later.
Yeah, you don't get a Grammy
The
until
Grammys
like
take
2
like
years
6
later.
months. It takes so long. But with the Oscars, they give you that award right then, and you are holding it the
They go engrave it
entire
at the
night. They
after
go
party.
engrave it. You stand there while they engrave it. It's the most amazing process ever.
You're both very early and young in your careers. Getting these type of accolades, does this change the ambition for you at all? Does it make you say, I didn't know when we were making up Bond theme songs when we were kids, we would actually win an Oscar for that. So now let's do something we also didn't think was possible. Like, what does that do for you guys?
We never set out to make anything for the accolade. We're trying to make it to do the best job we can do.
Yep.
And if we're worrying about anybody's opinion, it's the audience's opinion. We're worrying about the people that are going to buy a ticket to see the show,
Yep.
or the people that are going to buy a ticket to see a film. And so if we're doing a good job and they're telling us that they like it, and they're coming back to see the next show, like, that makes us feel like we've done our job. And everything else is, like, again, a huge honor and very humbling, and you know, we feel so lucky. But I think as long as the audience is happy, we feel like we've done a good job.
And no doubt the viewers loved it. Big thanks to Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas. And thank you so much for joining us on the road to the Oscars. I'm Whit Johnson.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say.
Did you see the documentary?
The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2, only on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
I'm Marcus Moore covering the wildfires in Greece. Wherever the story is, we will take you there. You're streaming with ABC News Live.
Tonight, a wife and mother dead. Was the husband leading a secret double life?
And at a money pit of a mansion, all part of a mystery I discovered in Orlando. An all-new 2020 begins right now.
Hi, family.
Did you have any idea where this case was going to take you?
None at all.
Lots of twists and turns.
I said, this is like a 2020 episode.
I said, what is happening? And he said, someone's deceased.
I saw crime tape and police tape. I saw police cars.
This is outside your house.
I was just thinking, I hope my mom's okay.
They said, Jeff, your daughter's been found. She's dead.
Did they tell you how she was found? Did you have any idea how she had died?
They said the bathtub, something about the bathtub.
The detectives knew that Shanti had been attacked and that it was a brutal, vicious attack.
Obviously, there was something horrible going on inside that house.
That's the roof. Okay.